Hello and welcome. I'm a bit in a rush because I just did 5 hours of jury duty myself. So, bonjour. I'm in court mode today. Hey, Lifty and Casey, firing off 5 memberships to Jen Pookie, Ralphie, Danny T, this OP, and Judge Maddie. Thank you so much, Casey, for the 5 memberships. Thank you all. And thank you, Donati and Hospice Jess, for the super thanks you gave me overnight. Whiskey, I might be slightly late, but I'm not because we got we got done half an hour ago, so I'm ready to go. You watched the openings? Not impressive. No, I thought the state told a better story. The defense a little bit too all over the place. Ditch Pickle, guten Morgen. Fuba, how are you this morning? Lolita smiles. No, that's my problem too. I don't get it. And sorry, no recap. I just started taping the recap this morning, and then they called from court and asked if I could come. Louis, not first, but first in our hearts. Celestial Force, thank you for the info yesterday. Aussie, Jamie always say hurry up to me. And Helena Jensen. I made it. Hello. And Aaron. And all the OGs. KDP, Salty Dog, Stacy, Miss Irish. Jamie will be working, so she'll show up when it fits her. That's how the boss works. She comes by, yells at me, and leaves again. Guten Morgen, Bifrost. Do you have a recap of last witness you had to leave and pick up kiddo? The last witness was the weird one. That was E. Williams. He was a part of Nick's group. Someone lost the phone. Nick went looking for it. He was a bit afraid because there were these young kids that he would be seen as a predator. He didn't really give a reason why. He saw a brawl in the water, thought they were 15 to 20-year-olds, saw people on him, was afraid the young kids were drunk and would think he was a PDF file. He never talked about with Nick about the case. He called 911 twice, I think. Never talked about anything. Can't remember what clothes he was wearing. Didn't think he was a predator. Afraid of what drunk young people would do. They had all agreed to stay away from kids. Young men wanted to test us. And Nestor was the one who grabbed Nick and walked him back. So not much there. But that's the last witness. That was his buddy, who didn't really know him. Hello, Shaquille Oatmeal. So good to see you again. I think the state haven't proven him guilty yet. Hello, Melody and Marissa, Toy Carissa, all the Rissas. Fedorowski. Well, she will treat me badly anyway. Jamie is the only person. Well, she's not. She's always around. And I think I got it. Aussie, self-defense. Carlene, good morning. Hey, Ace.
Wisconsin here.
This is a judge's worst nightmare. Okay. When the remaining juror comes in, we're all going to rise out of respect for that juror. Because all jurors deserve respect. Please be seated.
Yeah.
Warren, now we have two humorous stories to share with jurors. Warren and I have worked together for many, many years, and over the course of all of the jury trials, sometimes mistakes happen, and that was one of the, I think, funnier ones. So, but Warren's one of our most experienced and most reliable bailiffs, so he does a wonderful job. We're back on the record, State versus Mew. The attorneys are present. Mr. Mew is present. The jury is present. We are ready to resume the testimony. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Janelle Duxbury.
You're still having snow? Was her name Janelle Duxbury?
Ms. Busbury, would you please come forward?
Busbury.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How will you state your name for the record, please?
Janelle Duxbury,
How do you spell your last name?
Duxbury.
What do you do for a living, Janelle?
I work at a factory,
What town do you live in?
St. Croix Falls.
In Wisconsin?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you part of the Carlson family group that was tubing down the Apple River on that day?
I was.
Are you related to the Carlsons?
No.
A friend of the family?
Yes.
Do you... One second.
And we already,
Yes, you may.
Janelle, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, I guess, 26A. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a photo of all of us together.
All right, and are you in this picture?
I am in the black swimming suit.
All right. Are you drinking or not drinking?
In that photo, I am not drinking.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did have some drinks that day, though?
I did.
Can you tell us what you had to drink?
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got offered a shot of butterscotch schnapps, and then I had, I believe it was a Truly's or Budweiser. Actually, it was probably both. I cannot remember exactly what I drank.
You know how many drinks you had?
For sure, the one shot and probably a total of one beer. I had been trying different flavors of everybody else's, but I never finished the full beer of my own.
Do you feel like you were impaired that day?
No.
All right. At some point while your group was going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some sort?
We did.
What did you see when you first noticed the disturbance?
I was laying back in my inner tube and I was taking a little nap, and all of a sudden my friend Riley had tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, let's go check it out." So I got up and I followed behind her. I could hear a lot of commotion, but I could not make out distinctive voices or what they were saying or anything. And yeah, that's how it started.
When you followed Riley over, did you hear any specific words or phrases?
I did not hear anything specific.
It was fair to say there was some yelling going on.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Did you see Madison Cohen when that occurred?
I did. She was already up there
All
by
right.
the time I had gotten there.
What was Madison Cohen doing?
I actually did hear Maddie yelling, swearing at the gentleman and telling him to get the F out of here.
Okay. Which gentleman was that?
Huh?
Who was she yelling at?
Oh, it was Nikolai Mew.
All right. At the time, did you know who he was?
I did not.
You know now.
Yes.
Did you see Maddie yelling at Mr. Mew,
Yes,
and you heard it?
yes.
Did you see Mr. Mew react in some fashion?
At first he was just standing there kind of like looking at everybody, and then I could not see his hand punch her, but I could see like his left shoulder had dropped like a little bit, and then I could see, I believe maybe it was part of his elbow because Maddie was impairing my view of everything. But I had seen the right side of her face turn towards me, and she kind of stumbled down and got back up and then walked away.
Did you see Mr. Mew's hand or fist make contact with Maddie's face?
I did not see it make contact, no.
All right. You saw the reaction?
Yes.
After Mr. Mew did whatever he did to Maddie, what happened next?
A lot of chaos and yelling broke out. I remember seeing Dante run up immediately and punch him in the face, yelling, "You never hit a woman." I saw Nikolai punch Dante back. Then I believe that I saw Dante hit Nikolai once more. I thought it was a punch, but I did watch the video and later found out that he was smacking him.
All right. Whereabouts were you standing when that all occurred, when Dante hit Mr. Mew?
I was a little ways behind Riley. I don't know any of the boys in the group that I was standing next to, but I was standing back a little ways.
All right.
To the back and to the right of Maddie and Riley, a little ways.
Did you see AJ Martin get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Dante get stabbed?
I did not.
Do you know who Isaac Schumann is?
I do. I know of him now, but no, I did not know him.
At the time, did you see Isaac Schumann get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Riley Madison get stabbed?
I did.
Okay.
All right. Can you describe what happened when you saw Riley get stabbed?
She had backed up away from the commotion a little bit, and I had seen Nikolai walk up to him. And then he came and I thought it was like a little punch towards her ribs. And until he had removed his hand, I saw the knife come out of my friend's side.
All right. Can you describe the knife?
It was no more than like 2 inches. It was very small. That's all I could see.
And just so I understand, you didn't see the knife until he removed it from her body?
Correct.
What did he do after he stabbed Riley?
I didn't pay too much attention to him after he did that. I was a little preoccupied and trying to grab her and remove her from the situation. I did take one last look at him. It looked like he was coming towards me, so I and walked away with Riley.
All right. Did you render assistance to Riley?
Yes, I did. I got her back to Q and Sheena and told them to take her downriver and get help. And then when I turned back around, I had seen Tony standing next to AJ, so I ran up to them and I helped Tony drag AJ to the shore. Tried to make sure that they were as okay as they could be before I went to try to go help as much as I could.
Did you see Tony get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see that he was injured when you?
I did.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. We're going to start at 28:59. Your Honor, I guess I'll caution there are some graphic portions of the string I'm going to play, so just fair warning to everybody if there's people in the courtroom who want to leave or whatever.
Thank you for alerting everyone to that fact.
All right, Janelle, I'm showing you still frame 28:59 from the video. Who's the woman up in the upper left corner with the blue and pink swimsuit?
That is Riley Madison.
All right, in this picture, is she bleeding yet?
No, it does not appear to be so.
And
No.
who's the person in the middle?
Nikolai.
Scroll forward. Stop. All right, we're showing you photo 28:59. Who's the woman in the black swimsuit up in the upper right corner?
That is me.
Is that where you were standing when this all occurred?
Yes.
Pardon me, Judge, it was 28:71. In this frame, is Riley off to your right
Yes, she is.
behind Mr. Mew?
Yes.
All right. At the time that Mr. Mew stabbed Riley, had she done anything to him in this context?
From what I remember seeing, no, I would have sworn that she did not touch him, but after seeing the footage, I saw that she did.
Well, I'm talking about
Oh.
this portion of the,
I would not be able to pinpoint if that was before or after she was.
all right. We're going to continue to play the stills here.
Okay.
Why is the state again having a witness say all the stuff they don't want a witness to say? Did you see it? No. Did you see anything? No. Did you see it after? Yes. Well, thank you and goodbye.
All right, we're going to scroll forward here. Stop. We're showing you 29, 26. Is that you still in the frame?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at Mr. Mew?
I believe so. It looks like I am, yes.
Did you notice anything in his right hand?
At that time, no, I did not.
You see his right hand? Did you see his right hand moving out like?
I did. I did.
Sustained.
What's shown in the picture? Did you see that happen as far as Mr. Mew's hand?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What you see in this still, is that what you saw on the river at this point in time
Oh, yes.
with regard to Mr. Mew's body?
Yes.
Scroll forward. Stop. We're showing still 29:47. At this point, is Riley back in the frame?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, this nowadays, what does she look like? Is she injured?
Yes. She just got stabbed.
All right, and that's my question. Is this the point in the video where you saw Mr. Mew stab Riley Madison?
Yes.
And you're standing how far away?
What would that be? About 4?
While they're just doing the same thing they do with every witness. Look at this. Can you see he's a bad guy who has a knife? There's absolutely no evidence of any of this. Nothing. He has no priors, as anyone has brought up. It was just some guys who started yelling. No girls were around, nothing. So it was some young punks getting drunk and high started yelling. If we have a witness testifying from her memory, why are we reviewing video? Because she can't remember the stuff she's supposed to remember. That's really bad for the state. But notice she never said, I heard them call for help. Nothing with the little girls or that the group looked uncomfortable. So far, that's positive to me. In the video, I never see him open his mouth.
5 feet.
All right, and as you watched the stills go through, we'll strike that. Is Riley facing away from him?
Yes, she is.
Prior to Riley being stabbed at this point in time, was she laying any hands on him?
That I remembered had seen. No, I did not.
He's leading her again. Well,
You would testify
legally,
that at
you
one
did
point
not.
you do remember seeing
oh, I didn't hear that.
Riley. You testified that when you reviewed the video, you saw at one point Riley touching Mr. Mew.
I did.
Was it at that point or at some earlier point?
It was earlier.
So she assaulted him first.
After, we'll strike that. You've answered that. We're going to continue to scroll through from where we stopped.
Yeah, that could be the one she meant. Neither did my dad, because he used it to clean his pipe. But today it would be illegal.
And we're stopped at 3024. Did you watch that string of frames?
I did.
Did you see yourself in that string?
I did.
What were you doing?
Judge, can we approach for 2 seconds?
Yes.
Already with the sidebars. And we're live.
Let's continue. Excuse me. Let's continue.
Did that string of frames show what you did after she was stabbed?
Patty B, we don't know if the defense is going to do it. None of the defense witnesses has been on the stand so far.
Yeah, you can briefly see me grab her arm and try to get her out.
All right. After this all happened, did you call for help?
It was after I had turned and told Riley to go to Q and to Sheena. After I turned around and saw AJ, I ran up to him and I was helping kind of hold him together. And I had looked at Gabby Kay and I had yelled 3 times to call the police. I did not have a phone on me that day.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Stropheson?
Ms. Duxbury, in terms of, you watched the video in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
Okay. What I'm going to ask is that you try your best to testify from
Weeks.
your memory.
Understood.
And do you recall, so I guess I'll ask it this way. Initially, you said that you were kind of laying in your tube with your head back, just kind of relaxing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided a statement to the police on the 31st of July 2022, right?
I believe it was, I provided 2 of them and I thought they were the same day, the 30th, but I did provide a statement, correct?
Okay. And do you recall initially when you're sitting on the tubes, you're near Quentin Carlson? Is that true? When you're on that, when you guys are all kind of floating down the tubes?
I honestly don't remember who all I was really sitting next to. I remember I was sitting next to Riley and my husband at the time, but I really don't remember who I was like right next to.
I guess my point is Quentin Carlson's in your group.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Okay. Do you recall him asking Dante and Anthony to go over to make sure that Mr. Mew's not going to get beat up?
I do not.
Okay. Your first recollection is, if this is fair, is Riley saying, let's check it out.
Yes, yes.
All right. And you tell police on the 31st that your first recollection is Dante running up to the suspect and standing between him and the other people. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that your memory today?
Yes.
Okay. So Dante, your memory is Dante's the first one out up to the group of other tubers, right?
Yes.
Right. And then your, you believe, based on your statement, that you, Madison, and Riley then follow Dante.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I wasn't too familiar with Madison at the time. I had only met her maybe like twice.
Okay. But my point is,
Yes.
my point is, your recollection is Dante goes up first, then the 3 of you follow him, right?
Yes.
And I think you hear somebody yell for Anthony Carlson to come up as well, right?
Yes, there were several people that were yelling for Tony to get up there.
All right. And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall.
Well, ex-husband.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Neal. Is that true?
Correct.
To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And you're going to build a wall without having any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Mew's with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone though, right?
What appeared to be alone, correct.
Okay. And you say that today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told them that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nikolai. So at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believed at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you initially said that Maddie went up there to, quote, try to mellow things out. You recall that?
I do not remember using those choice of words, but
If I told you that your interview with investigator Schultz is recorded, and on that interview, those are the words that you used, do you have any reason to dispute that?
oh, no.
Okay. So when you say, or when you told investigator Schultz that Maddie went up there to try to mellow things out, is that true?
I had to have said that. That is true, yes.
I understand that you said that. Do you believe that's what she was doing, was mellowing things out?
No.
She was yelling at him, swearing at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her pointing at him to go down river?
I recall her pointing beyond him, but yes, she was pointing and gesturing.
And yelling, go,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you took that, if this is fair, as her telling him where she's pointing, go that way, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I find her highly believable because even though she knows she remembers things wrong because she now seen the video, she doesn't change her statements and go and say, yeah, I saw the punch. She said, I thought I saw, but I've seen the video. I like this witness.
And you say that you believe there's a confrontation that's going on, right?
Correct.
Do you recall after Maddie, well, let me ask you this. Do you see Mr. Mew attempting to speak to Maddie about what's happening?
I do not. Like I said, I really couldn't see much. I'm vertically challenged and I couldn't see past people's heads and shoulders even, so.
Tell me about that for a minute. I missed the first, your what challenge?
I'm vertically challenged. I'm short. I couldn't see everything.
Right.
Sorry.
So your height or lack thereof has some it makes it sometimes difficult for you to see things.
Yeah, I couldn't see past people's shoulders or heads or anything.
No, Sean Bird, she's remembering her things and then stating, but I've seen the video and I can see now that wasn't what happened. So to me, that clears it up. She's not like the other one where they constructed their memories, to me, my personal opinion, constructed their memories from what they saw in the video. She said, I thought I saw this, but after I saw the video. So to me, she seemed very believable.
Anything. No.
Okay. And do you see these other tubers, the people that you are saying he's in a confrontation with Mr. Mew? Do you see them after Maddie's there and you guys are there? Do you see them kind of surround him and start to taunt him?
I've checked your under the term surrounds.
I did not notice that. I did definitely notice like it did seem to be a little taunting, yes.
Okay, and the taunting was going on by the other tubers in part, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you don't have a recollection specifically of what they were doing in terms of the taunting?
No, I heard some people still yelling. It sounded like some laughter, but it wasn't necessarily distinct. And that was by the time that we had actually gotten up there.
Right, so when you get up there, then is when you can probably see a little better and hear a little better, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the confrontation, you agree that it is this group of 6 plus your group, yes?
Correct.
Together,
Yes.
and Mr. Muse alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, is it fair to say that you have some concern because Mr. Muse alone that this confrontation can go poorly for him, right?
Oh, I still had concern it could go poorly for either party. But I see what you're saying, and yes, he was a part of the concern.
Okay. And to be fair, part of that is based on him being by himself, true?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that Maddie was in Mr. Muse's face? You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. She was in his, as it's been described, in his personal space, true?
True.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. When you see Mr. Mew make contact with Maddie, I know that you had said that it was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember specifically, you said he dropped a shoulder, right? You mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see specifically what happens?
I could not see, but putting puzzle pieces together, yes, I could tell that he had punched her.
Okay, so you didn't see the punch, you just believe based on reasoning that that's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. When that happens, she's standing in front of him, right?
Correct.
She's standing in his face, correct?
Correct.
She's in his personal space, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember Riley standing next to her?
I honestly do not. I thought I was like right behind her the entire time.
When you say her, I'm sorry.
Riley, I thought Riley was like right in front of me the entire time. I do not remember Riley being so close.
Okay, but having watched the video now, you know that your recollection from your memory isn't correct.
That is correct.
All right. So now do you know that Riley's standing next to Madison?
I do.
Okay. And
They didn't ask her about her age, but she's been married, so at least 18.
you don't see this punch in particular or this movement, but you see you see Madison do what?
She had, again, her back was facing me, and then all of a sudden I saw her turn, but it was leading with her head. So her head had turned, so I saw the right side of her face, and then her body had followed, and then she had stumbled down to her knees, and she got back up and then started running. I believe it was her and Gabby that started running back to Q and Sheena.
You described Mr. Mew in your original statement to investigator Schultz as you described him as standing over her. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
After you say she goes down.
Yeah. I would still stand by that.
So you would say that you see her head move.
Mhm.
She goes down to a knee or goes down.
Mhm.
Does he move toward her?
Oh, I wouldn't say he necessarily moves towards her, but he definitely just stood above her.
And how?
Oh, I was just gonna say she didn't get like launched. She literally just kind of did like a little 180 and fell down right where she was standing.
Okay. If you remember, I'll ask it to you two ways. From your memory, do you remember that she was holding a drink at the time?
I didn't. I know that she was holding stuff, but I could not tell you what she was holding.
Okay. And how long, in terms of time, passes from, this is your memory. How long passes from the time that you see her make her movement and go down until Dante gets involved?
Oh, that was like a second.
Okay. And do you agree you've watched the video?
Yes.
Do you agree on the video, it doesn't show Madison falling down or going down, right?
No, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree that what you've seen on the video, she doesn't drop her drink either, right?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. And she's holding, I don't know if you remember this, she's holding not only a drink, but a vape in her hand as well, right?
Okay.
Okay. Those things don't fall, right?
Correct.
Even though she falls, they stay in her hand, right?
Correct.
And her cell phone, do you remember her cell phone is like up in her swimsuit?
But I don't recall, but not surprised.
Okay. And do you remember on the video, her cell phone doesn't fall either, right?
To people who are talking about, we never see this punch. This is because when this happened, the camera is facing the other way. And he turns it when everything kicks off. And I don't think we would be able to hear a splash.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Now, do you ever see her being Madison? Do you ever see her stop and pick up her sunglasses?
No, that wasn't anything that I paid. No.
Okay. Prior to Madison getting in Mr. Mew's personal space and in his face, you don't see him being aggressive. True?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct. He said nothing at all that I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but the way he was standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13 people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, to me, he seems very uncomfortable.
Based on what you saw, now I know that you said you didn't see Mr. Mew being aggressive or saying anything. Based on what you said he looked like, were you fearful of him?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Um,
Chrissy.
You then say that you see Dante strike Mr. Mew, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe from your memory that Mr. Mew goes down. Yes?
Yes.
And then Mr. Mew stands back up.
Correct.
And then you believe that Mr. Mew punches Dante.
Correct.
Okay. Then you believe that Dante punched Mr. Mew again and knocked him into the water again, right?
Correct.
You know that's not true after watching the video, right?
I do.
Yeah, they want to go with the demonic angle.
So can I ask you this? You had mentioned that you were fearful based on the way that Mr. Mew looked, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at that point, you've already said there's 13 people around Mr. Mew, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're in his face, some of them.
I would.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Again, members of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence. Rely on what the witness says, not what the lawyers say.
You've testified that at least Madison Cohen's in his face.
Correct.
She has people next to her and around her, right?
Correct.
They're clearly supporting her, right?
Correct.
He's alone,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
yes?
Correct.
She's yelled at him, swore at him, and she's, as you say, she's screaming at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. Reasonable that he's in fear as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you see AJ Martin come in after Mr. Mew is punched in the face? Do you see him shove Mr. Mew from behind?
I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not see it.
Okay. You know after watching the video that's what happened though, right?
I do know that, yes.
And you did or did not see when Mr. Martin, I know you said you didn't see Mr. Martin shove him. Did you see Dante come up and strike Mr. Mew in the face for the third time? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Okay. But you know from the video that's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by investigator Schultz, when the suspect was stabbing people, what were those people doing? And your answer was, nobody was touching him, right?
I believe that was my answer. Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you know that's not true though, right?
Obviously. Yes.
You know from watching the video that everyone that we can see on the video that's injured had put their hands on Mr. Mew, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's again mischaracterization.
I'll say the same thing. Jury, you are the judges of the facts. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
You know that from watching the video, right?
I know that Tony did not touch him in a violent way, but that is correct.
Okay. And you didn't put your hands on him at all, right?
I did not.
And nothing happened to you, right?
The way he was looking at me and the way he was starting to step towards me, it is all speculation, but I was 1,000% sure I was going to get a knife in the back as I was running away with Riley.
Did you get a knife?
I obviously did not.
Did he touch you in any way?
No, he did not.
And you also agree that you told police that your group had formed kind of a semicircle around him. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you stand by that. True?
I do.
Okay. Did you, at the time you gave your statement to police, did you view Madison Cohen as kind of the peacekeeper here?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you said that she was there to mellow things out, right?
Again, that was just a very poor choice of words. But yeah, I remember saying that. Sorry.
Because it was actually the opposite, right?
Objection, Your Honor, this is material we covered, asked and answered.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Do you have a specific recollection of seeing Riley get stabbed from your memory?
I remember seeing the knife exiting her body.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of what Riley was doing prior to that?
Prior to that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do you mean like moments before the knife
Correct.
entered? She was just standing there from my recollection.
You don't have a recollection of her moving toward Mr. Mew?
No, I do not.
Okay. You do or do not
When you
have a
say-
recollection of seeing
I think he should. He must.
Isaac Schumann?
I do not know.
So, and when you say you don't have a recollection of seeing the interaction that he had with Mr. Mew?
That is correct.
Okay.
Not a word.
Thank you, Ms. Duxbury.
Mr. Smestad?
Sorry.
It's okay. Mr. Smestad, do you have any more questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, now, Ms. Duxbury, you may
Thank you.
get up and leave. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next.
Call Andrea Baldazo.
Is it Baldazo with a B?
Baldazo.
Well, he's been in America for 39
Ms.
years.
Baldazo, would you please come forward? Keep coming. There you go. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Same.
Andrea Baldazo, B-A-L,
Put in on the Apple River.
What?
where we put in.
Yeah, we're at some point.
Andrea Baldazo,
The truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Same.
Andrea Baldazo, B-A-L,
Put in on the Apple River.
where we put in
Yeah, we're at some point as you're floating down the river, you become involved with an incident where some folks.
on the river's edge.
What the hell is happening now? Sorry, I will try and look for another feed that doesn't F up.
It was so slow, I was trying to run fast, but the water was too thick. So then I ended up kind of falling forward and army crawling across to him. And when I got up, there was, I think it was 2 to.
Just going to go back to a start.
Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Andrea Baldazo, B-A-L-D-A-Z-O.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where do you work?
Fairview Lakes in Wyoming,
What town do you live in?
Forest Lake.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing on that day?
My family and I had gone boating tubing on the Apple River.
Do you recall where you put in on the Apple River?
Where we put in,
Yeah, where
the
you
river's
said-
edge is where we parked and we got in there.
All right. Who were you with, generally speaking?
My husband, my 3 children that are teenagers, a group of friends with us and my husband's cousin.
Were you folks having drinks?
Yes,
Did you specifically have some alcoholic
I
drinks?
did.
Do you remember how many?
I think it was 2 to 3. I had 2 White Claws and I think I had a sip of Shelley's Cayman Jacks.
Do you think you were impaired?
Buzzed, not drunk.
All right. At some point, as you're floating down the river, did you become involved with an incident where some folks have been injured?
Yes.
Tell us how that started.
We had grouped our tubes together. We had tied them together. And so I ended up kind of on the back end and I was floating down the river backwards. And my husband said, those people are having a good time or they're having quite a party, something along those lines. And I turned my head to the right and I could see one person laying down on the river's edge and another person further down, and people were, what I had thought was laughing, but turned into screaming, yelling.
What did you do when you saw?
I knew somebody was hurt, and so I jumped off the raft and ran across the, well, kind of, it was so slow, I was trying to run fast, but the water was too thick, so then I ended up kind of falling forward and army crawling across to him. And when I got up, there was a blonde boy.
Did you know who that boy was? Did you find out later who it was?
Yes,
Who was it?
Isaac.
Did you approach Isaac?
I did.
Where was he located by the time you got to him?
He was on the bank, kind of with his right arm in the lake or in the whatever the river. There was a kind of a copse of trees right before where he was laying, and kind of up into the edge there. And then a little further down, there was somebody else sitting. I thought was sitting.
By somebody else, do you mean somebody else?
Like another somebody hurt.
Did you focus your attention on Isaac?
I did.
When you arrived to where Isaac was, did your nurse training kick in?
Yes. So he was lying on his back. His eyes were open but not blinking. He was not breathing. So I started chest compressions right away and continued that for a long time.
Did you make a primary assessment of his wound?
I saw that there was a large cut. At first, I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut.
Where was it located on his body?
On his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
Right. So what?
I asked.
She didn't know it was a stabbing situation. She thought he's something, but no, you don't start pumping if there's. You need to seal the lungs before you go apeshit.
I was doing compressions, and people were screaming and it was making me lose count. So I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but
That's how you do it.
I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point. So I asked to turn the kid up front to turn his head, which he did. And the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes. And I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
By rig, do you mean, what do you mean?
Ambulance.
Do you have an idea now, as you sit here, how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't. It felt like forever. I mean, we were going and going round after round. Other people were performing compressions. We were singing Baby Shark to keep people on the rhythm.
Or you were taking turns giving it?
Yeah. And at some point, when somebody had taken over a round of compressions for me, I got up and went to check, walked just a few steps further down the river to check the other victim, but it looked to me like they were up and speaking and conscious. So I went back to Isaac because he was not.
Do you have experience dealing with trauma cases?
Yes.
At the hospital where you work, are you involved in trauma care?
I'm primarily a med-surg nurse, but I do float down to the emergency room and involved in code situations.
What's a med-surg nurse?
Med-surg, it's a medical surgical floor, so typically we have post-op patients, anybody from pancreatitis to just a little bit of everything.
Eventually, did law enforcement and EMTs arrive?
Yes,
Were you still with Isaac at that point?
yes.
Was he taken off the river?
Hey, all the Mo Raiders. Welcome, welcome. This is day 4 in the Nikolai Mew trial. Is it self-defense or did he just go stabulating a lot of teens because they called him a PDF file? This is the nurse who attended the guy who isn't here anymore.
Yes.
Did you see any of the altercation prior to you giving care to Isaac?
I did not.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No.
Oh,
Hey, Greedy.
so when you testified earlier that your husband had alerted you that he thought there was some kind of party going on, do
Mhm.
you know whereabouts in the river you were?
Water pot.
So where Isaac was laying just a little bit further, I guess if I'm looking at Isaac laying on the ground and the second person was a little further down, just a little further up where those roots and branches that I thought somebody had gotten stuck on.
Were you near the bend in the river in that location, if you remember?
I don't remember a bend. I mean, the whole thing is windy, so, yeah, I mean, I could
Understood.
show you on a map or a picture.
We do have a.
Hello, all Mo Raiders. If you didn't hear my first hello, welcome, welcome. Day 4, Isaac Mew, Nikolai Mew trial. Did he go crazy or
Yes.
did the kids provoke
I'm
him?
going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 25A.
To talk about how bad it was with the kid.
Recognize this?
Yes,
It's
Tell us what it is.
emotion thing.
the Apple River,
You indicated you started at River's Edge.
correct. So we came down this way. I would have been right here. We came around.
Yeah, let me do it this way. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So we were floating this way, and I guess, yes, then we must have just come around a little bend because I'm guessing that copse of trees was right here. And so I was floating backwards and it was on my right.
And you pointed at the area on the exhibit that says incident location.
Correct.
So your testimony, you were coming
Oh,
around.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is the river. That's the highway. So,
Coming around that bend.
yeah, this bend. I'm sorry.
2
This
weeks.
is the end down here and this is the start. Would you have been going this way? I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know which way the river goes. Oh, so yeah, so this is the start and this is the exit.
Right.
Yep. So we would have come down this way, and I would have been going backwards here, and it was on my right.
I don't think a nurse can declare people dead in Denmark either. I think you have to have a doctor do it. He walked back to his own party. They continued on. So yeah, fleeing, no, but left the scene.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Trofficy?
Oh,
I just have a couple questions for you, man. I think you said that you were tubing with your family, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your husband was with you, is that right?
Correct.
And your group, or you and your husband and your children, your husband brought a knife, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what was that? What was that for?
We bring paracord with us when we go tubing. So if we don't bring paracord, we'll use the twine at the river's edge, and we pull our tubes together to carry our coolers, our food, just kind of generally keep the group together because it's a bigger group when we go.
Okay,
come in.
And he uses the knife to cut that. paracord. Apologies.
That's okay. And do you remember, or can you describe the knife that your husband had?
It was a flip one, where you flip it open and it locks into place, and then you move the lever and it relocks.
Okay.
And it had a clip on it.
If I said to you, it's kind of like a pocket knife that is closed, and then you can take the blade and you can open and lock the blade. Is that fair?
Correct.
And only answer this if you know. Your husband followed you after you jumped off your tube to run over to see what was going on or to render aid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your husband pulled out his knife?
I don't.
Have you talked to your husband about the case or about the incident?
Previous, but we were asked not to speak about it later, so we didn't. But we've talked about it off and on over the years prior to this.
Okay. Do you know that your husband's knife was lost?
I did after.
Okay.
I found out after that it had been lost.
Do you know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. His knife was lost near the incident, right?
I don't know at what point it was lost.
Okay.
He is, I don't know.
Okay. Do you, your statement talks about that your husband picked up a snorkel. Did you see that?
I saw him pick it up, yes.
Okay. When he picked it up, did you see a confrontation happen then?
When he picked it up,
Or shortly thereafter? When I say confrontation, did you see people starting to yell or confront your husband about picking that up?
no.
No? Okay.
No, just that other people had a knife at
Did you
this.
see your husband give that snorkel to the police?
No, he picked it up out of the river after Isaac was going, and it was just like a clear white plastic mask. And then I don't know what he did with it afterwards. I don't know if he dropped it. I don't know if he gave it to somebody.
That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Mr. Smestad, do you have any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Baldazo.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Sean Bird have found the exact
Witness
moment
coordinator in back will tell you where to go next.
when they saw him being demonic. This is literally in the video Sean Bird saw. Oh, rest complete. But this was in the video. We all saw that. I hate it when they're going with the, yeah, he looked demonic. No, he didn't. We all saw the video. He looked dazzled, scared. Sean Bird, it's in the slowed down version. You can see it better. But they forgot to turn the court audio off again when they went on break. She was the second witness we had. We had Duxbury, who was with Group 2, and she claimed she didn't really see anything because she was vertically impaired. I'm just going to turn this down while they're just talking. She was vertically impaired, so she didn't really see anything, but she saw Madison maybe being punched and Madison go down. Everyone else said she didn't go down. She saw Nick get punched, then he punched back, and then he got punched some more. But now, after she watched the video, she knows a lot of her memories isn't right. Riley assaulted him before she got and she tried to get Riley away. She never heard Q talking about, that's the dad in group 2, talk to Dante and AJ to go help out. Madison wasn't a peacemaker. She was up in his face. She claims Dante was there first. Dante clearly wasn't first, according to the video. They just ran up there without any information, wanting to build a wall between the two groups. The other troopers, or the young boys, were taunting him. Maddie goes down, and then Mew stands over her, but we've seen that from the video. He gets knocked over right after, so that doesn't add up again. Never saw Mew as aggressive, but he looked demonic. She was fearful of Mew. Didn't see AJ push him down, but he did it after watching the video. Tony wasn't violent. Mew never touched her. Madison wasn't a peacekeeper. And then we had this lady, the nurse, Baldazo. She was buzzed, not drunk. She heard something sounding like laughter, but turned into screaming. Went over to Isaac. He was not breathing. She started chest compression, felt like forever, had no other involvement. And yeah, her husband had a knife too, and he lost it at some point, and saw her husband pick up a snorkel. Kind of like a nothing burger, to say it bluntly. Other than, of course, that she saw him, and she was put in there to, one, touch the fields, but also give a medical explanation of what happened. Kinda. You just watched the video on Discord. I'd say it's self-defense. He didn't start anything until he was assaulted. No, but that's the big problem. You're never doing a trial by the law. You're always doing a trial by the jury. Will the jury see these two girls who both are pushing him before anything goes down, which, according to the law, is assault? And he fends for himself. He punches her. He pushes her. We don't know what happens. We see there's some, because the camera is turned away. Then it goes back, and everyone is swarming him. He gets slapped at least 3 times, pushed down. Then he comes up and does the motions. Everything takes 23 seconds, but we have seen it slowed down so much, you should think it was just about as long as the extended version of Lord of the Rings. But the problem is, and I really hope that this defense will close and say, from the initial attack by Madison, where you can see her punched, 4, 5, 6 people have their hands on him. When there's air around him, he shows constraint and stops. This girl saying, "Oh, I thought he was going to go after me and me in the back." No, he never steps towards anyone who's not stepping towards him. And then show the video how fast it goes. This is 23 or 25 seconds. This is all the time it took. That would be what I would do. Yeah, but she said his eyes were demonic. He was just standing there. He didn't say anything. He seemed demonic. That's the word she used. And of course, that's her interpretation. Well, I don't really know at what point she thought he was demonic. But I put he looked demonic on the table because I have this table of phrases we have heard. But if that comes back, because someone said they have changed their approach from the state. So let's see what it is. Anyone want to bring up a still shots of the cackling scenes or the screeching Madison and characterize those faces? Yeah, again, it's how it's presented. Riley got what she deserved. No, none of this should have happened. All of these people should have been smarter, in my opinion. Oh, send me some money, Biden. Hey, Lefty. Do you have the suasion? Oh, that was a bit. I don't grift. Usually means I can start watching when done working for the. Oh, I do have the. All YouTubers say we have the best chat, but I'm the one who's not lying. What would be appropriate punishment, Baker, from what you've seen? To me, it's clear self-defense. He is swarmed by a bigger group. He has tried to escape. So the proper punishment would be Hasala Taco, see you, bye. Yeah, I know Mark Richards said, and we saw that in the New Hampshire pew-pewing. I think it hurt the case he didn't take the stand. He thought they found the lost phone. Yeah, that's why he walked up there. He looks scared. And again, we're doing body language interpretation right now too. So, and you know, body language, astrology, jury, magic, it's all fake.
We are back in session. 14 jurors are present. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Mew. We are ready to continue.
I still think an argument can be made that he didn't try to leave once he turned around. But you can't make an argument that he didn't try to leave the initial contact. Can we agree on that one? They went to him. And he wasn't involved with the people assaulting him. They came to him. He did try to walk away from the boys. At least let us agree on that one.
Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
State calls Terry Anderson.
Crime Spies will be my in-court reporter tomorrow then. Grazie mille.
Mr. Anderson, please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name for the record?
Terry Anderson,
And is Anderson EN or ON?
Eon.
And how are you employed?
I'm the emergency communications manager for the county
How long have you been in that role?
since 2007.
And what are your duties?
Managing the 911 center, making sure all the equipment operates, making sure it's staffed, and control, shouldn't say control them, but managing the audio logging of all the radio and phone audio.
So you're
And this
also
is
the
to bring in
custodian of
all the
records there.
911
Correct.
calls.
And our 911 calls, dispatch logs, are those maintained in the regular course of
I have to go blow my nose. I'll be right
dispatch?
back.
Yes, they are.
Were you asked to retrieve 911 calls in the dispatch log for this case?
I was.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 40. You identify what that is?
This is the log from the 911 system of all the phone calls that came in during that time frame.
And what was the time of the first 911 call?
15:47, which is 3:47 p.m.
So is that accurate, what I wrote up there?
It is.
And Exhibit 40, does that have some handwriting on it?
Yes,
Is that your handwriting?
it is.
What are you identifying or indicating, or what's the handwriting indicate?
That is the referencing the records management system, reversing that phone number as to the name of the person that's related to that phone number.
And so who was the name of the person for that first 911 call?
Gabriella.
Kaz-
Yes,
Kazray Nazimpour?
yes.
And can you go through the names of the other callers that or
Hey, Jamie.
owners of the numbers that you identified that called into 911?
Ashley Straker,
Hi,
Emma
Hi.
Alexander, Matt
I have a few
Coleman,
minutes before my other meeting, so I'm here.
Ashley Straker, Titania Lava, Madison Cole, Ashley Straker, Titania, Eric Williams, and I believe the last one was a subject, Takano from Minneapolis PD.
And it looks like Eric Williams called a couple times.
Correct.
So I want to direct you to a specific call. The call from Tatiana Leva at 15:48:52. Do you see that one?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 63. Is that phone call, 911 call from Tatiana on that flash drive?
It is.
And have you listened to that?
I have.
Did you initial that flash drive when you listened to it?
I did.
I move to admit Exhibit 63.
The objection? 63 is received.
So now we're going to hear all the 911 calls of screaming people.
May I approach?
Yes.
Anything that's been marked as Exhibit 14. Are the rest of the 911 calls, or are all the 911 calls on that exhibit?
Yes,
Does it also have digital versions of the dispatch log?
it does.
So I move to admit Exhibit 14.
Any objection? All right, 14 is received.
Also Exhibit 40.
Any objection to 40?
40 on the, oh, no objection.
Can we approach actually quick?
Yes.
Another sidebar.
Why do we have to listen to all the calls? We know.
Because you know why.
I know.
Received.
Judge, I'd move to publish a portion of Exhibit 63.
Yes.
This is so slow moving today.
I know.
And
I was half
after
listening.
spending 5 hours in court, I need a little. Come on. That's
Well, it's this prosecutor. He's the worst.
yeah. And we're back at live.
Like nothing prepared.
Timestamp is 1:20.
It was a nice Okay, so we're on the river. Do you know where the man with the knife is? And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends. Do you know where the man with the knife is? Okay. Everybody, calm down.
Box at 138, Judge, I'm just gonna play the whole thing from the start.
Yeah, help! Help! What the hell? ¡Mira la niña! ¡Tú ves a la niña que está! ¡Siéntate la bolsa! ¡Tiene sangre! ¡Oye, que se sienta! ¡Mira, estoy aquí! St. County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Hello, St. County 911. Oye, habla español, estamos en el río, aquí. Hasta el río y muchos niños están heridos con cuchillos, no sé.
Irish, can you
I
fix
know.
this?
At first, I just thought it was somebody screaming and I couldn't understand them. And then I realized they were speaking Spanish. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Thank you so much, M. Young, for the 5 gifted to Broadmill, Erin, Nick Starrow, Ilsa Fletcher, and JD Fan. Welcome, all of you, to the Muffin Tops.
No sé, eso está feo aquí, en Wisconsin, a terrible. Oye, mira, policía, dale. Ma'am, are you on the water? I don't know what happened. You need to talk to me. Yeah, but calm down. Somebody's got to talk to me. We're at River's Edge. Was somebody stabbed? Is that what you're calling about? I don't know what happened. Somebody pulled a knife. Okay, so we're on the river. Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Yes. Only witnesses are allowed to testify without camera or sound, Chelsea. The guy with the girlfriend who had an attitude yesterday tried to do the same, but because he isn't a victim, he wasn't allowed to do it.
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends. Do you know where the man with the knife is? Okay. Everybody calm down. We're fine. We're fine. Can somebody tell me where the man with the knife is, please? Okay, so we're on River's Edge, on the river. Someone pulled a knife on our friend. So our friend has a knife because we used it for the rope. Someone take I don't even know. I have no idea what happened. Okay, do you know where the person with the knife is? The person that stabbed another individual, do you know where they went? Oh my God, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, we have people help. Started your way, okay? Thank you. Okay.
What?
So she has no idea what's going on. Okay. Well,
Someone pulled a knife.
Search officer?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Anderson. So, in the job, tell me if this is fair, the job of the people that you kind of supervise is to try to get as much information as possible about kind of what's happening.
Correct,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in your experience, sometimes you get calls like this where people are just yelling and screaming, and it's difficult for the dispatcher to really get any information about what's going on. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And can be for various reasons that's happening, but in this particular case, is it, I don't know if you can answer this question. At one point, the dispatcher says, we've got people coming, and then I think says that and then kind of disconnects the call. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are they, if you know, are they trained to try to keep people on the phone, to disconnect calls, depending on the circumstances? How does that normally work?
Depends on the circumstances. In this case, there was numerous 911 calls, so the dispatchers were triaging, trying to gather the most pertinent information, the best information they could. And if they weren't getting any more information, they had to move on to the next call because there were other 911 lines ringing.
Sure. And it sounds like, at least from the information we have, there had been previous 911 calls about this incident. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down.
So they disconnected the call because they didn't get any information. That's kind of what he said.
Yeah.
And we're
Members
back
of the
live.
jury, we're going to take a short little recess. The good news is we're running ahead of schedule.
Thank
Next
you.
witness hasn't arrived yet. She'll be here at 9:30. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and then pick up the trial. Please take the jury out.
To be fair, did we learn anything from that? We learned that their guy had a knife too. We never heard that before.
Is that where the state was coming in and saying like he said that other people had
No, this is
knives?
group. She was a member of group 2.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like there was a
I don't know.
mention of other people having
I don't know.
knives, or someone said that.
Yeah, he claimed there was 2 other knives.
Mr. Anderson, you advanced your schedule of witnesses.
Yes, so we've actually, a lot of witnesses that we had scheduled for Monday, we're having them come in now. Friday,
Oh, good.
honestly, I don't think we'll take the full day with the Spanish speakers either, so we'll call in more net witnesses from next week for Friday.
Could we make all the redundant
There's
witnesses
a good chance
not
we'll
the
rest
witness?
on Monday, maybe Tuesday, but that's what it's looking like right now.
Okay. Is that going to interfere with the defense schedule if you have one?
No, the one, we don't know exactly how many of the Spanish-speaking witnesses the state intends to call. Depending on who they call, we may call the other.
He was in a group with a lot of Spanish people,
I know
Hispanic.
There's an interpreter on Friday. I know that it's unusual to take witnesses out of order, but if there's an interpreter here, it would be our request, and we can discuss it maybe more over lunch, or it would be our request that the defense be allowed to call those other Spanish-speaking witnesses on that day.
There was no translation done because what the jury hear, you hear. We are watching the direct live feed from the courtroom, so everything presented in court is what we get. There was no translation, so we are lucky that we have Betsy and Irish who can translate for us, because
Right.
no one translated that part of it in court.
Out of order, or we ask the court to help us to make arrangements for an interpreter.
Who's Pete?
I know we talked about this before, and before we were under the impression that they were going to call them all. So, and I don't know when they're going to end. So, I appreciate that this may be a problem that I contributed to making, but I'm trying to find a solution.
Well, why don't the attorneys talk, figure out a schedule with the interpreter? Because we are going to have an interpreter here, I believe, all day Friday.
Hey, Luna.
But if,
Hi, Luna.
I think the original plan was all day Friday for at least 4 witnesses that needed interpreter services. I'm assuming the clerk has
Yes.
the interpreters
I think
booked for the
3
entire day still.
people,
So please just verify that with the clerk of
I
court.
believe,
Make sure that
needed
we have
interpreters.
proper coverage, and then talk with one another about these witnesses, because it makes more sense to get them all done the same day. I don't know if we have an interpreter available to come back the following week.
Yeah, he's a
Talk amongst
mechanical
yourselves.
engineer. I
If you
think
got
he
an
has
issue,
2
Let
degrees.
me know, and then I can hopefully provide a solution. Okay.
What if he
All
had
right.
no knife? He might have
Short little
been
break, and we'll
killed.
get started once the witness arrives.
Yeah,
They
because like
they
I
are
don't.
there to talk about what they saw when he left their group and went to the other group, and what happened after. That's why they have there.
I mean, the way we saw things going, I don't think they were gonna stop beating him up.
No,
The only reason it stopped was because a knife came out.
yeah. It's Pete Rose. Yeah, he could have had a heart attack. He didn't have chest pains, but he had an heart operation the year before. If he had no knife, he would be dead, and the state would be charging the group using the exact opposite arguments. Yeah, and that's always what we see in self-defense cases. It's you're the one who is here, you get charged.
Yep.
That's just the rule of it. But did you catch any of the previous witnesses, Jamie, or did you work?
Yeah, I was trying to listen, but they were talking, so I couldn't hear. So
Stupid work. But again, nothing. I thought I saw something. When I saw the video, I found out I didn't see what I thought I saw.
yeah, I was gonna ask, what did that girl have to add? Anything?
Well, again, she didn't help the state's case because she said Madison wasn't a peacekeeper. Madison puts her hand on him. Madison, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Pete the Dragon. Could be Pete the Dragon.
Okay, so she was saying Madison was feisty.
Yeah, she was. The lady we had yesterday, the one who seemed like she was going to start fighting people. The pink-haired one. She said Madison was never in his personal space. This lady said, even though she was height impaired, that she was all up in his grill, and she put her hands on him. But she also said that Madison went down, and we know from the video that didn't happen. And that he stood over her. We know that didn't happen because he was knocked down the second he did something. We don't know what because there's no video of that. Did something to Madison. If it died, it'd been from pushing and him slipping. Nothing intentional. No, but push someone down and they drown.
Yeah, or
Doesn't matter. Still murder.
like you said, what if he like had a heart attack while they were beating him up in the middle of all that, and then he died? I mean, I don't think they were going. I'm not saying that they were gonna keep doing it until he was not breathing any longer. I'm just saying it didn't look like they were gonna stop anytime soon. They probably thought they'd just give him a good beating, but anything could happen.
Yeah, because when he tries to get up, they're pushing on him, and you have the guy who comes up, the one who's opened up from his groin to his chest. He grabs him around the neck. And that's. But will the jury see that, or will they see the still photos of, oh, he comes up and he meticulously picks out his targets and do the stuff? Or will they remember it's 23 seconds and it's over? Yeah, I like the first witness too, Cappy, because she, instead of doing what the other witnesses seem to be doing, changing their statements to fit the video, she said, I thought it was this, but then I watched the video. To me, we talked about why I thought people were lying. And I say when they use the same phraseology, to me, that seems like lying, or indicates to me that they're lying. She admitted, I remembered one thing, and now I can see it wasn't correct. That's how human memory works. We fill out the gaps in our head. She could have been talking to Madison and said, yeah, he punched me in the face, so I fell down. And she didn't really see it because she was behind Dante, so she could think she saw it. We all have those imprinted memories from when we talked to a buddy who told the story, and you kind of think, "Oh, was I there or wasn't I there?" So I like that she was upfront that it couldn't have happened as she thought, because but again, it's her memory of it, and that's also shows you she has a high credibility level in my opinion, because she's willing to admit that I thought something, I changed my story. I don't change my story, but I can see it's not correct.
Yeah, for me, that would be, I would see that as, okay, cool. She's admitting it. She's not sitting there like those other witnesses and just, nope, this is how it is. Even though,
Yeah. Don't the defendants usually take the stand in a self-defense case?
most of the time they have to. I mean, just to prove the self-defense.
Well,
I've seen, at least the ones I've seen.
I've seen Rittenhouse was self-defense.
Well, and then we had,
Oh,
there was quite a few other ones I've
our-
seen. Yeah.
Our buddy in New Hampshire, I don't think I have had more self-defense cases than that. Oh, we had the girl in Atlanta. She took the stand too.
Yeah, she took the stand, and then I watched a couple trials myself that the Dean Cummings guy that shot that guy, yeah. Or
Yeah.
he
So
did, sorry.
again, and does it work when you take the stand? Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said you will hear from him. I just hope that they have him really, really well prepared.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, that's what the jury wants to hear. It is, I mean, your state of mind is coming into play. So,
yeah.
I don't know. They want to hear how you felt.
No, state hasn't rested yet, but they said their time schedule have moved up, so they will probably rest Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah. Which is nice.
To me, when he started yelling for the culture, I was just thinking, world star.
World. Yeah, if they're putting him on the stand, sure, if he's going to have him well prepped. I agree.
And that was Gates Grosskreutz. Yeah, and the football player, that's right, Mr. Rudolph. But we didn't cover it. I just seen it after. Yeah, but I think if you're claiming self-defense, you kind of need to go tell what you're because if you don't do it, it's just I don't know how many witnesses have we had so far. 5, 6 a day. So will probably be in the 20s when this day is over, maybe even in the 30s. And all of them are against him, so he needs to get up there and say, well, this had happened.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
Explain his side of things. Because, yeah, if he heard them saying something about a phone and that's the reason he walked over there, I don't know, like,
yeah,
just to clarify some of the events.
No, because it was turned over to the police. I don't know if the guy with the annoying girlfriend did it, because he said he was on Snapchat. Prepped or coached, yeah, but you know how it is. Kind of like in the Karen Reed's case, they was just telling them about Rule 17 was. They wasn't prepping them for the grand jury.
Well, no, he probably
That
just wants to go through his
was
story.
either Marissa or no, that was Marissa who gifted you a membership, JD.
All right, please be seated. All right, we are back on the record. Everyone is present and accounted for. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
John Ferell.
I know a Ferell. Maybe they are related.
Officer Ferell, please come forward.
police officer.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Why now? We're alive. Come on.
First aid or emergency response?
I do. I'm currently licensed as an emergency medical responder.
And were you working on
God, this
July
guy's
30th of
questioning.
2022?
Yes.
On that day were you dispatched to the Apple River stabbing?
I was.
What was the, if you recall, what was the initial information from dispatch?
Initial information was people stabbed on the river, possibly one dead. I believe it was 3 victims as we were responding to the scene.
And did you head immediately to the scene or did you have to go somewhere else first?
I had to grab a set of bolt cutters out of the PD garage, and then I went to the Sunrise Camp entry and had to cut the lock to get in, and then I went directly to the scene.
And is that the Sunrise Camp entry, is that private property?
Yeah.
And was that the best access to get to where the incident was reported to have happened?
Yeah, there's a road that you can get on off Sunrise Drive in Somerset, and then it'll take you back to where the scene was.
And is that a campground that's in operation or no?
No.
And the owner's given permission for law enforcement to use that when needed?
Yeah, we had spoken to him in the past about it.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on scene?
I was.
And how many officers, if you recall, arrived there originally?
I don't recall a specific number. I know as I was approaching the scene, I saw a Deputy Durand come down from the highway, and then Officer Stumo was behind me.
Yeah,
And there was
we knew it would
also
be.
another deputy that was behind me that was at the gate when I opened it.
And so can you kind of describe what the situation was when you got to the river?
Yeah, there was, I was being flagged down initially by people at the river bank. As I approached them, I saw one guy come out that was holding his side. It was later determined that he had a stab wound on his side. I was being directed down into the river where a female was sitting in a tube whilst bystanders were holding pressure on her left side. When I got down into the river, when I looked at her, I had noticed that I could see what I believed to be her bodily organs outside of her body. Deputy Durand and I worked with bystanders to get her out of the river. During that time, we were trying to determine what was going on. Where's the suspect? There's a lot of information coming in at once, a lot of people in one spot. We were able to get her out. The other person that was there that was stabbed came up as well. I retrieved the medical kit from my squad car, provided some medical equipment to the other officers before I went to the river, and then headed upriver to where the other victims were.
And while you were at the river, when you initially got there, were there still groups of tubers going down the river?
Yeah.
And was there a good crowd of tubers around also?
Yeah.
Did you know who was witnesses, who were just bystanders, or was it kind of just people everywhere?
There was people everywhere. I didn't know who was who. I mean,
one guy had his intestines out, but the lady we heard who was punched in the side had parts of her diaphragm out.
it was obvious to me who was injured, but other than that, I didn't know who witnesses were, suspects were, what anyone else's involvement was.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
We have heard from 2 of them. They didn't really notice it. We heard from his wife and we heard from his buddy, and they just moved on.
Body camera indicate the date and the time of the footage on the bottom of the screen?
It does.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Can you, what's been marked as exhibit 22, what's that labeled as?
Ferell BC video?
BC body cam?
Yes.
Judge, I move to publish portions of it, I'm going to skip around a little bit to not show some of the up close graphic parts.
So first, any objection to Exhibit 22? All right, received. Go ahead and publish the portions you wish to show.
Clickety, clickety.
I was on mute. Why did I get unmuted?
Because I muted you before, because you didn't do it. And then I took you off so you didn't get angry at me because I muted you.
Well, I started typing and I looked up, it was muted, so I just,
Oh, and
You know,
I'll ask
went
another
at it.
question. If we watch the first minute, would it just be you driving there?
Yeah.
We're going to start at 57 seconds, Judge. We're going to play to about the 5-minute mark.
I don't know.
This first
That's the
segment.
testimony.
I got a cutter.
A19 dispatch Q, call the on-call.
Cut the wrong side, of course. There. Slide. Good enough.
When you get an opportunity, if you want to have fire rescue, let them know.
Meet you up there.
And help with potential victims on the river, whatever they do to get access to that. KD 100 will be working on getting the investigators out. Check for sealing handles ready too. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's wrong. KD 30 dispatch sunrise access is open. Sunrise access? Correct. Open down to the river. That's what they need to do.
4502 dispatch should be on scene, just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
What's the time?
15:54:45, which is 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have the screen again, please? And 15:54 would be 3:54 p.m.
Yes.
Is that right, what I wrote up there?
Yes.
They're going to keep playing until about the 5-minute mark.
They're all down where? We're going to have to take the river down. We got someone who can't move. Yep, come on up. We got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please. Where'd the suspect go?
I don't know. No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed.
Okay.
And there's two down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you
Yep,
you
yep,
step
we're
in.
going,
It's shallow.
we're going.
It's shallow. Y'all can step in.
Just, we got one stabbing already up here.
Oh, they're better at taking off camera today.
One kid that walked by you is too.
Yep, we saw that.
Chase, you got a knife on you? Gotta go one more cut here. Keep holding back here.
I know you do. I know you don't.
You're doing good. Keep holding pressure. Okay. Look after it's overhead. I think we can just pick her up. She's got a dissertation here. Get this underneath the tube. Under the hose. She got guts.
We stopped at 452. And did you end up assisting to carry Riley out of the river?
Yes.
Where'd you bring her?
Just up to the paved road there by the squad cars.
What'd you do after that?
I retrieved the medical equipment from my squad car.
Empty.
Provided it to the officers who were tending to her, the other subject that was stabbed next to that was sitting next to my squad car, and then I headed into the river.
And we're going to play from about the 8-minute mark. 7:59 is the timestamp.
We have to get your butt up a little bit here.
EMS coming here.
Yep, yep. Way up. Yep, we're going. Okay. Ready, Chase?
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he still had a knife out. He was still stabbing people.
4502 dispatch. We just received information. Suspect still headed.
You can if you have a purpose to carry a knife, you can carry a knife. Other than that, no. There's a difference when it's more or less than 7 centimeters, which is, I believe, 3 inches. So if you're working or something, you can carry a knife, but or if you're going fishing, but I can't go to the shop right now with a knife in my pocket. Again, it's just to show a completeness of it.
The knife and heading upriver.
Please do, Stephen. Thank you. No, I can't carry a pocket knife. I think, yeah, maybe we can do that too. But again, if I go to a bar with a pocket knife, back in the day when they made the law, it was 7 days automatically in jail. No matter what your purpose, if you forgot your knife, it was 7 days in the slammer. Especially if you just went into a bar and drank a beer. Hey, Dog Daddy, welcome. Don't tape the screen, you were told the other day. And you can go tubing. I don't know what a funky hammer is.
(4502 dispatch). I'm just getting up to 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here.
Just make sure they know suspect's still large. We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay, all right. Seals. If you need a seal.
Yeah, I need just got to
It's everywhere. Okay, yep.
We stopped at 10:50. That first victim you stopped at and dropped off a chest seal.
Yeah.
Did you later learn that was AJ, or don't you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You know who that is up in the background there?
Which
on the bank to the right, that kind of obstructed by other people, but
the person that's being tended to medically and CPR is in progress. I don't remember his exact name, but I believe his first name was Isaac.
okay. What did you do after this point?
I went up to the group that was doing CPR on him, and then assisted with that.
Do you eventually assist getting people off the river?
Yeah, when paramedics arrived, they came up the river, then I assisted in getting him out of there.
How did you get Isaac off the river when you had to wade up like that?
Yeah, a backboard was placed on inner tubes and then floated down the river.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Prophecy?
Just briefly, sorry. So it appears initially you're in kind of responder.
Sarowski, find the microphone.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, I'm assuming you're training. You're not, I don't want to say you're not interested, but you're focused on kind of what's going on, and the investigation can kind of happen at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. At some point, your report indicates that you make it to the village park. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So from what we saw there in the times, how much later or how much time passes until you make it up to village park?
Oh, I don't know the exact time. It's not immediate. It's a significant time, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. And we heard on the tape that you're getting information as it's kind of coming in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you go to Village Park,
Yes, this is Sarowski from the Rittenhouse trial. And he hates microphones.
are you then starting to maybe switch over from emergency situation to kind of investigative situation? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you make contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you, or do you go up to him?
I had directed him out of the crowd to come talk to me. There was a group gathered together.
Okay. So did you have some information that he might have information?
I had information that the people in the group may have information, but as to who knew what and who was where, no, I didn't have that until I started talking to him.
Okay. And he had provided you at least some brief information about kind of what was going on, right?
That's a lot.
Okay. And he had provided you information that he was with Mr. Neal, right?
Yeah, in the same group, yes.
And he had provided you information as to kind of what Mr. Mew was doing
Yes.
previously, right?
Yes,
Okay. That he was looking for a phone, right?
that's correct.
At that point, do not take this as critical. At that point, you don't have any other information as to what had actually happened. Is that fair? What I mean by that is, I know you saw people that had been injured, but how they were injured, the circumstances surrounding that, you didn't have that information, right?
Some of the witnesses on the scene had mentioned stabbing, that's what had happened. But other than that, no.
Okay. And you locate tell me if this is fair, you locate various pieces of what may be physical evidence.
Yeah.
In your mind.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a shirt and a pair of swim goggles.
Yes.
Okay. Are the goggles like you would see, are they snorkel goggles or are they goggles like a swimmer who's competing?
I don't remember exactly what they were.
Okay. After your interview with Mr. Williams, and you're walking kind of the river, is that your involvement in the case?
Yeah, that's the involvement. Yeah, I was, well, I had been given a ride back, and that's when you said, when I assisted with finding the evidence in the river, the t-shirt, the goggles. So there's that space between Village Park and where the incident actually had occurred, where I initially responded to. So I had gone from there back to that spot, and that's when I assisted in that searching where I found the t-shirt, and the swim goggles.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So after that's done, your involvement in kind of what happened here has concluded. Is
Yeah.
that fair?
Yes.
So thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything else?
Nothing else.
All right,
He
Mr.
found-
Sergeant, you may step down.
He found a pair of goggles and a t-shirt. Why did we waste half an hour on this guy?
Who is the next witness?
Chase Durand.
I'm getting really annoyed about all these redundant witnesses that we don't really need. We had this guy didn't see anything that we didn't know about. People were hurt. I just don't understand why they want to drag it out. Is it because they don't feel they have a case, or?
Sergeant Durand, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
Chase Durand,
Can you spell your last name?
Durand,
What do you do for a living?
patrol sergeant with Sheriff's Office, St. Croix County.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
About 10 years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 5 years, I believe.
Can you briefly describe your training?
Yeah, but people wasn't even that frantic. She was stabbed. She was stabbed. Even the 911 call wasn't that frantic. That's why I don't get it. And the 911 call puts another knife at the scene, and the nurse puts another knife at the scene. I think it helped the defense because this guy lied to the police about seeing knives at the group. So, yeah. Come on.
To be a police officer?
Marissa,
Basic
can you
recruit
call
school,
court and ask them to up
720
the sound?
hours. And then attended several other FTO through the department, and then several other schools following that. SWAT school, boat patrol, several other trainings.
Do you have any EMT training?
Yes.
Was that included as part of your law enforcement training or something you did separately?
We receive a basic first responder level training in the academy, and then through our emergency response unit, we receive follow-on medical training from our tactical medics assigned to our unit, and have attended a 3-day trauma care training.
Were you working back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to the incident on the Apple River?
I did.
What information were you given in the initial call?
He sounds Canadian, doesn't he?
Aired to us from dispatch that there have been several people stabbed on the Apple River, and dispatch said it was near the 64 bridge in Somerset Township.
Where were you located when you first got called?
I was in the Holton area.
About how far away? About how far away?
9 miles.
Did you drive over to the area where the call in was coming from?
Yes, I responded emergent, and the area I'm familiar with, there's a private road underneath the bridge, with no off ramp on the highway there on 64. I parked up on top of the overpass and then went down the embankment to the river.
When you arrived, were there other officers on scene?
I first saw Officer Ferell or Sergeant Ferell from Somerset PD.
Do you remember any other officers you saw?
Once I got upriver, when we waded to the river, and then came across Officer Stumo at that location where the 2 victims were in the water still.
All right, so before you get into the river, did you get involved in some of the activities that were going on shore?
Yes. When I first arrived and made my way down the embankment, I came across, it was hectic and there was a lot of people near the bridge. There was one male subject who was able to walk, who had observed what looked like a stab wound. And then I was directed with Sergeant Ferell to to another female laying in her tube that had a wound to her left side. We used my soft stretcher with help of bystanders, to evacuate her out of the water up to the road, where I passed her off to another deputy arriving.
And after you did that, did you enter the river?
Yes.
At that point, had you been given any information as to who the suspect was or what they looked like?
Once I entered the water, people were yelling that it was a guy wearing scuba gear and he went back upriver.
You didn't have a physical description?
At that time, no.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time that you responded to the river?
I was. On my first arrival with the first 2 victims I came across, it wasn't recording. And then when I checked it going upriver, I had to open up, it was our old body cam system. I had to open up the phone app and activate it. It wasn't turning on with the button.
All right. So if I understand you, part of what you did isn't on your body cam?
Correct.
Would that have been the activities that you were involved in with Sergeant Ferell?
The initial response with the first 2 victims you located, and then once I entered the water to go upriver, that's when my body cam turned on.
Can I approach a witness, Sean?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what that is?
Flash drive.
And how's it labeled?
Durand evidence with 43 on the.
Does it say BC at the top?
All right. Durand BC video.
And BC stands for?
Body cam.
I'm going to ask move for admission of 43 and ask to publish.
Any objection to 43? Exhibit 43 is received. Go ahead and play.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to just give a warning that some of the images on this body cam are graphic, so anybody who may be concerned may want to leave.
So members of the jury, what you're about to see is difficult. It is evidence. You may consider it. Watch as much as you can. If you need to avert your eyes for a moment, you may. But I ask that you pay as close attention as you can.
No, you're the fact finders. You watch every bit of it.
Because this is evidence in the trial. Mr. Smithson.
We're going to start at the 29-second mark. We're ready.
He's still
vital.
Yep. Okay. What does you see who the suspect was? Yeah.
Okay. Have them hold it. He'll hold it. AJ, you hold my hand. Squeeze my hand, man. Squeeze my hand. You're doing so good, AJ. You're doing so good. So good. Squeeze my hand right now. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Right now. Right now. So good. So good. So good. Okay. You're right here. You're right here. We're right here with you, AJ. We're right here with you. You hear me?
29 to 19.
I know, AJ. I know, AJ. We're right here. All right.
Go after 19.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now?
You want to start looking for the suspect? I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear.
You're doing so good, AJ. AJ Martin, huh? What a good name, right?
47 to dispatch. We're doing CPR and one. 47 to CPR.
You guys see what happened? Who did it?
47 to dispatch. You know you're busy with.
You know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. He looks 5'9", 5'10" Russian looking guy.
He went
Russian.
somewhere over there.
What's he wearing?
Hey, you see him?
Hey!
I think they just went after him. I think he's up there. You get out of there.
Get out! Get out!
Hey, where you guys going? What? We need to know what it looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like?
I don't fucking know.
Hey, we got.
Was that the group 1 kids who was out looking for the MFer?
K9 coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole central. 36.
Was our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
10-4 believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, a quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4. Did he go off on the north or south bank?
Hey, Rick.
South bank. The cider cars are on.
Chase, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my squad up the road farther into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. Correction. Eric, just go to the woods. We need this EMS here. Get these people out of here.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. It was this one.
Can one of you hold his hand?
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road is you up along the riverbank. If you can get guys head that way, the road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold that there, okay? Just leave that there.
AJ, you hold on, okay?
10-4. You'll have to squeeze past their spots and stuff. Copy. I'll point that way.
Sorry, I don't like blood.
What the suspect wearing? Swim shorts, clothes?
Swim shirts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
A white t-shirt. I know, he had a t-shirt on for a flat belly.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29. Good. I'm just coming through the ridge.
That was hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
Hold what? Pressure.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8819 dispatch. Suspect information.
8819, go to suspect.
Being told a white male, swim shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife,
That's why I'm
possibly
a
50
B.
years old.
Thank you.
One person described him as Russian looking.
Do we have a color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, two of the friends of the person ran off into the woods and are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
Adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts with a knife, and two friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8019 dispatch.
8019.
Well, they have them contained under
Where'd
plastic,
the suspect go into the woods at?
I didn't see that.
but they took the plastic off.
We have a canine coming. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's gonna help,
And then he
but if
punched
it's gonna
one of the
help
girls in the
anybody,
face.
Okay.
if you wanna apply with another rag.
Well, I do, but I don't like to look at it.
One here, one
But
there.
it doesn't bother me when I'm in court watching it. This is my off time.
They don't know. No one knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I have these two trauma bandages. I got a tourniquet and some quick clot Z-fold.
His guts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on.
Here.
You know, 29, I don't know if that was fraud. We're just getting off at the 6. Where it is you need us?
I think 29 up the road here farther. Try to set up perimeter.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and start looking on that way. 10-4, we'll be up the highway.
Yeah.
26 dispatch, number you want to know, number 7. 26 routes.
Hold on to me, okay?
8019 to the dispatch.
You too?
8019.
Our two most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
He's Romanian. Migrated when he was 15.
8019 has two critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go to extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. One, no vitals. CPR in progress.
Maybe he didn't realize how bad it was.
10-40-19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
Maybe he was in shock.
Do we have any helicopters en route for?
We don't know.
Or Lifelink?
That's why he should need to stand and tell us.
Alternative. 2 helicopters this time. 8821 dispatch. About a tenth of a mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male suspect with a abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across his abdomen. And we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. Central 3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver. Leg stab, open abdomen, and a chest stab. CPR in progress. Hey, 1680-19.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know. State Patrol's helicopter was in the area of Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
The not sticking around and lying to the police will be big hurdles for the defense.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If Nurseman's available and see if Polk County can send some deputies on. 10 for Nurseman, cars, copy.
Sergeant Durand, were you able to watch that as we all watched it?
Yes.
At some point in your body cam, did you run up into the woods?
Yes.
What was that all about?
There was movement up in the woods, people yelling at somebody. I ran up there, determined those two people that were going to go try to find the suspect. I told them to come back due to us having a canine coming, not to mess up the scent for the dog, and then confuse the perimeter or any type of aerial drone or helicopter assets coming to assist searching.
Did you know who those folks were up in the woods that were looking for the suspect?
No.
Yes, Carlos, I could argue that,
Did you
but
see
it's a big
yourself
hurdle
on
to
your
overcome
body
for the
cam saying
jury.
that they were friends of the victims?
Yes, through the yelling in the crowd, I determined there was some type of relationship with the people.
But as of today, you don't know if they had any connection to these victims.
I don't know their exact connection.
And when you went up into the woods, you asked one of the people up there what the victim or the suspect looked like.
Yes.
And what was his response?
He didn't know.
So it appears that from your body cam, at least, you were coordinating the response to this incident.
Yes.
So part of your duties as a sergeant.
Yes, it is.
At the same time, were you trying to get any info you could gather about who did it?
Yes.
Again, what do the jury believe? Do the jury believe he was afraid and that's why he got away? Do the jury believe he did it in cold blood and just walked away, never talked about it with his friends? Do the jury believe? I don't know. Again, it's not about the law. It's about what the jury believes. And you can see when we have these discussions, all of us see something else.
And you were able to get some bits and pieces of that information?
Yeah,
Yes,
this will
there
be
was
the
a lot of
biggest problem
information
for the
being
defense.
thrown at me, or people yelling. But one person I had talked to, in a yellow shirt, had the most amount of information about the suspect.
Were you also in the process trying to set up a perimeter to make sure that the suspect didn't get away?
Yes.
At some point, did you call for a state patrol helicopter?
Yes, when I was in Holton, I saw that Minnesota's state patrol helicopter was over Stillwater prior to coming to the call.
Again, do they have, or do you just have to believe they did? Again, it's state of mind.
And what was the purpose of calling the state patrol?
Isaac is the one not here anymore.
Their air assets have thermal cameras. Wisconsin's airplanes do not.
Did the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter respond to the area?
I do not know.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shropsy?
Good morning, sir. You had indicated that on direct examination that you saw those, as you said, people that were friends with, I think you said friends with the victims who were up in the woods, right?
Yes.
And you asked them, now, they tell you what they're doing, right?
Yes.
They say to go find the motherfucker, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took that to, tell me if this is fair, you took that as they wanted to go see if they could locate where this person was, right?
I interpreted it as they're going to look for the suspect.
The way they said it, did it make you think that they were angry?
His
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
You say one of your tell me if this is fair. One of your concerns about them running up into the woods was that you were sending a canine, right?
Yes.
Was another one of your concerns what might happen if they run into him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you tell them to stop?
I asked them to come back. Yes. I don't remember my exact words said, but I asked them to not go into the woods.
Okay. And they tell you they're going to look for him, and then you come back down into the river, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that were up in the woods, did you see any of them with a weapon, a baseball bat?
No.
And you were initially told that this suspect was wearing, and I think you said scuba gear?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
I interpret it as some type of swim mask and unknown what past that, ranging from a snorkel and a mask to scuba tanks and that type of gear.
Okay. And it looked like to me the people that were some of the civilians that were tending to a person that we know as A.J. Martin told you that the suspect had gone up into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you describe that situation? I don't, you've been an officer for a while. Would you describe that as a pretty hectic situation?
Yes.
Right. And you're getting a lot of information kind of thrown at you at once. Is that fair also?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you're getting different descriptions of the suspect in scuba gear and and then he's got on shorts. So you're getting all kinds of things thrown at you. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Are you having some, I don't want to say difficulty, but are you trying to process what's happening in terms of the information you're getting?
I'm taking all information in that is being yelled by people in the water, bystanders, and disseminating out to the rest of the officers on scene and dispatch what seemed to be the most accurate information I was getting.
Okay, and in terms of making that determination as to what's the most accurate, what are you basing that information on in terms of what's true and what's not true?
People that said that they saw the actual event happen versus ones that saw the aftermath of what happened.
Okay, and so the people that are telling you what happened were, in your mind, the people that were near the people that were being tended to? Is that fair?
Some people
In your honor, no.
Overruled, you can answer.
some people that I had asked in passing by, they said they didn't see it actually happen. And then the people that were attending to and in the area, the man in the yellow shirt was giving me the most information that had detail.
Okay, and so those people that were giving you that information, that was the information that you were trying to relay out. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So then did you relay out that the suspect had run into the woods?
Yes.
Do you know now whether or not that's true?
I do not.
So they looked the wrong place because they were told he ran into the woods. Is that how? I have a very hard time hearing Zarowski's questions, but kind of feels like that's where he's going.
Just Mestad?
Sergeant, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Just Mestad? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Who's next? Last name again?
Levi Stumo, Stumo. We're making sure he's here.
Can we get caught up again?
Here in 5 minutes. Yeah.
How nice. Even with all the breaks, we're caught up again. My problem is I didn't really hear Zarowski I thought he started good, but he hates the microphone. Yeah, still, you smoke marijuana? Yes, please. That's still the best part of this trial. But am I? Is it just because I've been in court all day? I'm feeling. I'm feeling like today is just a slog that the witnesses haven't really. Now we're getting into the police officers. We didn't need most of this testimony. The nurse didn't need her. Duxbury couldn't see anything, misremembered everything. Am I just feeling like today is we're just kind of treading waters and they don't know what's going on? Yeah, the guy who saw him coming out of the bushes fully clad with long pants and a shirt. Yeah. Q was the one in the yellow shirt with some color on it. The one in the yellow shorts who was lying on the ground is AJ, his son. Sure of a C. No, he's Sarafsky. It's my channel. I make the names. I made Iris change her name. You really could not see it a lot on the video as well. No, it was just a guy with plastic on his stomach. Yeah, and the police, what could they tell us? The first guy, yeah, I saw injured people. We knew there was injured people. He didn't really go into what they did to them. Then we watched a long video. The most important part of that, I think, is that they had a misunderstanding that they had to go look for Mr. Mew in the woods, and that some of the teens were running around in the woods trying to do stuff to him. The very, very scared kids were in the woods trying to do stuff. But I just feel I just feel the other days they have been more upbeat. We have been, the witnesses have, it's more related to the case. Of course, I know you have to put in the 911 call so you can state at this time, and you have to say, well, this officer arrived, this officer arrived. I just feel like the state, when state provides 44 witnesses, they must go through their list and think, do we need all 44 witnesses? We have had, I think we have had anyone who survived from the scene has testified so far. And the biggest takeaway I've had from that was they were coached, or at least talked about their testimony. So far, people around the incident, none of them have provided anything. Mr. Anderson, the 911 operator, yeah, we put her, we disconnected because there was no information when she yelled. Yesterday, you had that guy, what's his name? T. Williams. He didn't hear, see anything, didn't do anything. They must have interviews with people beforehand, so you know what's coming up. Yeah, but the dad, he sent his boys because they were bartenders. No, one of them used to work at an elementary school. And one of them had, we couldn't find out what, but allegedly had 3 priors. And yeah, and that's why I started putting it on my whiteboard that they're using the same phraseology. Medina. So according to the officer, the guy with the yellow shirt was given most information. Yeah, he was the only guy he got information from, and that was Q. Q was the dad who sent his group over there to de-escalate, which meant that both Riley and Madison put their hands on Mr. Mew. And his two boys physically assaulted him violently. The other two, they put their hands on him. That's assault, I know. But the other two pushed him, slapped him. So maybe Mr. Q has a problem there if he sent his boy over and he doesn't get convicted. Yeah, the uncomfortable group, the people who could see, or the help group. There's a difference between preparing and witness tampering. The state gave them a script likely. Well, maybe they didn't do that, and maybe they just said, please, we are going to ask a lot about this, that, and the other. Maybe go and refresh your memory about that. Yeah, and all of them admitted to punching him. All of them admitted that Riley put her hands on him before anything happened. Madison, we don't know Madison's testimony because it's still under lock and key. I haven't seen anything about it. But Madison was the first person to touch him. He might have touched Juan's leg in the first encounter, but then in the second encounter where the two Mr. Mew and the boys are away from each other, Madison escalates again. And that's when everyone is saying, well, he could just have walked away. He did, because the initial encounter was the boys over here, and he walks around. Maybe I should do it in another color. In some way or fashion, come on, do it now. Do some more. Why won't you? Oh, because I didn't put it back. Sorry, I'm an idiot. You had the boys over here. That's the initial encounter. He comes over there, asks them about the phone, drops his snorkel, kind of walks in front of their raft. That's the 9-second video we see. The next video is Mr. Mew is kind of, oh, you can't see that. Mr. Mew is kind of standing over here. The boys are somewhere over here because the video is taped from this angle. And Madison and the Q group has come over to him, and it's away from the initial contact. So again, he did retreat. To me, that makes it self-defense that he did try to retreat. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Hola, ¿cómo está?
All right, please be seated. All right, we're back in session. Everyone is present and accounted for. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
I'm gonna grab me something to eat because
Mr. Stumo, please come
I didn't have
forward.
any lunch. I'll be right back.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Levi Stumo, Stumo.
And did you previously work for the Somerset Police Department?
Yes,
You employed by a different law enforcement agency currently?
yes,
So back in July, on the 30th of 22, were you dispatched to the stabbing on the Apple River?
yes,
Did you respond to that bridge area?
I did, yes.
And did you arrive with some other officers?
Yes,
Do you recall who they were?
Sergeant Ferell and another deputy.
And of the three of you, do you know who the first one to head upstream was, upriver?
Are you referring to after getting onto the river itself?
Yes.
I believe that was me.
And did you
Sounds so
have
bad.
body camera on at the time?
I did.
Have may I approach?
Yes.
This prosecutor is so ridiculous. How can you not ask like general foundation questions?
Stumo body camera.
To admit and publish portions.
All right, 42 is received. Go ahead and say the portions you wish to show.
I'll just do it. While I'm doing this, did you, after you were at the scene of the stabbings, did you go out to another location also?
Correct.
What was the second location?
The Village Park.
What'd you end up going there for?
To assist with apprehending the suspect if he was located at that location.
And Village Park, is that the exit for the tubers?
Correct.
All right. Can we have the screen? Looks. I'm on 1:54. If we would have watched earlier, it'd just be you driving to the scene.
That is correct.
Lady 100 will be working on getting the investigators out. 10 for Lady until ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. 10 for okay. Lady if they're did that trip. Dispatch Sunrise access is open. The Sunrise access.
While this is playing, is this that private
Correct.
road for an old campground?
Open down to the river.
Yes, it is.
10 for 1554. Follow through dispatch from the scene, just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
We have to take the river down.
He punched me in the face. I don't know what the fuck.
I got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
We're going to help.
We got a gentleman down there.
His guts are out in the fucking open.
Okay.
And I'm stopping at 3:30.
So she said she got punched in the face.
Mute the screen, please.
Let's see it.
Didn't you see it?
Yeah.
She still had a Britain in her hand. Yeah, you don't lose.
All right, I'm ready. I'm gonna play from 4:29.
You might be dead by now.
How far at?
Right there by the yellow shirt. Yellow shirt. Right there with the girl in all black. She's dead. Right over there.
One individual slit from here to his chest. All right. His guts are exposed. The other one is slit stabbed in the chest. One stab in the kidney.
3 down there? We got 3 individuals down the river. Significant stabbing.
The other person, their lung is popped.
Okay, how deep? Not deep? All right.
It's bleeding bad. The person's balls are out. He's about to lose consciousness.
All right.
They're doing CPR on the one who's going to right here. The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on this side. Right down there. Right there. Look, we're right next to each other.
All right, you want to help me out here?
I'm gonna pause at 5:36. That gentleman you just made contact with, did you have any idea who that was at the time?
I did not.
I just want to write down, look like 1557 on the bottom there.
Correct.
Multiple witnesses said the right side, one witness said the left side. But I hope they took pictures of it because a witness said that they took multiple pictures of it. Oh, we're back to the whiteboard. He's the
357, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to continue playing.
Where's the guy? Okay, where's the stabber?
Y'all got into it. That's our death is going to be off sunrise. Yeah.
Can't go fast.
Yes, he's walking really slow.
I'm pausing at.
Paul, I can't say why we need the same 3 videos of them walking up there. It has no evidential value other than her saying she was slapped in the face.
I don't have anything else.
What? What?
Sir, the video showed you getting out of the car, walking toward the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a blonde woman in a blue bathing suit, correct?
That is correct.
And you body cam captures her, correct?
Correct.
And as you know, body cams, you're absolutely able to like take a screenshot of that, correct?
Correct.
And on the body cam, the blonde girl in the blue swimsuit, her face is fully visible, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were you ever asked to take a screenshot to zoom in on her face?
No.
Did you ever do that?
No.
You aware if anybody else ever did that?
No.
Did you ever come back and have contact with that blonde woman in the blue swimsuit?
I don't believe so.
And again, there's a lot going on, correct?
That is correct.
She wasn't She didn't have any injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Had she had injuries that you observed, you probably either would have told somebody else, tended to it, or tried to document them in some way, correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're trained to do as a law enforcement officer, correct?
That is correct.
In that moment, again, I don't mean to imply I'm critical of you, just you didn't have any awareness that she had an injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe one, correct? You, at some point, and it's not on the video, it stopped, but if we continue on in the video, you move forward, continue up the river, is that right?
Correct.
And as you go up the river, you have contact with a couple.
Because he had a knife in his pants that he used to cut stuff up. His wife had asked him to bring a knife, which is normal when you're tubing because they are connected with some string. And after people start ganging up of him, he pulls out the knife.
A married couple who's
Very common
rendering,
to have knives on the river.
CPR aid to one of the people who
Yeah, we know at least 2 other people also wore knives that day.
injured, correct?
That is correct.
You've now come to know that that's Andrea and Robert Baldazo.
Correct.
At some point, did you see, you were speaking with them, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldazo?
Correct.
And did you observe him pick up a snorkel and or goggles?
I don't believe so.
Were you the one that collected those?
No.
Did he tell you about those?
No,
Did you make any observations of the snorkel or goggle?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldazo about his knife?
I did not.
You,
Nana, the easiest thing to do is go into my Discord and watch the video. That's instead of me explaining it, because it's 25 seconds and 9 seconds, and it's way easier to see than me explaining it to you. Because, yeah, they ganged up on him, was in his face, started punching him, pushing him.
want to ask you a little bit about the search for the suspect, okay?
Sure.
You heard different things, or let me take back. You were a part of that, correct?
Correct.
At some point, right?
No.
Correct.
At first, it was all about rendering aid, correct?
Yes.
Taking care of people's safety, right?
Yes.
And making sure you could secure the safety of everybody else, considering you didn't know what was going on, right?
Yes.
You at some point learned that there were
Officer.
citizens that were looking for the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you came to learn that at least one of those citizens had a bat, correct?
I apologize. Had a what?
Had a baseball bat.
I do not recall it this time.
Okay. When you were at Village Park, were you aware of that? You didn't remember that guy looking around for Mr. Mew with a bat?
I do not remember.
You certainly remember that there were non-law enforcement citizens that were looking for Mr. Mew, correct?
Correct.
And did you, you didn't know what their intent was, correct?
That is correct.
You, as a law enforcement officer, wanted to secure the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Both to keep everybody else safe from the suspect, correct?
Correct.
As well as to keep the suspect safe from everybody else, correct?
Yes.
You certainly don't want a lynch mob going after somebody, correct?
Correct.
And that was probably one of your concerns, is that the temperature on that river on that day at that time was extremely high and intense, right?
That is correct.
Lots of strong emotions, correct?
Yes.
And when you have and there were strong, intense emotions coming from numerous people, correct?
Yes.
And you, as a trained officer, were concerned about how those strong and intense emotions from numerous people could kind of escalate each other, correct?
No. I think it's probably Sasquatch.
You have concerns about the suspect's safety as well as everybody else's safety? Didn't say that. Did you help in eventually finding and handcuffing Mr. Mew, correct?
I assisted with the very end portion of that, I suppose. Yes,
And he was, fair to say, compliant with law enforcement's requests, correct?
correct,
He didn't resist in any way, correct?
correct.
At the time, I would imagine you didn't know whether he had a weapon or didn't have a weapon, correct?
That is correct.
I would imagine at some point, if you find out somebody has a weapon, that changes things from your standpoint, correct?
Correct.
Would it be, again, trying to summarize me quick, you're thankful that he didn't have a weapon when you had contact with him? Did he have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did he have a phone when you had contact with him?
I do not recall.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
When we're responding to this incident, what was your primary concern?
My primary concern was the victims on the river.
Stabbing victims?
That is correct.
Were you looking to see if other people had bruises or scratches or slight swelling or anything like that, or not paying attention to that kind of thing?
Only what was immediately directed to me.
So significant injuries?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Officer Stumo. You may step down.
No, it's been a really boring day. It's mostly police officer. You were at the scene, yeah. Did you see people injured? Yeah.
Who is the next witness?
And Celestial, I can't. It won't open. It takes too long to connect to it. So maybe if you can take a screenshot.
Deputy Trebian, please come forward.
Oh, we're gonna watch another stupid video.
Please face the
I
clerk.
know, come
Raise your right
on.
hand. She will administer the oath.
Do we
Please
need
have a seat in the
every
witness
cop
chair.
that was there that day?
Apparently.
Mr. Smestad.
We say your name for the
Does he have
record, please.
something on his
Deputy
head,
Benjamin
or is that his
Trebian, last
hair?
name Trebian.
And what do you do for a living?
Patrol deputy with St. Croix County,
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
about 4.5 years.
What are your general duties as a patrol officer?
Patrol, take calls, respond to calls.
Were you on duty back on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Were you one of the many officers that got dispatched to the stabbings on the Apple River in Somerset?
I was.
What was the information you were given initially?
I was given that there was multiple people that were stabbed on the river. I was sent a photo, was asked to respond to an area and set up a perimeter.
What was the photo you were sent?
Male, 50s, he was described as Russian, wearing camo swim trunks.
Who was supposedly the photo of?
Nikolai Mew, or the suspect in the stabbing.
Thank you. Were you given a specific assignment in relation to your response?
I was just tasked with responding to perimeter. I set up on near I and 170th and was moving there.
All right. At some point, did you get called away from where you were trying to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
And before we move on, when you say you're establishing a perimeter, what are you trying to do?
Just contain the suspect into a certain area.
At that point, had a suspect been located?
Not at that point.
At some point, you moved away from where you were assigned to establish a perimeter.
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I responded, we were advised that possible suspect was seen at the tubing exit. I responded to corner of Sunrise and Parent Street in Somerset, where I then ran down to the tubing exit.
Were other law enforcement officers there by the time you arrived?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Were you recording your actions at that time?
Yes.
We're gonna approach the witness, Judge. Deputy, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my body cam flash drive.
Is it labeled?
Yes.
So we're gonna watch another body cam where nothing
PC
happens.
video.
That's your name?
Yep.
All right, move for admission of 47 and that's the published.
Any objection to 47?
No, Judge.
It is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
Oh my God, you guys.
Being started.
Ow.
Oh, he's the arresting officer.
I'm sorry, yeah. No, I'm just being detained at this point, okay? Yes.
Finally, some content.
Dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. Believe we have him detained at the site.
No, no weapons or anything like that?
Number 36 has a possible suspect detained at 6049. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can start this. I got it. I'm coming up on across the bridge right now.
Like I said, you're just being detained at this point, okay, boss?
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches. Shorts.
What's your name? Nick. Nick what? Nick Mew. Okay. Taking the bring over my. What did he do?
This way.
Double lock at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
Isn't that like? Why are they showing him get arrested? I thought they keep
To
that
show
stuff up.
how he
It matches. Silver blockchain.
how he acted.
Same shorts.
Yes. So, let me double lock this quick. Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. Got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. Alright. So let's take a picture of that. Yeah, we're on his thumb.
Yeah.
Body cam,
Well,
or portion of your
sign me.
body cam from that day.
Yes.
But it's because they
when
want to
you
show how he
made
acted when he was
contact with
arrested.
Mr. Mew at the park,
It's good for him. He's not
his clothing
yelling and
matched what,
screaming,
his
going
clothing
crazy.
was in the photo you
But he's
were
also
sent.
seeming like a cold
In the
fish.
photo, he was just wearing shorts at the time. And the video there, he's wearing a camel button-down shirt. He's got glasses and a hat on.
When he was first detained, did you know for sure that he was the person you were looking for?
Not initially when I observed him, but once we pulled up the photos and confirmed the markings, then we did.
Did you have to remove his hat and his glasses to confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated in the body cam that he had some markings on his hands.
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Just cuts and nicks on knuckles and on his hands.
You take some pictures of those?
I did.
Yeah, that's why they asked his buddy yesterday if he was in and out of his shirt all day, and they said both his wife and his buddy said, "Yeah, we all did. Put on and put off shirts." Jamie's working. That's why she's not laughing, Flux.
Yes, you may.
Sheppy, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is?
Pictures of Mr. Mew's hands that I took.
How many pages?
2.
How many actual photographs?
2.
Is that what you described as the marks that were on his hands?
Yes.
Are those the photos you took that day?
Yes.
With permission of exhibit 48?
Any objection? 48 is received.
Ask for permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
I'll do it on the Elmo.
That was good, Flux.
No, that's working.
No, that's all I can picture.
Say for the record, that's page 1 of the exhibit. That's page 2. After Mr. Mew was taken into custody, did you have any more involvement in this case that day?
Once he was taken into custody, I then searched his person, didn't locate anything on his person. I also assisted.
All of them said the right fist. Rest of it, not really.
With canine search of the area of where the stabbing took place, and evidence collection at that point down by the river there.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
I want to ask you some questions of there at Village Park, okay?
Yep.
Village Park is where the exit is for the river, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much everyone who gets on the river gets off at Village Park, right?
Yes.
Today or on this day, there were some exceptions that
I was trying to look and I could see a little scratch on the knuckle, but he, as other people are saying, yeah, he was on a riverbed filled with all kinds of stuff.
people were diverted over to another place to exit, correct?
I don't recall if there was a secondary point to exit.
And I wasn't trying, like, there was an ambulance that came, people exited where the ambulance was.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
There was a small group of people that exited there. Fair to say?
Yes.
When I say small, it might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay. Were you there at that point where the bridge goes over, Highway 35, 64 goes over, and where they brought the people with injuries out? Were you there ever?
Not later after, with helping with evidence collection.
Okay, but not until, by that time, I would imagine the people that had exited in that place were essentially had gone. Fair to say?
No, but he was mostly.
You didn't observe them at least, correct?
I did not know.
You don't have a memory of it at least?
No.
So at the exit at the Village Park, you'd gotten a description of the man that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
And it was based upon this photo that somebody had provided and distributed around, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that photo may have also been distributed to some citizens, some non-law enforcement people, for all you knew, correct?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of that now?
No, not until you said that.
Okay. And in addition to the photo, you had somebody's physical description, correct?
Yes.
And when you get a physical description, you in that position, you have you rely on it, correct?
Yes.
It may or may not be accurate, right?
Potentially.
Yeah. It may or may not be helpful, correct?
Possibly.
You're not there to judge the accuracy of it. You got that information and you're going to process it for whatever value it's worth, right?
Correct.
So in this situation, somebody said he looks Russian, correct?
Correct.
What does a Russian look like?
Sustained.
Was that helpful to you in any manner?
Not particularly.
Okay. When you were there at the village park, do you gain knowledge that there was a man with a bat looking for Mr. Mew?
I remember hearing about that. Yes.
And in fact, that man with the bat had confronted Mr. Mew just before the arrest, as far as you know. Is that right?
Objection, foundation. Sustained.
Do you know?
I do not recall if he ever approached him.
Okay. Were the handcuffs placed on Mr. Mew?
I did not place handcuffs, but I was there. Yes.
Somebody else placed the handcuffs on him?
Yes.
Their other set?
I'm sorry. What can you
Somebody else's set of handcuffs were put on Mr. Mew?
Yes.
At some point, were you there to see that pair of handcuffs taken off and another pair of handcuffs put on him?
Yes.
And during that exchange, from Mr. Mew's one set of handcuffs being taken on to another set of handcuffs being taken on, do you remember the talk at that point in the presence of Mr. Mew about there's a guy looking for walking around with a bat? Do you remember that?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what we were talking about at that time, but
Do you remember that during one of the body cams?
yeah, I remember hearing about it.
Okay. And do you remember how Mr. Mew reacted in your presence when he heard that there was a man on the river looking for him with a body cam? Do you remember his look of surprise?
I do not know.
Do you remember his look of shock?
No, I
Do you remember his look of fear?
No, I don't recall that.
So were you the person that essentially, for lack of a better term, identified Mr. Mew, like, we think it's him?
We saw him, yes. And then looking at the photo that we were sent, we confirmed it, yes.
Okay. And I understand you using the word we. You're the one here talking, so I'm not going to use the we. I'm just talking about you. Agreed?
Yes.
You saw him and you're like, I think that's the guy.
Correct.
And at the time that you saw him, can I get exhibits? It's 110 and 111. Maybe 112. All of those, if I could. When you saw Mr. Mew, he had on a hat. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the day on that trip, he had a hat on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Mew, you saw him with glasses on, correct?
Sunglasses, yes.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had sunglasses on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Mew, he had a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had his shirt on?
I do not.
He also had shorts on?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had shorts on?
I don't for sure, but I'd assume so.
And when you saw him, he had a necklace on, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had the necklace on?
I don't.
And then when you saw him,
Every witness so far is state witnesses. We are suspecting that they will end Monday or Tuesday, and then it'll be defense.
he had shoes on, correct?
Yeah, sandals.
And do you know if he started the trip with those shoes on?
I do not.
Essentially, those are the 6 things that you saw that he was wearing at the end of the trip when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what of those 6 things he was wearing at the beginning, correct? When you saw him, you saw the necklace and the shorts. I'm sorry, the picture showed him with necklace and shorts, correct?
Correct.
You were still able to say, when you saw him wearing all 6 of the items, you were still able to say, I think that's the guy, correct?
Yes.
And when
Well, according to my estimation, at least half of the people they have called so far, they didn't need to call. But a potential 44 witnesses will be called by the state.
you essentially, you and other law enforcement officers said something along the lines of, come with us, right? You verbally told the person who we now know as Mr. Mew to, like, stop, something along those lines. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he was given that verbal command, he complied, correct?
Yes.
He was very, as we saw through it there, very cooperative, correct?
Yes.
The first words out of his mouth were something like, "I'm sorry," something like that.
I don't recall. That's what it was.
And then you had close contact with him, correct?
Yes.
And you were a trained police officer. You're trying to both make sure everybody's safe as well as at some point maybe do some investigation, collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's all going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
So at some point during that, you make observations of his hands, correct?
Yes.
And when you made those observations, you made a point to document it, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what police do, right?
Yeah.
When they see evidence, they make sure they document it, correct?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world in which if you saw a mark on his hands, you
That's a little nod to them not documenting Madison's punch injuries to her face.
wouldn't take a photo?
Objection, Your Honor, it's relevant.
Sustained.
All the witnesses more or less have been police officers. We're just watching body cam, and I'm considering kicking my legs up on my table and just take a nap because it's really, really, really boring today.
You took a photo of his hands.
Yes.
Why?
Evidence of potential evidence of crime.
You would agree the marks on his hands, you don't know how he got those, right?
I do not know.
It'd be consistent with somebody perhaps falling in the river and having their hands hit the bottom of the river.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation irrelevant.
Sustained on foundation.
Have you seen people with marks on their hands before?
Yes.
Have you seen people fall in the river before?
Yes.
You've seen people's hands hit rocks and dirt and ground before?
Yes.
Would you say what you observed on his hands are consistent with someone obtaining those marks from falling in the river and having their hand hit rocks and dirt and ground?
Potentially.
As a law enforcement officer, I imagine you have times where you deal with people who have drank alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that's relevant evidence that you want to, again, document, correct?
Yes.
Some of those things that you would document would be something that you smell, right?
Yes.
Or some of the things that you document might be the speech that you hear that somebody says, correct?
Yes.
Because if somebody's intoxicated, they often smell of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
If somebody's intoxicated, they often have slurred speech, correct?
We're supposed to have 16 degrees Saturday.
When you notice those things, you might document them in a report.
Because he needs to lay the foundation that he have seen that injury. He can't see, is it consistent with fall marks? Because in a hypothetical world, he could have maybe never ever, even if he was in a river, seen anyone fall over. It's just the prosecution who doesn't want it put in that these marks could be from a fall in the river.
Report, correct?
Yes.
And then you might do
Jamie,
further investigation.
can you
to try
take
to
the call
collect
for an
additional
hour? I'll just
information
take a
to
nap.
Confirm your observations, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That might be simply to ask somebody a question, right?
Yes.
Might be to give somebody a chemical test, correct?
Yes.
It's very relevant.
We get to the point.
Yep. And if you have that observation, sometimes you don't only document it, you might give it on to somebody else that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you passed none of that information on to anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you didn't document anything regarding any particular smell of alcohol or signs of intoxication or alcohol use, correct?
I did not know.
And you didn't document those because when you were in close contact with Mr. Mew, you had no evidence, no reason to believe that he'd been consuming alcohol to the point that it would have been relevant evidence for you to collect, right?
My contact with them, I didn't notice any signs.
Sure. But you were certainly, and appropriately so, in your role as a law enforcement officer, you were right there next to him, correct?
Correct.
For at least several minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
So he didn't seem intoxicated. That's
Part of the other
there.
information you had, in addition to what he looked like on the river, the picture, were you told whether he was alone or in a group?
I don't recall that.
When you made contact with him at the village park, was he with other folks?
Yes.
How many?
Roughly 12 to 15 maybe.
Had you ever been given information to look for a group of 12 to 15 people that he might be in it?
Not that I recall.
Is it fair to say there was a number of law enforcement officers located at Village Park when Mr. Mew came up from the beach?
Yes.
Thank you, Fuba. Hopefully we'll
Did
go
you
on
approach
lunch
any law
break soon,
enforcement officers?
I did not, no.
so I can
Did you see
stand and
officers
stretch.
approach him?
When we approached him, yes.
So in a situation where you surrendered?
Yes.
Did you, once he was detained, Mr. Nelson had asked you some questions about his, I guess, his expression. Do you remember any shocked expression on his face?
I do not know.
Do you remember, what do you remember about what his face looked like?
Demonic.
That he was kind of in a trance, didn't really say anything. I just remember him saying his name, and when he was told that he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes when you've dealt with victims of violent crime, you've seen them in ways that you observe to be expressions of shock, right?
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but just like shock as in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You just asked, idiot.
Yeah.
Sometimes in those observations that you've seen of people who have been victims of violent crime, that can be expressed in a manner of like a trance-like state, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you,
And
Casey,
that's
for
what you
gifting
saw
a
from
membership
Mr.
to
Mew
Philip
is
Kraft.
consistent with that shock-like trauma, correct?
Casey.
Shock or something similar.
That's all.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Sure. No, sorry. Yeah, Mitch Thomason.
Nothing to share.
Do we have to talk about his body cam?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, I do need to speak with the attorneys about a matter, so we're going to excuse you to the deliberation room. I hope this won't take very long, but please be patient.
All rise for the jury.
Wanda, you know I do. I know I do when I move the body in those Brazilian ways.
Oh my God.
Why is my chair squeaking so much? Yeah, again, I think the defense gets most out of all the witnesses.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair to put your name on the board when someone gives me a membership. After all, if it wasn't me, that membership wouldn't happen. Sean Bird, you can get your name next to Ferrell's.
We are outside the
It's to show respect for the jury. That's the same. You stand up for the judge to show respect. Talking about respect. Hey, Danielle.
presence of the jury. The attorneys and Mr. Mew are present. At the beginning of trial, Mr. Nelson submitted a letter with a motion of sorts objecting to a portion of Deputy Thomason's body camera footage. Mr. Anderson, you've received a copy of that letter?
Yes.
Who's arguing the motion?
I can.
Okay. Are you intending to play the portions that he's objecting to?
Yes.
All right. What's the basis?
So Miranda only applies if it's a question likely to elicit an incriminating response. They said, you're under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. Okay. And he says, okay, that's it. They're not interrogating him. They're not asking him questions about the incident. They're just asking if he heard what they said. He says, okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Respectfully, I disagree with that recitation of the facts. It's a very short video, and I don't see any reason why Your Honor couldn't watch it right now. They do tell him he's under arrest. They do say, okay, and he doesn't respond. They then say, we're next going to essentially bring you to the police station and there's going to be an investigator there to speak with you. And then they ask the question, all right. And it's to that question that he responds, okay. So it is not in response to the information that he's being charged with the crime. It's in response to a question about what happens next and where you're going to go.
So you're objecting on Miranda grounds?
I'm objecting on relevancy. And I'm also objecting on Miranda.
What's the relevance?
So he's acknowledging he's hearing what the officers are saying, and then he acts surprised in his interview, like he didn't know somebody died. There's a lot of that that's going to be argued in closing, the chaos at the scene, all the victims there, everybody else seeing what's going on. That will be one of our arguments. But then also he's told he's under arrest for homicide, and then told there's going to be somebody's going to talk to him. He acknowledges he hears them,
Okay.
and then he acts like he's surprised in the interview.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
If the state wanted to introduce testimony from a law enforcement officer that said, I told X to Mr. Mew, I think they get to do that. It's the response that we're worried about. And so if they call the officer and the officer says, I told him he was under arrest for X and Y, there's no, I don't think what happened next is the cutoff, but I think they get to do that. And I think that addresses whatever relevancy there is to it without having to get into Mr. Mew's response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
Same token, what's the relevance?
I think I just outlined it. That's our position. I
There's
haven't.
the prejudice. We don't want that to come in because it's obviously harmful.
But why? I haven't heard it
But
articulated why
why?
it's prejudicial. Not wanting it to come in isn't prejudice.
So a couple of things. I don't have to prove it's prejudicial. You have to prove it's relevant. If it's relevant, I can then argue it's unfairly prejudiced. That's not my argument. I'm saying his answer is not relevant. If you want his answer in, which is what you, I think, are trying to do, that's a different relevancy analysis. And first, that's a Miranda violation. Second, I think his answer is, the probative value is outweighed by the probative value of his answer is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the question, I think, really is, what's the relevance of his answer? Not his being told the information. We get that. We concede that.
So if it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has to substantially outweigh the relevance by statute. And I still haven't heard an articulation on how it's prejudicial.
Okay, let's turn this a different way. What about the Miranda analysis?
It's not a question likely to or meant to elicit an incriminating response. It's just,
But you're using it to prove he's guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
it turned out to be, but at the time they're just asking if you heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
Just lastly, Judge, again, his answer isn't to the information about his arrest. His answer is in response to they're telling him they're taking him to the police station where he's going to meet with an investigator.
I saw the video once during motion practice, so I have a vague recollection of the sequence, but if it's short, let's take a look at it so I can make a fresh
Get him,
decision.
Judge.
Tell us when you're ready.
So this is how they're trying to play in the fact that he pretends like he doesn't know what happened.
Sorry, phone call.
Yeah. They're just arguing
Come on.
relevance of this video, and judge is gonna.
It's just that it's prejudicial that they get to tell the jury he is a bad guy.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to get it in because they're gonna try to get in something
Oh, yeah,
about how he pretends like he doesn't know someone passed away.
Yeah, but again, we've seen 4,395 witnesses so far. None of them have the same story other than the parts that they were told. They all remember the same way.
Mm-hmm.
He's in shock. He's just been beaten, punched repeatedly in the face. Now he's being arrested. And he can't remember what they told him.
All right, I'm ready.
But the witnesses is okay, they can't remember. But this guy, clearly a criminal mastermind. Not wrong.
Nothing that's gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. So right now, you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's all we're gonna discuss with you right now. More than likely, an investigator will come and talk to you at the jail. All right? Okay.
Yeah, he says okay. So yeah, he clearly knew everything.
Yeah, but then they want to use that. Oh, he said okay there, but then here he's like, oh, I had no
Yeah.
idea what happened.
Further thoughts?
The worst part is he tells the police he might want a lawyer later. He should have shut his mouth.
The video, in my judgment, has evidentiary value to a point. If it is the state's contention that Mr. Mew acted like he didn't know what was going on or acted surprised during the jail interview, I think it's relevant to show that he had advanced knowledge about the circumstances of his arrest. So clearly the portion of the video where he's being taken into custody, the deputy tells him the reason for it, I think is relevant for that purpose.
Yeah.
We can see on the video, Mr. Mew appears to be alert. He appears to be paying attention. So I think that will feed into the state's argument. That much is relevant. The portion where Mr. Mew acknowledges what was being said had to do with the investigator coming to see him. That does not have the same relevance that you're describing here, because it has nothing to do with Mr. Mew being told about the charges. He's being told about something else, which is not relevant to the jury's task. So I'm ruling portion of the video after the reason for the arrest is announced is irrelevant. I don't know what mark that was in the sequence, so we'll have to go through one more to identify exactly the point where it's going to stop.
Oh, he's actually making the thing, I think.
Yeah, so then it's like, okay, then play it for what?
Yeah, then just keep that idiot out of here because we don't need that.
Oh, can we get the screen?
Kevin's under arrest. Are we done that yet? Nothing that's gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. Absolutely. So right now, you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's the point.
2036. Obviously, if it's a second or so off, as long as I'm not getting the part that your Honor said, I can.
Continue playing. Let's see how close it is. That's all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely, an investigator. So 236. 236 is the spot.
Yeah, he does look confused, and they're poking around on
Anything
him.
else we need to address?
We made for Sheriff Knudsen, given your Honor's order on the suppression motion, we actually clipped it, so we didn't, because that one happens really fast, the follow-up. So we clipped it down to 23 seconds. So I was just gonna play that to make sure that your Honor agrees it's in line with your order, defense does, so there's
No, it's because he doesn't know what had happened when he's asked at the police station. So now they want to infer he made up lies because he acknowledged what he was charged with at this point.
Yeah. So they're trying to say that he knew.
Yeah, so now he's lying.
Knowledge of. Now he's lying. So that just blows that whole crap out of the water for me a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Well, I think
I mean, he could just be saying okay, and then
yeah.
he
Yeah,
doesn't
we're not
really
going to
know.
talk to you about it anymore. Okay, that's the party okays too. It's not the
Yeah.
charges, because again, it's a compound. As someone said, it's a compound sentence. We are charging you, da 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 da. So we're not going to talk to you anymore about that now. Okay, okay. It's not. We are charging you with homicide and attempted homicide. Okay. We're not going to talk to you about it again. Okay. It's all of these statements he okays.
Yeah.
So
The
is he?
okay? Yeah.
Yeah. He's from Romania. He came to the US when he was 15 years old. So he spent 39 years in the US. What are you guys talking about? They said you're being arrested for homicide. That implied desecration. Yeah. They arrested him for homicide.
Yeah, but saying okay doesn't mean that
Doesn't imply that he knew
doesn't
anything
imply
about
he
it.
knows what exactly is going on.
Yeah.
He could just be saying okay to move on and whatever.
Yeah, yeah, and the problem is he will not acknowledge that he knew what someone had passed away, and they want to use this to say, well, he lied the second time.
Yeah, I
I
agree
think
with
it's
Schonberg. He's
think it's
saying okay to be compliant.
yeah, yeah, and he was just asked, "Do you have anything I can poke you on?" That's the first thing you hear, and he says no. There's three people. One is holding on to him. One is going through his pants, and this guy's talking to him.
Mhm.
Again, can you really imply that he absolutely understood anything? And he's not Mirandized at this time either.
No surprises.
You've seen the clipped version?
We
Okay, let's play it then. If Knudsen is next, let's play it. We can roll right into the next witness.
Yeah.
And we actually are doing Thomason first, so it'll be Thomason then Knudsen. Okay.
Hey, Christine, you're late today.
And I imagine the defense doesn't want a suggestion that there's more than this body cam, so I was just gonna ask, is your body cam on this flash drive? Ask to publish, play it. and
Yeah,
not
but they're saying it doesn't matter
Ask if it's only a portion, et cetera.
Sounds fair.
because at a later point he doesn't. He claims he didn't know what happened, so they want to say he lies at the second time. So yeah.
See, they're picking all these pieces to put it together to make it look the way they want it
Yeah,
to
look bad.
kind of thing. I mean, he had to have known when he
Both the
used the
screens.
weapon that it's possible.
The reason we have
but
both of them on there is because in the event Nikolai testifies, the rest could potentially be used if your court, Your Honor, agrees that it's not coerced. I don't think we've ever, it was mentioned in briefing, but I don't think there's ever a ruling on it, but
Just so my understanding is when that exhibit is marked and that exhibit is published, we're all agreeing that for now, it's the digital file titled 23 seconds for court.
correct.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's my understanding.
We can have the screen back.
Hit play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
on?
Okay.
Somebody,
Alright.
I hear somebody got stabbed,
Um,
and I fit the description.
yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
We tried to end it too on a spot that seemed like it's not cutting off and it feels natural.
I agree that that portion of the video is consistent with the court's ruling. So other than our previous objections, I
Right.
understand and don't add any more.
I agree. The 23 seconds portion is consistent with my ruling as well, so that will be admissible and played to the jury. when the time comes.
This part, I heard someone got stabbed.
Mr. Thomason is called, I understand this, they're gonna play this clip.
Mm.
Mr. Thomason has another.
You could
video
take it,
that the state intends to call
I
that
mean,
portion of the video.
he's not saying, and it wasn't me.
Yeah, I don't like the last one for him.
Presence of the.
No, but he also wasn't saying I didn't do it.
Discussed.
No, but it's kind of implied. I didn't know anything about it.
So.
So-
I
I mean,
don't know if they're gonna
that's
have
how
an
you see it.
objection. If so, I just wanted to let everybody know right now.
Can,
It's on exhibit number, or it's on previously marked discovery video number 105, approximately the 3-minute mark. I'm happy to pull it up right now. When we can.
I have the actual exhibit here, so. We didn't have advance warning that they wanted to do that, so I have not watched that portion
Well,
recently.
they just told him in the other
I
video.
don't know how long their direct is.
So that's why they're implying that he should know. But I don't like the way he said, I heard someone was stabbed.
How long's your direct?
Yeah. Yeah, he should know he had poked holes in people.
So we'll probably get to your cross.
Okay.
How much cross do you have? Do you have a lot of cross?
Depends on your definition of a lot. But no, I don't think so, Judge.
So potentially we could get to your portion of the video before noon.
Yes,
All right,
potentially.
let's take a look then.
Before noon.
I am.
It's 11:40.
If you could start it at 2:55, just so I know exactly what's, I think it starts at the 3 mark.
You can turn it on. When the jury's out, you can.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
Continue to staging point 22. Westfield.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
3:05.
Mr. Smestad? All right, that solves it. All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Mitch Thomason.
Deputy Thomason, please approach. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Can we state your name, please?
Mitch Thomason,
How do you spell your last name?
Thomason.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 20.
What are your duties as the lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Department generally?
Supervising the patrol unit.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you get called out due to the Apple River stabbing incident?
Yes.
Were you out in the field doing work?
I was not working that day. I got a page out for our SWAT team was paged out for that incident.
As a lieutenant, is that something that you're typically involved in?
Yes.
All right. Did you get dispatched to a particular area?
The page had the initial incident location. So when I responded,
Either a man gone absolutely ape something with a poker or a self-defense case.
went to the sheriff's office to grab our drone. And then while I was en route, after I got the drone, while I was en route to Somerset, the updated location of near the rapids is where I responded to.
And when you say the Rapids, is that by Village Park?
Yes,
You said you were off duty, but when you responded, were you in uniform,
correct, yes,
carrying a sidearm?
yes.
Where did you first go?
I responded to basically the east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you were given, or the picture?
The initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No.
Because of that, did you use caution when you approached?
Yes.
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button-up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me. So I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, that was the person.
Was the defendant part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one.
That's what the defense claims. He wasn't Mirandized, and that's why it shouldn't be put in, but the judge rules some of it are allowed to be put in because it's not prejudicial.
Wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did someone else, some other law enforcement person, recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, that's the suspect, or that's the guy.
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
Everybody was still responding as the suspect was taken into
He's probably
custody.
in court.
It was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben
Chief
Trebian,
Hooper.
and a Polk County deputy. And then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up. So I don't know a static number of the initially.
once he was, we'll strike that. Were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Mew after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Yes.
Another sidebar. Always the pertinent thing to do, and please keep something in your hands. Oh, goodness.
dismissed it.
Lieutenant Thompson, are you aware that your body cam is located on a flash drive that our offices have been holding on to?
Yes.
If I told you it was marked as Exhibit 9, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it. Okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
Advise him he's under arrest? Have we done that yet? Last I heard was.
Nothing that's gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way?
Absolutely.
So right now, you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice in the background?
Correct.
And we stopped Judge at 2036.
Thank you.
After informing Mr. Mew of what he was charged with,
Make sure he don't have a stabulator.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, the judge ordered them not to put that in because that could be prejudicial to him. And the funny thing, they still, you could hear it after you said that to him, they still wanted to try and sneak it in. This prosecution team is such a bunch of.
Mr. Thomason. Morning.
Oh, man.
When you, I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay? You observed, let me, can I get that exhibit one time again? Yes, please. 11 maybe, both of them.
Come on. Please work.
20-second clip when you were, do you remember what he looked like there?
Yes.
He didn't have sunglasses on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
He didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that? You've seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
Do you see to the left there a person you now recognize as Nikolai Mew?
Yes.
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same. Yes.
He's wearing a necklace. Agreed?
Yes.
He's wearing sunglasses. Agreed.
Yes.
He's wearing a hat. Agreed.
Yes.
And I think you can even see like the sandals. Agreed.
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but
Miss, you see it there just on the bottom.
it appears so.
So in the photo, exhibit 110, he appears to be wearing the same 6 items of clothing that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
In a different manner, but yes.
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
Yes.
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
Yes, that appears.
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
Correct.
Yes, because they're claiming he was topless when it happened, and then he looked out of sorts.
Back to the village,
with the long shirt on.
Park where the exit is. Okay. When you approached there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
Yes.
Your safety first, correct?
Yes.
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
Yes.
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
Yes.
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
Yes.
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
Yes.
Be prepared, correct?
Yes.
Did you in that moment, you had information, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just in that instance, were you fearful?
Thank you, Scott. Judge Beverly Canoe has been tossed the First Amendment grade. What will she do? I'm trying to get warm, cold, and wet day. She will make a ruling that's not 500 feet, but is still not 0 feet. That's what I think after the small parts I read. And the human hair DNA is more interesting to me. But thank you so much.
Thanks, Scott.
Is that why you drew
Stay
out your
warm.
weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes.
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical of it. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
Yeah, how, when you draw it, do you, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm. Sometimes I see them holding it down by their side. Sometimes it's with one hand. Sometimes it's with two hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Mew is there, you don't know at the time that he's Mr. Mew, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you tell us that?
Yes. It was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay. One hand, two hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it, one hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there was maybe 1 or 2 people between him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Mew was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
Yes.
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
Yes, similar.
But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes.
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river, and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
Yes. So my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to.
Yes, but that's why they showed he had that outfit on earlier in the day.
Address him.
Well, based on what we're told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check. If that makes sense.
Doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't
Okay.
need to. So I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mew was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
Well, from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
He said other officers came up behind him. That's why.
Decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people. Agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time. I'm going to go get, what'd you call it, a belt?
Transport belt.
What is that?
It's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front. So then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically for any extended period of time that someone's restrained,
Thank you,
their hands
Ronnie,
can
and
be in
thank
front
all
of
of you
them,
so
but
much
then
for
they're
watching.
secured at their belt line. So if someone wanted to
behalf
resist
of Jamie too.
or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cuffed behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. And I'm not critical of your considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety. Agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this. Got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Mew, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space? Correct?
Yep. Correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything to
That
me.
was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Rachel.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
Yeah, you don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes.
And part of that is you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
Correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mew didn't do anything to you, agreed?
He did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Because sometimes in cases you've involved investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
Yes.
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
Yes.
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
Yes.
And you might do further testing, correct?
Yes.
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Mew's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and there was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. I mean, if you smelled it, you'd have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes.
So what we can gather from you're not noting it, telling anybody is you didn't smell it.
Correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Mew to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Mew?
His group hadn't approached that citizen, so, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was. But that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Mew?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is?
There was a guy who had some connection to the campground who was out looking for him with a baseball bat. We heard that on the second witness.
Carl Schilling.
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. There was information exchanged between law enforcement, amongst law enforcement, in the presence of Mr. Mew about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay.
No.
There's on your body cam,
Not those
there's
people.
a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Mew is right there. Make sense?
Okay.
Let me just play that, all right? I think it is exhibit 9 at the 248 mark.
Well, Charlie Bronson was a cool guy.
Pause it at the 247 mark until the 305 mark. Can you press play, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about this.
Bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
I got, okay. I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
Continue to staging point 22. Westfield
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
I just played from about 247 to 305. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Mew?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Mew looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat.
Yes.
That's all.
Discuss that. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You are free to go. We're going to break for lunch. Same warnings as before. Please, no independent research or investigation. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. Do not read any media accounts or social media reports or posts about this trial. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
You're doing pretty good. 1 or 2 minutes behind, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It's because it's been the boringest of days today. Did they recover the knife? Have they shown it in court based on the injuries? It might have been world sharpest. No, yes. That's the easy way to answer that. No, they did recover the knife, I think. Didn't we see we saw a picture of the knife during opening statements, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100%. Sorry, so it's yes, but they haven't shown it in court, other than on pictures. But thank you so much for the super chat. No, he said 1 p.m., Brandon. This one. They find it on the bank. Yeah, we saw it. It was covered. It wasn't covered. There was mud on it and blood. I remember it was shown doing opening statements. That's why I got a bit confused. It's been 4 days. Oh, I really shouldn't show this. It's doing opening statements, and there was what was I about to say after I doxed my personal emails? Well, you can use them if you want. No, one of them has my name on it, I think. Well, I said my name so many times. They showed the knife during opening statements. Did they do anything other than that? No, we haven't seen it since. Sorry. But yeah, it was lying on the bank with a little bit of mud on it. And again, yes, did he panic? Did he deliberately get it away? That's one of those we can argue till the cows come home.
Mhm.
But Jamie, I need some manger. That's eating in French, because I've been in court since 9 o'clock this morning. That's 10 hours ago. Flux, it's Central Time.
Put it on your little banner. Maybe get it back out.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on my banner in 2 seconds.
Ooh, I swear to you,
Yeah, you're angry today.
I am not.
Back at 2 p.m. Eastern. So Flux can enjoy the game. Oh. Fubar, you went to bed 2 hours ago. I think she's lying to us.
She did say she was going to bed and she's back. I
Yeah.
get it though. You just lay in bed and you're just scrolling. So welcome back.
I could go to bed. Yeah, Dave, I'm a little testy today because I think we've wasted 4 hours. Ugh. I always
Why
get
do you keep drinking it then?
because it's not the same as yesterday, but it tastes just as bad. It was something they had on sale, and I thought it would be good to have some B6, B9, C, B5, MG, B12. I needed some energy.
I adore
So-
you.
I will go and try and make a freezer pizza again. See if I can burn it. Jamie, we'll be back in roughly 50 minutes.
Okay.
I need some caribou coffee. I don't know what caribou coffee is, but yeah. Why was I in court? Yeah, for all the new people, I am what's called a layman in Denmark. A layman is our jury system. We are elected for 4 years at a time. So I was in doing jury duty today. So I can't really talk about what the case was about, but it's nothing bad. No, I didn't get to do my plumbing because when I started to disconnect, is it called a faucet? The one that sticks out of a sink?
The faucet,
I don't
yeah.
know. They called and needed me in court within the next 10 minutes. So I have a partially disassembled faucet. So I hopefully I can do it tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday. I need some water and I need some food. Jamie, stop distracting me.
I'm not doing anything. Get out of here. Okay, bye guys. Have fun. I'll be back later.
A faucet isn't universal. In Denmark, it's a vandhane. I hope everyone had a good break, got something to eat. I did. Now the energy is back. Woot, 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 woot. And hopefully this afternoon will not be as boring as the morning was, because to recap, did we learn anything this morning? We saw some officers who arrived at the scene. We heard from the nurse who tended to some wounds. I've forgotten who the first person was. Oh yeah, that's who was the first person? That was that Duxbury. She was drunk, didn't really see anything. Knew her memories were wrong after she saw the video, but was consistent saying what she had been saying the entire time. Then we had Baldazo. She was the nurse who heard some what she thought was laughter, but that it turned into screaming, and she was trying to help Isaac. 911 operator, we heard a weird 911 call. Ferell from EMT saw multiple injured. Nothing really. Then we had Durand. He was at the scene, a lot of confusion, saw people look for the suspect, talked to people, said they saw it, thought the suspect ran into the woods. Officer Sturmo, who was previously involved in a police shooting and was put on paid leave back in 2019, didn't see any injuries to Madison. If he had seen injuries to Madison, he would have documented it. That's who were one of the witnesses from yesterday who said that the police took photos of her, but he claimed they didn't see any injuries and he didn't take it. He wanted to protect everyone from both sides. He assisted with arresting Mr. Mew. Then we had Trebian. He was the one who arrested him, saw some markings on his hands, which could be consistent with a guy falling in a river. He heard about a guy with a bat, documented that he had injuries to his hands. Mew didn't seem intoxicated. The last one was Deputy Thomas, also an arresting officer. Walked past the group, thought Mew looked weird in his long sleeve shirt, but later changed it and said, well, he did wear that clothes earlier in the day. Told him he was arrested for homicide. Put him in the car in a transport belt to make him comfortable because it could be a long time. Saw or heard about the guy with the bat. That's kind of what we learned this morning. So I don't feel well, it's to keep you on your toes, Flux. But kind of a wasted day, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's been it should have taken 5 minutes. But the good thing is, according to the state, they are ahead and might rest Monday, early Tuesday. So we can be in and out of this case. So we can be ready for Karen Reed the week after. Yeah, the bad guy. The bad guy was mentioned by the second witness, the guy who owned the campsite, said one of his friends went looking for Mr. Mew with a bat. Yes, it could have been an email. That's such a Exactly, Ginger with a soul. This morning could have been an email. Because they showed us people walking in water. Hey, Nick Raiders. Welcome to this day 4 in the Apple River case. Did a guy go absolutely crazy and started ventilating people, or was it self-defense? We have been spending the first 4 hours of today watching body cams and not really doing anything. So thank you all for coming over from Nick's side, but hopefully you had a little more action in that trial, but hopefully it'll pick up now in the afternoon, because the first 3 days have actually been good. We've been yelling a lot at the witnesses because they clearly constructed their memories. Let's just say it that way. I didn't burn my pizza. It was fine. Bother you so much that's been calling as... Yeah.
So proud of you.
And people come running out of the bushes who were never in the bushes, and yeah. Hey, Gigi.
Hi, Gigi.
He looks like an actor from the side, and I can't remember which one it is. It's annoying me.
The defendant?
Yeah.
Please be seated.
Hey, Nick. Welcome.
We are back in the presence of the jury. All 14 members are present. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Mew. We're ready to resume the afternoon session. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Hey, Pete's Pony.
Terry
No,
Anderson,
not William
you said?
Dafoe.
Yes.
Hey, Peace.
If you watch The Crown, he's the guy who has a love affair with Princess Margaret. Yeah, taking pictures of the non-existent
Anderson,
little
please,
girls.
retake the witness stand. You're still under oath from this morning.
Oh, that's the 911 operator again. Yeah, Betsy, I heard that DNA isn't done.
Why is he back?
Gonna have another 911 call?
Why don't they just do them all at once?
It's the CAD report, the command log for the incident.
What is a CAD report?
It's a record of the location of the incident and then any notes that the dispatchers would make regarding what's being said on the radio or told by callers. And it's a log of the change of status for any units or officers that are involved with the incident.
So if an officer says, I'm on scene, that gets logged in there, things like that?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 7?
About diabetes.
Does the CAD log on that page have the
I'm not
time
that
for
fat.
when the suspect was detained?
1649.
So it'd be 4:49?
4:49 p.m.
And could that be off by a little bit?
It could be.
And can you just explain that?
So it's noted on the audio recording of when it was said, but if the dispatcher was busy at the time when the transaction occurred on the radio, there might be a delay depending on what all that dispatcher's doing. It could be a few seconds to maybe 15 seconds, maybe in that area, depending on their activity load, because they're multitasking.
Thank you. Judge, I moved in at 41.
Any objection?
We approach.
Yes.
And we already have a sidebar. Oh. John rolled on the moonstick. Let's keep this party going. Yeah, but that's not been much of a party. They're arguing all the time. It's really been a slow day today. And I needed a day with a little action. I want action. Na 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 na. But what are they going to argue about now? It's just a log of the different communications.
Yeah. What are we
Seems so
doing here?
weird. Relevance, accumulative, waste of time. Snibbles,
There you go.
call court and say, hey, night court guy, have you ever thought about this?
Snivels for the win.
Thank you. You
No
have more
mercy
questions for
than
Mr.
that.
Terry Anderson?
I do not.
All right, Mr. Nelson, do you? You're excused.
What?
That was it. Why didn't they do that the first time?
I wasted paper on writing 911 guy. Thank you, Casey. Casey, for another gifted membership to Ginger with a Soul.
Sheriff, please come
Oh,
forward.
God.
Jamie, your favorite
Face the
defendant
clerk,
was
raise your right hand. She will
sentenced
administer to you.
today. Tommy boy.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Oh, he was?
Yeah. He was whining a lot. It was while I was on break, so I saw parts of it. We need to see that. When we're not live streaming,
Can you
we
please
need to go
state your
back and
first
see it.
and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Scott Knudsen, Knudson.
Nope.
And how are you employed?
Sheriff for St. Croix County.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
In my 29th year.
Absolutely not. Raisins should never be put in baked goods. I hate baked raisins.
I do too.
How long have you been sheriff?
Since
The Black Widower, the guy from the Glen case.
2017.
And as sheriff, do you have what can you just briefly outline what your duties are?
Oh my God. Who cares?
A number of administrative duties as well as overseeing the jail, tending to the courts.
Do you typically get involved yourself in patrols or investigations, or are you more administrative?
Not often, more administrative and ensuring cases are assigned out.
Do you typically work Monday through Friday business hours essentially?
Yes,
Do you get called in often too?
I do.
Did you get called in to the Apple River stabbing?
I did.
And where did you respond?
For my residence right in the Somerset area.
And did you go to the scene of the stabbing or somewhere else?
I originally went to the bridge, the Sunrise Bridge, which was very close to the scene of the stabbing, the closest access point.
At some point, did you end up going to the park where the exit is?
Yes.
And what was the overall response, law enforcement response for this case?
There's a large response from not only internally with sheriff's office and coordination with getting people called in, but also surrounding communities. It was outside of the village limits, the original incident, so Somerset was involved. Richmond was coming over. I believe I was on the phone with Washington County, just trying to get staff and resources to come our way.
And were helicopters called for also?
Yes, I believe there's a helicopter en route as well.
And was that specifically a law enforcement helicopter?
Yes, I believe it was a Minnesota State Patrol that we were trying to gather.
And what's the point of the State Patrol helicopter?
At that point, we weren't aware of.
Why are we discussing a helicopter when he was apprehended close to the scene?
I don't know.
Oh, there was a big turnout from police. So effing what? It makes no sense that we're wasting time talking about this. The judge should really say, get to the point. This has nothing to do with this case.
Where the suspect was, and that he was not in that area. So because of the wooded nature of the river and the long banks, that a bird's eye view was going to help us tremendously.
And was the sheriff's office trying to set up a perimeter?
Yes, there was a perimeter that had been set up from the hideaway on 170th towards County Road I.
And at some point, did you hear that the officers believed they had a suspect in custody?
That is correct, yes.
And did you respond to the area?
I did.
And did you end up making brief contact with Nikolai Mew?
I did, yes.
And were you wearing body camera?
I had my body camera with me, yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit and publish the
Oh.
body camera.
What's the exhibit number?
7.
The objection.
Yeah, but he wasn't hiding. He was at the exit point. So it doesn't matter. And we now have 2 different officers already with body cam showing the apprehension. So what does it matter? We know he didn't come over to them and say, hey, buddies, I was the one who stabulated people.
Yeah.
Objection to
Who's
number
not
7.
obligated to?
No.
7 is received. Please play the portion that you wish to play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All
I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
That video isn't good for
23
him.
seconds. I'm going to ask if I can play it again. I was a little quiet at first.
Nope.
Volume was turned down. I'll let you go one more time since the audio is
No.
perhaps relevant.
Yeah. Let me make sure you heard this, guys.
Camera recording started.
Guys?
Still
I
doing
see
all
it
right?
differently.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
I'm just trying to
Somebody,
think
I hear
about how
somebody
a
got
jury.
stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Oh, I think the average person would be like, yeah, but you know me, I'm
Earlier-
different.
Chelsea, yes, but Travis Rudolph never turned himself in. He never talked to police after he lawyered up. So again, what's a true self-defense? But I understand we can all have our differences in opinions about that. But I feel this video isn't good for him.
Nikolai being told
He could have just been trying to get info from the cops.
This contact.
See what they're saying, you know?
No, he didn't say he didn't do it, but in front of a jury, I think it sounds bad.
No, not transferred from one squad to the other. That was after this contact.
Gotcha. Okay. So this happened, then transferred squads in parking lot, told he's under arrest, happened after your contact.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify it because we went a little out of order with testimony. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're familiar with the Apple River?
I am.
Yeah.
We've seen
Yeah.
some maps and talked about Village Park. You familiar with Village Park?
Yes,
That is essentially the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
that is correct.
Mr. Mew left the river at the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
It appear, I would believe so, yes, from where he was standing.
You didn't personally observe it, but you saw him there at Village Park, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see him get out of the tube and walk up, but that's where you first saw him, correct?
That's where I first made contact, yes.
And obviously, you're not aware of any other evidence that he exited somewhere before that, correct?
No, I'm not.
As the sheriff, I would imagine you are aware of cases in your county, correct?
Most of them, yes.
And some cases maybe draw your attention more than other cases, correct?
That's correct.
Certainly, this is a case that you were aware about from the get-go and you've paid attention to, correct?
Correct.
Because that's your job, right?
Yes.
It's your responsibility, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, there's investigators and other law enforcement officers that are assigned specific tasks, right?
Yes.
But you, as the sheriff, ultimately you supervise all of that, right?
Yes.
So I would imagine you are occasionally updated about the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Updated about evidence gathering, correct?
Yes.
There might even be times when you meet with the investigators to talk about what the status is about some piece of evidence or what other evidence you might want to collect or other things of an investigative nature, correct?
Yes.
Because as law enforcement, there's lots of things you want to do. I understand there's safety and there's all of that, right? Correct?
Yes.
I'm just gonna put that aside for a second, okay? Talk about the investigative role of law enforcement. Are you with me?
Yep.
And in that role, it's essentially your role and responsibility is to collect any and all evidence that you can, that you have reason to believe might be relevant, correct?
Correct.
And that's something that there's policies on in your department, correct?
Evidence collection, yes.
And I'm sure you played a part in those policies. They've changed over the years that you've been the sheriff, right?
Yes.
And
I'm not checked on relevance and foundation for this witness.
I'm unclear what the relevance is. Where are you going?
well, let me.
Actually, why don't you come on up? You can tell me.
Yeah, this defense attorney, he's really bad. He's too fond of beating dead horses.
Yeah, just let Sheriff
Objection
BC
overruled
do
and
it.
may continue.
Oh, overruled.
I don't want to get into the particulars about policies, but in general, there's policies. You play a role in forming those policies about making how investigations go and how evidence is collected, correct?
Correct. And best practices, yes.
Yeah.
And probably even before you were a sheriff, but certainly since you've been sheriff, the value of evidence from phones has increased, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly aware that lots of information can be gathered from
Oh,
somebody's
because
phone,
they didn't
correct?
secure
Correct.
the phones.
And you, as a standard in your office, I'm sure it's, your officers, deputies, investigators, they collect phones, correct?
When applicable, yes.
And when applicable, they then do a forensic download of that phone, correct?
Yes.
To gather anything and everything that they can from that phone, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you were, again, I don't want to get into the details of what somebody told you, just your general awareness about a particular part of the investigation, okay? You were aware that there was going to be a factual issue in this trial about whether Madison Cohen was or wasn't punched. What happened to Madison Cohen, correct?
If that's the lady that was punched.
Well, that's a factual issue that the jury's going to decide, but you understood that there,
I don't know the name.
That's all you meant.
That's what I meant.
but that there was a witness, let's put her name aside. There is a witness that was there, and you're aware that there was a factual issue about whether that witness did or did not get punched or slapped or pushed, or how there was some contact with her. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that investigation, your department was trying to see if there was or there wasn't a photo of her face that might document an injury, correct?
That sounds familiar, yes.
there's been testimony that I want to give you a chance to see if you have a rebut to that, right? There's been testimony that perhaps a phone was offered up to the sheriff's department with a piece of evidence, and the sheriff
Overruled.
and the
No,
sheriff's
it's been
department
said in
said,
court,
no,
it's
we
okay.
don't want that phone. We don't care about that picture.
Yes.
It's allowed in. You have witness testimony in front of the jury. He can ask about it.
These people, the state,
Let me
trying so hard
start
to keep it out.
There was a witness whose name is Quentin Carlson, and he testified that it was his understanding that there was a photo taken of this witness, Madison Cohen, and that the phone that took that photo was offered up to your sheriff's department, and your department said, nah, we don't want the phone. We don't need the photo. We don't want anything to do with that. Are you aware that any such phone was offered to the sheriff's department?
I'm not aware of that, no.
I would imagine had a phone been offered up to the sheriff's department, the best practice, the policy would have been for them to collect the phone, correct?
Best practice would be, if applicable, yes.
If certainly if somebody in a homicide case said, I've got a photo of the injury to one of the victims, that would be applicable, right?
Yes.
And so in that
Today it's
scenario,
been
the
way too
best
often.
practice, the policies that you've helped write and establish within the county would be for your sheriff's investigators, members to collect that phone, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they did collect a phone, right? Or you may not know.
I don't know.
Okay. You would, if they did not, that would surprise you, right?
May or may not, depending upon everything surrounding it. There was a lot of evidence that was collected. I don't know where this one you're referencing fell in.
Okay.
Or at what time.
Maybe I should just ask you this. Based upon your position as the sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that it's true that a piece of evidence in a homicide case was offered up to the sheriff's department regarding alleged victim Madison Cohen, and that your department just dismissed it and said, we don't want it? Do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I have no reason to believe or not believe it. That's all news to me. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to a different topic now. Okay. I would imagine in your 29 years, you've had lots of different roles within the sheriff's department or as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
Probably like lots of
there you
people in the sheriff's department, you started out on the road, you've eventually moved up in ranks, and now you're the sheriff, correct?
Correct.
As part of that training, you have training and experience to detect alcohol, right?
Correct.
The use of alcohol by people, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know that sometimes whether somebody has or has not consumed alcohol, that's going to be important and relevant to an investigation of a crime, correct?
It very well could, yes.
And so when you're in those situations, even if you're not looking for it, if you happen upon evidence of alcohol consumption, you would note that, correct?
Yes.
You were arresting a suspect and you were in their personal space, close enough to them to smell alcohol, you'd have made a note of that, correct?
Correct.
Or if you heard slurred speech or something along those lines, you'd have made a note of it, correct?
Yes.
Any sign of intoxication, you'd make a note of it and you could figure out the relevance of it later, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes if you made observation of it, you might decide to do further investigation, give a test of some sort, whether it be a chemical test or a field test, correct? It's not cumulative with this witness.
What's that?
It's not cumulative with this witness.
It's not, but we've heard this before. Let's just cut to the chase.
You agree?
Can you read your question again?
And there's some times where if you did note something that you smelled or you heard or some other observation, you might continue and do further tests, either a field test or a chemical test, right?
Based on the crime, yes.
In this case, you had contact with Nikolai Mew, correct?
Yes.
We saw the video where he was sitting in a closed, in a back of a squad car, correct?
Yes.
Closed space, right?
Yes.
Hot day, right?
Yes.
And you were there to check on the temperature for him, right?
Correct.
And when you opened the door, you had a brief conversation with him, correct?
Yes.
And then later at a parking lot, sometime later, you also were there when he got out of one car and got into another car, correct?
Yes.
And you had contact with him there, correct?
Yes.
Throughout all of those contacts, is it fair to say that you didn't see any signs of intoxication?
I did not detect any, no.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson? Nothing else. All right, thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Thank you.
It's good that every officer at the scene have stated
Who's
he
the
wasn't
next
drunk.
witness?
Right?
They didn't have any way to any reason to believe he was drunk.
Investigator Sheppy, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Mitchell Sheppy, SCHAEPPI.
And how are you employed?
As an investigator at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since 2016.
And were you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
Yes,
Did you also respond to the scene on the day of the incident?
yes,
And at some point, were you alerted by other officers that a knife was located?
yes,
Did you respond to the area where it was located?
I did.
And can you just kind of tell the jury what you came upon?
So when I was notified of where the knife was located, me and my partner walked through the river back to the scene. When we got there, we noticed officers from the Richmond Police Department up on a ledge and pointed down to where a knife was in a muddy section of the shoreline. Just above that shoreline, there was sort of a wall.
No, her friend stated that she took pictures of her and offered it to the police, who said, we don't want it. Doesn't matter.
Wall that had dried dirt on it and some green moss. The knife was located, laying there closed on top of the muddy portion of the shoreline.
And were the officers who alerted you to it, were they still standing there at the scene where it was?
Yes,
And did it appear the knife was undisturbed, meaning no footprints leading up to it or anything like that?
correct.
And you said you took photos?
Yes,
Permission to approach?
The entire defense questioning before was to make sure that no one offered him pictures of the injuries that none of us have seen. If they could make sure it was, they could download the metadata, but they would have to prove it's from that day. But remember,
These are
the guy
photographs
who
of the
walked
knife
past
and the
once and said
area
I was
around the
punched,
knife
didn't see
as I
anything.
walked up to it.
Should I move to admit and publish?
Any objection to 50? No?
I'll show them digitally. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And just before we go into these, did you take pictures from different distances and also of around the area where the knife was?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready. So what are we looking at in this photo?
That's a picture from me out in the water. As you can see, the officers from the Richmond Police Department are up there, and that's the overall area of where the knife was located.
I'm gonna zoom in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes.
The branch on the zoomed out picture is almost pointing to it.
Correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Just a different angle of the knife itself and the area around it.
This photo?
This photo is to show the undisturbed nature of the sand.
Same thing, other direction.
Correct.
What's this photo?
Photo of the knife.
What are you trying to document here?
In that photo, I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and how the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there.
And now I'm back at, for the record, the digital file, and this one ends 1938-46. Can you elaborate on that while looking at this photo?
This knife is hidden worse than the lady who pewed her son or daughter.
Threw it under a stick.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So as you see, the knife here is,
well, he could have just dropped it, like getting out of
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
what I observed is the dirt on top, what I believe to be dry dirt, different than what's wet on the bottom below it. When that,
Because
I
it's lying in
concluded to
some-
believe that the knife was tossed or placed up against the back wall before it fell there.
The dirt the knife is sitting on, was that, and that's a hypothesis, you don't actually know that, fair?
Correct.
But the dirt it's on is wet, is that fair?
Yes.
The bank behind it was dry.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So it's kind of hard to see terrain in photos, agree?
Yes.
So obviously not to scale or anything like that, but if this is the river, can you just, is this?
Well, here he goes with his great
Why don't you
drawings.
He's such an.
So if this was the water.
I give up. You do it.
Where the knife was located would be right here on the washout.
Oh my God, this guy.
Vertical rock wall that I was trying to describe was right here, and this is where the officers from the Richmond Police Department stand.
Okay.
That really helps me out a lot. That line, that terrible line.
And can we have the screen back, please? Close up of the knife,
Correct.
then is that you holding it?
I don't know if that's me or Deputy Kelly at the time.
That's actually probably not you, not seeing where it's coming from.
Correct.
Oh,
And was the knife, you can mute it. Was the knife secured? Was the knife secured as evidence?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I provided the
I have
knife to Deputy
we can
Bolt.
clearly see
who
where
was
it
up
was placed.
top. He put it in a paper bag and walked the knife back to land to the evidence collection point and secured in a.
Who was the evidence tech for this case?
So stupid.
Deputy Kelly.
Clearly see it was here.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Can I just mail it over and you can put a point on it because I'm too stupid to draw a picture.
He just draws a line. He goes, "Well, you just tell him." I just.
Yeah. Whatever, man. Oh.
Yes.
Manny, it's been marked as Exhibit 64.
Oh
What
my
is that?
goodness.
It's a list of
Horticulture.
evidence collected in this case.
And is that this knife on that list?
Yes.
And
You draw it.
how do you use
Yeah,
some
I
sort
don't-
of numbering system to differentiate between
See you Monday. Bye.
Yes.
what evidence number is the knife?
Number 10.
Yes, he can feel bad about what he did and still have acted in self-defense. A lot of people who act in self-defense feel guilt after.
Judge, I'll offer 64.
Oh, M. Young showed you.
The
There it
objection
is, Cindy.
64? No. The exhibit's received.
There it is.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Hey, Rob Bell.
Hey, how goes it?
Yeah, and he goes up there all the time and puts something on the whiteboard. And just, nah,
All right.
I'll be back next Monday.
And what's been marked for
Starts
case
drawing and
exhibit 4.
gives up.
What is
Knife.
There's a box containing article number 10, which is the knife.
that? Can you open it up for me? You can put on gloves. Judge, while he's doing that, I'll move to admit Exhibit 10 and publish on the Elmo.
Exhibit 10 is body cam.
Exhibit 4, sorry, evidence item 10.
The objection to exhibit 4.
Once he opens it and it's confirmed, no.
Let's wait.
Oh, great.
Is it sealed all around with evidence tape?
Yes.
Quit trying to have small chat with him.
Yeah.
That hard to get open?
With those big XXL hands, I thought you were. Do you need a knife? Mr. Mew have one?
That is Article number 10 tonight.
Can you,
Objection to its submission? No. All right, exhibit 4 is received.
are you able to take it out of the box?
Yes.
Can you bring it over and set it under the Elmo here?
Oh my God, it's so slow today.
Oh, look at that big bad knife.
Yeah, it's a black knife. Those are the most scary ones.
Can you open the blade also?
It's just like
Oh, open the
pew pews.
blade. Pop it open.
Why such a big box? They probably didn't have anyone any smaller.
Thank you.
It's like
You
it's like
can
Amazon when they do
put it
that
back
to
in
you.
the box.
Yeah, you get that big box and that's something that big inside.
Just one small thing here.
I don't do memes. I'm just. Yeah, I want to hear, listen to what Paul Hogan calls that knife.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Strophecy?
Is that the Crocodile Dundee guy?
Investigator, did you have an opportunity to watch the video of the incident?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so to be fair, on the video, you see Mr. Mew walking in the direction.
Judge, object, can we approach?
Yes.
Oh,
Why?
because now he's supposed to interpret what happened in the video, which they weren't allowed, but they have been doing all the time with the slides.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's Sheriff Easy. Come on. Let him get to it.
Objection overruled. You may answer.
So investigator, it's Sheppy? You tell me.
Sheppy.
So you said you see the video. On the video, do you see on the video where Mr. Mew walks over toward the area where the knife is found and then walks kind of away from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, if I can, about another part of the investigation that you did. Okay?
Okay.
You are an investigator, right?
Yes.
Do you also do forensic downloads of cell phones?
No.
Do you collect those cell phones to be forensically downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask you on September 2nd of 2022, do you remember being brought into a meeting with Investigator Williams and Madison Cohen and her mother? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you write a report on that?
I did.
Okay. And there was, in terms of what you recall, there was a hope of trying to locate a potential photo of Madison Cohen on her cell phone, right?
Yes.
Right. And if you recall, there was a question on whether that could be done because Ms. Cohen had told you that it was deleted, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she had said, I've taken my phone and I've deleted that off of my phone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as you know what type of case it is in September, right?
Yes.
Do you ask her at all, why would you delete you're the alleged victim of a crime, why would you delete the picture in a case like this? Do you ask her that?
I don't recall.
If you would have asked her, would that be in a report that you prepared?
It should.
Yeah, why would she delete it?
Yeah.
She's with her mother in this interview room, right?
Correct.
And once she says, meaning Ms. Cohen, once she says that it's deleted, you explained to her that there's potential ways to recover information that's been deleted off of a phone, right?
Yes,
And you explained to her that there can be what is known as a forensic download of a phone, right?
yes,
And what that would be, kind of in layman's terms, is whether it's your department or some law enforcement department, has the ability to kind of go through someone's phone, finding information that the user believes they've deleted off of the phone, right?
yes,
Okay. And you explained to Ms. Cohen that it was possible, if she would provide her phone, for your department to do.
As a victim, per Supreme Court rulings, I think Supreme Court rulings in Wisconsin, as a victim, you are allowed to request that you are not taped or recorded when you give your testimony. That's why we don't know what was said by her.
Do that forensic download, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, the officer who arrived at the scene where she comes running up saying, "I was slapped in the face," testified that if he had seen any injuries to her, he would have taken a picture of it.
You ask permission for the phone to do that, and she provides you permission. Is that true?
Correct.
You review the download of that phone. True?
Yes,
Your review of that download, and let me ask you this, you really try to you tell her, and you want to narrow the time frame that we're dealing with here, right?
correct.
Okay, so somebody might have 10,000 photos, but the forensic download.
She didn't refuse to testify. She can refuse to be on camera as a victim in a crime. She has testified. We don't know what her testimony was, because in Wisconsin, you're allowed as a victim to say, "I don't want to be on camera or recorded." So she has given her testimony, but it's clear from the way he has asked other people, she don't have any evidence of her injuries.
Can narrow it down to a specific day, right? You can search for a specific day, right?
Through the entirety of the download, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the forensic download information, and would you agree?
I guess I'd just object on, I don't think that's been asked yet.
Well,
Let's get the question out first.
okay. Would you agree your report indicates, "I did not observe any photographs that appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame"?
Correct.
Good job, Sheriff. Easy.
So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
Object on foundation, speculation. Can we approach?
Yes.
He just hates it. The state doesn't like it. It's funny when they get testy. Hi, Moni. It's a lot of police officers today, so it's kind of boring. Rachel, yeah. I mean, that's what he's getting to, is that They did a forensic download of Maddie's phone and they didn't find anything, not even anything deleted, because she said she deleted it.
Objection sustained on foundation. Next question.
Thank you. So investigator, in terms of what you did, in terms of it says your review of the download. Can you explain what you did in that regard?
Yes, sir. So I don't have any part in physically downloading the phones. I don't have training for that. However, I'm able to review what a person that is trained on that, downloading the data that's in there.
And what does that consist of?
Can consist of photographs, call logs, social media accounts, text messages, etc.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this quick and get rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. So when you're looking at this download, are you seeing photographs that you're not interested in?
There may have been in the consented time frame that Ms. Cohen had given me, but I'm looking for specific photographs of our conversation.
Okay, and that was, to be fair, that was in reference to these injuries that she said she had documented, right?
Correct.
And
I bet
is
you
there
she had nudie
information
pics.
provided in this download report? Is that fair? Is it like a download report?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there information in that download report as to whether or not
Hey, MG, you have missed absolutely nothing. We have been putting in officers' body cams showing nothing. The only interesting part so far is Madison was on a body cam. The officer was asked, did you see any injuries? No. Would you have documented if you saw injuries? Yes. And now this officer, the lead investigator, is saying he got consensus, she allowed him to download his phone because she deleted the picture of the injuries she had to her face, but they can't find it on the phone. So Madison, who didn't want to be on camera, don't have the pictures that she claimed she had of the injuries to her face.
in this particular case, there were other deleted, I'm not interested in what they were, but other deleted pictures?
I don't recall if there were other deleted pictures in the consented time frame of what I was looking at.
Does this report, so this report indicated to you, or what was in this report is, there's no photographs that appeared to be taken from the injuries during that time frame, right?
Correct.
Is there information in there as to whether or not there were any, you don't know if there were any deleted photos from that time frame?
Correct. I do not recall.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, whether or not deleted photos can be recovered?
I don't have the Celebrite training, but in my experience, I know that sometimes deleted photos and messages may be recovered in a download.
Do you recall speaking with Madison Cohen and her mother about this injury that she said she had?
I recall the meeting, yes.
Okay. And the meeting is recorded, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you remember. If you don't, I can show the video. Do you remember Miss Cohen's mother directing a point on her face where she said she saw the injuries?
I recall that instant, yes.
Okay. And what she recalled, to the best of your recollection, is she was pointing to the left side of her face, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
And to everyone saying you can recover it, yeah, that's why you use Cellbrite. Just go to the Cam Reed case. They found a lot of stuff when they use Cellbrite. They do that in every case. The problem is the photo wasn't there. But Mr. Q said he saw a photo of her face with injuries to it.
Come on, guys.
It's really slow today.
Doesn't. I just want State Man to go draw some terrible pictures again. And then
But I
get
really don't have
mad.
anything. I've been working for too long. Oh. And we're back to live. Even with all our talking, we can't.
Yeah, chip chop chip. Are they putting in some kind of recording or what?
I really don't know, Jamie. I've been lost for the last hour.
I'm just talking out loud. I know you have no answers for me.
Never had.
Investigator, if I show you a still photograph, it's a still of the video interview, might that help refresh your recollection as to where Madison Cohen's mother said that this occurred on?
Yes.
Can you see that?
I can.
You'd agree that in that photograph, she appears to be pointing to the left side of her face, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Left side of her face.
Which is consistent with being struck with the right hand.
Mm-hmm.
No other questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
Did Madison's mother confirm she saw some sort of injury on Madison?
I don't recall.
If she's pointing to the face, is that what she's been doing?
That picture, she was either pointing, scratching. It was on the left side of her face. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know what the context of that is, just from that still shot?
I mean, no, but
Okay.
Then why'd you? He's so stupid.
So, Madison, the forensic download, was it just photos or was it the whole cell phone, text messages, photos, everything anyone has?
It's so stupid.
in my experience, that's what a forensic download is the entirety of the phone.
Oh my God.
Search warrant, she gave you consent for that?
Correct.
Mr. Prophecy?
You told her you could get a search warrant though, right?
I explained I could apply for a search warrant.
Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. I'm sorry? Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I just make sure we have a?
Yes.
Yeah, especially when three witnesses have mentioned it.
Lieutenant Coleman, please come forward.
Because they saw no markings on her.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
No, it was an arm.
Testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Another officer.
Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Charles Coleman.
And how are you employed?
I'm the patrol lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a patrol lieutenant?
Administrative and supervisory in nature, make sure that our deputies have the training and equipment that they need. We oversee their regular day-to-day duties and make sure that they're providing the service that the county and our sheriff expect.
And do you also assist some?
Yeah, he did a
investigations
stream
if
on it
there's,
earlier.
If there's short hands?
Yes, any major
Find
felony
one for me
case
too,
or
Brandon.
critical incident, I will assist with the investigation.
And did you assist in this investigation?
I did.
And what role did you have?
My main role was to forensically map the crime scene or incident scene on the Apple River.
And as part of, why don't you just tell the jury generally what that means?
When you forensically map a scene, you end up taking an instrument or a device out there and you try to gather up all the physical evidence with the instrument to transfer over to a digital system, allowing you to view the scene days, weeks, or years later. The instrument is accurate and helps preserve the scene for you to see after the fact.
Once you have the scan, is it kind of like a video game where you can move around inside of it?
The scan ends up creating a 3D rendering, kind of like a 3D printer, only with data points. And then you can change the angle in which you're looking at that scene. So you're allowed to either do fly-throughs, like you said, still shots, or different perspectives at the scene.
And in order to, and you did that in this case?
I did.
And where did you do that scanning?
The scan was at the Apple River near Highway 64 overpass and towards upstream, further into the river.
And did
They
you
can scan a
prepare,
crime scene but not
as
find a
part of your
photo.
testimony today, a PowerPoint to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
Oh,
Judge,
now we're getting a
move
PowerPoint
to
presentation.
Admit that PowerPoint.
What's the exhibit number?
Can you make it more interesting than this guy can? I bet you can.
The objection to 51? It's received.
Can we have the screen, please?
Sorry, I jinxed it.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Start talking about it. It's the most exciting trip you've ever watched.
What's in the image on this
I'm
first
just
slide?
gonna lay down on my floor.
Image
and
on the
keep watching
slide is
TV.
the Trimble SX10 total station scanner.
That's the device you used?
Correct.
Oh, look at how fancy that is.
And what are we looking at on this slide 3?
You're looking at a side-by-side comparison. On the right is the drone fly-through video. On the left is a similar fly-through that we did with the 3D mapping from the scene.
They're
Where did
clearly
that
not
drone
the same.
footage come from?
From Deputy Force.
I'm sorry, Jamie. These two pictures doesn't look to depict the same stuff, do they?
Well, why does one have different colors? Did they
Well,
like,
not so much that, but the river is straighter on the left and makes a more
Yeah.
sharp turn in the end.
Hmm.
It can be because the drone is lower down, but it's not the same picture. Now we're back to Kenosha. Hocus pocus, out of focus.
Hendrickson and Sergeant Chase Durand.
So they flew the river, and is that a sheriff's office drone?
It is.
I do not understand why they need all these fancy drone pictures.
Brandon, find me one.
It's a river. Cool.
You're going backwards. Oh, come
These
on
are
now.
videos, right?
Correct.
I can't even operate a computer either.
And so what are you trying to document here? Show
Show the accuracy of the total station scanner compared to the drone video footage as an overview of the Apple River, the drone footage and the fly through on the digital video are showing it going from downstream upwards upstream.
so you flying away from the bridge.
Correct.
Okay, why? Why does it matter?
And then what is this one?
It's a different video showing the drone flying upstream, now downstream towards the bridge. And on the left-hand side is a video fly through from our forensic data showing the similar aspect.
I think they just wanted to
Trying
fly a drone that
generally
day.
document the area of the river.
Correct.
It looks like a fun tubing river.
Now, when the video stopped, do you see that shadow going across the river at the right image? Across the water?
Jamie, I made my power
be the bridge?
presentation.
It is.
What's this?
This is a legend explaining any future still shots.
Oh my gosh.
Explaining what each item represents. On the right-hand side, it's not easy to explain the cardinal directions of many of our still shots and photographs, so it's easy to represent what's upstream and what's downstream. If you compare it to pouring a glass of water, as the water fills up, you get more blue down towards the bottom, so the water is flowing downward. Each circle represents initial point either for contact, attack, or witness groups, as well as knife recovery location.
How about slide 6?
On the left-hand side, you have a drone still shot photo overview of the river. As you see what the arrow downstream is at the bottom of the photograph. On the right-hand side is a still shot rendering with our forensic data utilizing the scanner showing the same viewpoint.
Slide 7.
Again, on the left-hand side is a still shot from the drone footage on the left side, excuse me, and on the right-hand side is a 3D rendered still shot using the total station scanner data showing the same perspective.
Oh,
Same thing, but now
he made it move.
facing upstream.
Correct. Upstream would be at the bottom and the river is flowing downwards towards the top of the photographs.
Slide 9.
Again, an overview photograph from the drone footage on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is our forensic still shot using the data collected from the scanner. The water at the lower left-hand corner is upstream and it flows downstream towards the bridge in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh boy.
Slide 10. What are we looking at?
This is an overall still shot that we created with the scanner data. Included in this are locations of the initial contact. In the white circle, the yellow circle is the attack location. The pink circle is the Carlson tubing group, and the orange circle is the Mu tubing group. If you can see on the left-hand side of the middle of the river, there's a large white pole that extends from the tree line. That is the knife location. If we were to put a circle down on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the tree overhang from the 3D drawing.
And so the bridge would be above this area of the river?
Correct. The bridge would be further forward on top of the photograph.
And I'm just gonna end the show quick, so I have my pointer here.
Why can't we like rush through
Is
this?
this
I
what
mean,
you're
we've
talking
seen
about, the
videos.
vertical line of the knife location?
Correct.
I'm just gonna
That's
zoom
all we
in.
needed. Right? I just
I'm
want to tell you where the
speechless.
knife was.
And do you go through in later slides on how you estimated these locations?
Yes, with the assistance of Investigator Schultz, we were able to take direct.
Fedorowski has it correctly. The more evidence they put in with no evidence in them is just to show a big pile of evidence to the jury and say, oh, we have all this evidence. Doesn't show anything, but we have a lot of it.
Direct data points, utilizing a prison pole. He had an estimated location of each incident. And so we took direct shots to create that circle.
Similar diagram, but looking upstream now?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
On the left-hand side is a drone photograph. On the right-hand side is a similar perspective using forensic data. In this still shot that we took, we included the initial contact location, the Carlson group, Mu tubing group, and the right-hand side.
MD,
You
that
can
was a
see
good
the
one.
long pillar where the knife location was at.
So that orange circle in the background to the right, in the scan, it looks like a
Are
kind
you
of
trying
a
to
green
look at this drawing?
spot it's on, but that
Or
in the
picture?
left, would that be that sandbar?
Yes.
I was called into court. I started my own case 12
Same
hours
diagram
ago.
facing towards the bridge?
Correct. Different perspective.
I'm not sure if I'm having a stroke or this is just as stupid.
That's stupid.
Same thing?
Same thing, different perspective.
Just show us
What are we
in a
looking
picture
at
where
on this
everything.
slide 15?
On the left-hand side, we have a more focused still shot with the forensic data. With the instrument, we're able to get accurate measurements. And with this, we were able to determine the width of the river at different points along the river.
Who
We just
cares?
want,
Left-hand side,
we
the
want to
lower
know how
portion,
far apart the groups are.
155 approximately 155 feet across.
And then where'd you find the knife?
147 and then 155.
Jamie, can I
On the
put in
right-hand
my
photograph, you see a more
notice of
overview of more of the
3 weeks
river.
notice so I can leave
And
this job?
again, the measurements are included there, 155, 150, 147, 155.
It will be denied,
And the
sir.
river narrows to 123.
But you can try.
And those are all in feet.
And is this, the technology for this, is it similar to kind of the 3D scans maybe some realtors or construction companies use now?
So the Trimble SX10 scanner is a total station scanner that utilizes infrared laser beams. It also takes panoramic photographs. And so you are able to take a scan in 360. Everything the infrared laser hits or reflects off of returns to the instrument. It creates a data point for that. It uses the pictures that it takes in order to create a color for each individual data point. It collects approximately 26,000 data points per second in the scanner mode. The instrument is good up to 600 meters, and at accuracy at 100 meters, it's approximately.
He's
14
using cummy
millimeters. This instrument's
figures.
used by land surveyors, building contractors, and in law enforcement, we utilize it for.
That's
forensic
what I was
gathering of
thinking,
scenes,
Whiskey.
whether
That's
internal
the
or
first thing that came to my
Do you do anything
mind.
to make sure that when it's giving you data points that it's
Thank you, Irish,
accurately
for
recording?
mentioning Jamie and her whip.
Yes, we do a distance accuracy check at the beginning of the scan.
I'm sweet. Come
We'll
on.
end up laying out a tape measure. We'll do a direct shot instead of a scan of that tape measure and measure it from there. We'll go into the computer software system, measure those two same points and make sure that it's accurate.
So if you had this, the screen.
See you later. Have fun. We're not.
If you had this program open on your computer, could you click between two different points and get a measurement of the distance between them?
Any individual dot that's on that drawing, we could get an X, Y, and Z measurement for it. So measurement across, height, and slope.
And then in the next few slides, what are you showing?
So this is, since we're able to view from different perspectives, this is the perspective if you're standing near the Mew Group location by the island sandbar that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. The circle ahead of you is the initial contact location. On the right-hand side, the purple circle is the Carlson Group.
That's actually a good picture to stop on, because this is where his wife were, and that Thomas guy. This is where all the kerfuffle happened. She said she was hard of hearing, couldn't hear anything. She had a buddy with him. He said, I saw them standing around him. We have to, there was 6 guys here. And then you have the Q group over here, who said we could clearly hear them yelling for help. What was it? Was it 135 feet?
Something like that.
I think it was something like that. They could hear them, and they saw he was drunk and everything. I think the fight happened a little bit closer to the middle of the river because he was away from them. But again, why did Madison go over here? The more we hear, the more I hate Madison. That River Karen was the one who ruined everything.
River Karens.
Yeah. Because he was just down there looking for a phone. And these idiots, yeah, they started something, but he did move this way. And then she came over and started yelling. So again, hadn't they been there? Sorry.
I'm gonna back up. I forgot.
Honestly, I feel like the River Karens
and the show, so I can use my cursor.
are the whole reason.
Yeah.
He would have just
Oh.
left, I think.
Yeah, because he was away from them. And the guys from that group said, yes, we could pass him at that time.
She came up and then he stopped to talk to her. She's screaming in his face,
So
and then they
the-
moved up towards him.
In this
Yeah.
slide, I just went back to 15. You have 2 dots representing where the Isaac's group was, right?
Correct.
And then for the Carlson's group, there's just 1 dot, but were they also drifting?
Yes,
Scott
the
is a little bit
location
behind.
of the Carlson Group was based off of Investigator Schultz's knowledge. We took a direct shot of it, but it was the stationary location, not them progressing down the river.
And what are we looking at here?
So with our drawing software, we're able to put in mannequins or models. In this case, we were able to put a 6-foot tall person into the river to show the perspective from Mew's group to what a person at that distance would look like. Again, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Again, with this one, now we have the yellow circle as the initial contact progressed further downriver to the attack location. The 6-foot tall person is placed in the general area of that attack location.
Slide 19.
This perspective is from the Carlson Group, and here they're looking across river. So to your left will be upriver, and as the water flows to the right downriver, you'll see their perspective of the initial contact and their perspective towards the attack location.
Slide 20.
Again, in the drawing, we just include a 6-foot tall mannequin to show visual perspective of what a person would look like at that distance.
And notice this. This is from the first to the second video.
This again is a 6 foot tall person now near the
They
attack
clearly moved.
location.
He
as
wasn't
witnessed
holding
from
on to
the
their
original
tubes.
Location of the Carlson.
Yeah.
And these approximate locations of the groups, did you get that from
Yes,
comparing
but
it
they
to the
didn't walk
video of the
to him.
incident?
Chamalakalala.
So what are we looking at on slide 22?
So on the left-hand side is our perspective of the initial contact is facing upstream towards the mu tuber group. This will show on the right-hand side the still frame extraction from slide 0196. I ended up cropping the perspective to compare to what the phone video looks like for that still shot and showing the background with the trees and where the mu group is at, putting that approximate circle there.
Tons of money.
Slide 24.
Hey, MG, no one
Again,
asked
to help
you.
confirm with the initial contact location based off the video still shots from the cell phone, 0462 is on the right, and on the left-hand side is our crop perspective from the initial contact looking at that same bridge.
26.
In this still photograph, we compared still shot 2961 and created the perspective on the left using the drawing software program. It's looking back upriver. On the left, you see this purple circle for the Carlson group, and you can barely see it in the middle, the outline of the mu group in orange. We cropped up perspective to match similarly to the phone still shot, and in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the light green grassy area just outside of the Sandbar Island area.
So just to simplify it a little bit, is it fair you're looking at the video and then trying to do a fly through of your 3D scan to find the same perspective of different clips in the video?
Yeah, and I said no
Do
one
your best
asked
to go into
you.
the
It was a
3D
joke.
drawing and zoom in or get to the exact perspective. And there may need to be some manipulation of just your viewpoint, not of the data, just of the view of what you're looking at inside the drawing in order to create the still shot on the left-hand side.
And 28, what are we looking at?
On the right hand.
I'm not a lawyer, but this is just deceptive. I don't know if they want to use this to imply that people over here could see because they are over here in the picture. But they have Junk Monster. She's standing somewhere here with her phone. You have a skinny girl with the hole in her side standing here. You have, I think that's his friend coming up here. There's a lot of obstruction of their field of view because Chunk Monster and these people are all in front of what these people over here can see. And he has his back turned and is stabulating someone in front of him. This is deception.
Hand side is the still shot of the cell phone video 2995. On the left-hand side is the same perspective. This is now the attack location and showing
Chunk.
the Carlson group straight ahead at that perspective. As you can see with the trees on the top of the photograph matching the rendered drawing on the left-hand side.
And can we activate his screen, Judge, so you can kind of trace?
Yes,
what
I
we're
said
talking
Chunk
about?
Monster.
There should be a,
Cursor on there, Your Honor?
yeah, just use your finger.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm looking at here
Just use your finger.
is the same tree line that I see here. And then I see there.
And then you have to
Show the
crop it
same
up to match. And again, sorry, no. No, because this is clearly on the left side. It should be out here. You can't, MG, how is this allowed as evidence? It's not a reasonable interpretation of reality. He has their position marked as here, which is under this tree, when in reality, they are over here. How can this be used as evidence? It's clearly not the same picture. Now I'm just getting mad, sorry. Well, thank you
Then
so
what are
much,
we
Nick,
looking
and
at
thank you so
in
much, Sherman, for
slide
liking
30?
us. We are a fun
This is
bunch.
an overview of the river. Upstream is towards the top of the photograph, downstream towards the bridge is on the bottom. We have the initial contact location is the white circle, and a measurement between that circle and the attack location, which is in feet.
Schonberg, you know he's upset. He's got a Yankee.
Approximately 62 feet, yes.
Same thing, but
No, but I know that it's not a accurate representation, but he sold it as, then we can go back and we can do everything and we can see it as it was on the day of the crime. I'm not saying he is claiming it is, but he's clearly implying to the jury that it is. That's my problem. The jury will think this is a true and accurate representation of the crime scene.
go looking the other direction.
Correct. Now, the bridge is at the top of the photograph and upstream towards the islands at the bottom.
Slide 32.
This is a overview, the distance between the attack location and the knife recovery location, which is approximately 114 feet.
Slide 33.
This is the attack location to distance to the Mew group, which is 233 feet. And the approximate distance from the attack location to the Carlson group, excuse me, which is approximately 132 feet.
And that would be 132 feet from the ultimate spot, but if the Carlsons continued to drift downriver, they would have been closer, fair?
Correct.
Sustained.
Let me go back. So how many dots do you have for Isaac's group in this one?
2.
And what's the white dot?
The white dot's the initial contact location,
Yellow dot?
the attack location,
And then the pink dot for the Carlson group, what's that?
the initial location that investigator Schultz told me where the Carlson group was at.
So no subsequent location is of the Carlson group is identified in the diagram?
No.
And slide 34, what are we looking at?
On the left-hand side is a photograph from the drone footage. On the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
And I'm just gonna zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left, how about just on the left photo, what are we looking at?
So it's a photograph from the drone footage showing deputies or investigators there. I believe investigator Sheppy is on the left-hand side, walking in towards the tree line location on the south shore.
To identify where that knife was found?
That's where I was informed the knife was found, yes.
And on the right, same location, but from the...
I never seen anything like this in a Danish courtroom. We absolutely don't have the same way, but I've been in plenty of trials where I'm sitting there. Again, my best day was 8 hours of reading Cellbrite data. Believe me, that's boring. And we didn't read it. We were just told what it was. So I just had to sit in a chair for 8 hours with a coughing prosecutor who had to read it on the 22nd of December.
Scan.
Same perspective.
And so the bridge from here would be to the right.
Correct, downstream.
Same thing, but now there's that white bar.
White bar signifying the location of the knife recovery.
Man,
Now just a zoomed out perspective of the knife recovery.
these are some great PowerPoints. And zoom out further and
Overview
further.
of the knife
Yeah.
recovery.
And this is from space where we can see.
Yeah.
And then the
You
bottom
can still
left of that
clearly
right
see the
is
3-inch
that
knife.
I do.
So stupid.
Do you guys?
I'm not
the
sure.
Sheriff's Office measured the water depth.
We did.
And so what are we looking at in slide 38?
So with direct shots, we're able to utilize a prism pole. We measured the height of the pole, and then the bottom of it, the instrument will measure where the sand ground is.
Oh, that's why they got the
underneath
chopper
water,
to see where the
since
knife was from
instrument
the air.
does not reflect off water. So we're able to take direct shots in different areas of the river. And in this area, near the attack location, the approximate depth of the river was 0.83 feet.
You're
or
welcome,
approximately
Wicked.
9.96
You're welcome.
inches.
And was this measured the same day as the incident or later, if you recall?
Approximately 1 month after.
Okay, so if the more rain, less rain, it could have been different.
Could have been.
Yeah, that's kind of how rivers work.
What are the checkered flags on this? Never mind.
It was the depth of the water, 0.83 feet.
You said it was, the depth was measured 1 month later, correct?
Correct.
The date of the incident was July 30th, correct?
Correct.
And so August 30th, roughly.
September 1st.
So, more than 30 days.
Oh, you really did though.
33 days.
You got what you asked for.
Somewhere in there.
You would agree that you've lived in this area for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the river?
I am.
You're familiar with the trends of rivers in this area throughout the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that typically speaking, rivers depth goes down between the end of July and the end of August?
Typically.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not the amount of rainfall that we had from July 30th to August to September 1st?
I did not.
So you have no idea, to some extent, how deep it was on July 30th.
How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really want to know.
Between examinations, but it is 2:30. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 2:45.
Even the judge hated this so much he needed a break. I've been talking so much, drawing on the screen, and we are still catching up with live. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Oh.
All right, well,
Yeah.
we're done.
That's probably the worst witness so far. Yeah, they can assess how deep it was from the people in the footage. Yeah, if they found out someone was 9 feet tall and they can just measure it.
Yeah, they didn't need all that fancy equipment.
It was late in French. Yeah, but it didn't seem like they had much. They just wanted to talk about how deep it was. Oh, no, you can't step in the same river twice because the river's always flowing, man. It's just like life, man. It just takes you along on the ride, man. Because we're living in a world of fools breaking us down when they all should let us be. How fast they were moving, or did they? I don't know if they want to imply that he couldn't drown in it.
I don't know.
Mimi, you're the lucky one today. We've been love. You've been love. La, da, da, dee. Moon River.
Everybody, Baker has lost his mind
Why
officially.
down
Poor
the
guy.
mile. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sorry, people. I was called into court 9 a.m. this morning, and it's 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. And I've been I had 30 minutes off screen to eat my not burned frozen pizza, and I didn't change the faucet. So, yeah, we need that little guy to say they have nothing on. Yeah, lasers
Oh, yeah,
reflects off water. Who knew?
Woo. They just wanted to fly drones that day. I'm just
Yeah.
really excited.
Yeah, we're still the jean shorts is still the biggest problem in this case. Yeah,
Jean
yeah, they
shorts
have
wet jean shorts are not a guys. Come on.
yeah. Let's all remember they have a 90-year-old juror there.
90?
Well, you can.
Who's?
Yeah, a 90-year-old. Yeah,
How do you know this?
because we saw that yesterday. Sometimes you should watch the show we do, Jamie.
When did we find out about the jurors yesterday?
In one of the breaks, they put a jury overview up. I think most of them were 40 plus, but one was 90.
Isn't he like exempt for life? They better hurry up this trial. He might not make it.
Well, it's like the rivers flow to the sea, to the sea.
It's terrible, I know.
Go with me. Jeg vil være så jysk i det, jeg siger, at den her dag, den har været lidt træls i det.
Oh yeah, really? That sounds awesome.
That's just Winesaw who asked if, well, it's the area of Denmark where she lives. They have a special saying of things that's just a little annoying, and they can use it in every kind of thing, because that area is also known for being fake humble. So even on the best day in their life, it's a little, it's not that good. If they win the lottery, they said, yeah, it's only $1 million. That's what that's what they're known for. Yeah, who the hell were George with a belt in the river? I just want to know if it was John Cena.
Oh my God. John Cena. Maybe. You're not wrong. That's what I was thinking. 90 years old. Good for him. He really wanted to do it. He wanted his last hurrah.
Yeah, riding in with her little electric scooter in turtle mode. Present.
Oh God, I'm a terrible person.
Yeah, that seemed a little prejudicial. What do I think about the case so far? The first 3 days I didn't hate. Today I hate. State haven't proven he wasn't in my mind. He wasn't allowed to defend himself because he was violently pushed and punched, and they were mobbing him. 13 people stood very close to him. Everyone who got holes in them had their hands on him before he put holes in them. Well, I have had jury duty. Well, I went twice where the suspect didn't show up. Then I had what the hell was that? I had a simple violence. I've had a excessive violence, Today was drugs. What the hell was last? Was it last week or the week before I had one? Oh, I had laundering of money.
No.
Yeah, I think that's it. I've been to 6 cases this year. So that's not that many. I have 2 we haven't finished yet. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to know, 'cause we live in. I'm so tired. Yeah, no point at all of this could have been an email.
It's okay. The defense side is going to be good.
Hopefully.
I
They're
think
just
so.
going to say, we rest your honor.
Right. But you know, if they call anybody back or anybody new, they'll have their ducks in a row, so it'll be fun.
I hope they call some ducks.
Some ducks that are passing by.
No, I am a retiree because my back is broken. It's just in Denmark, it's a civic duty. So I sign up for it because I don't work. So yeah.
Oh Lord.
Born sinner, as I always talk about when we talk about jury duty. Just imagine it was you. Who would you rather have on the jury? People who kind of know what to look for, kind of know that the state might not always be right, or some people who are too dumb to get out of jury duty. That's why I say everyone should do jury duty. It's really, it's not fun, but it's an important thing to do, because too many juries are filled with the people who can't be there, shouldn't be there, because they think, oh, the state charged him, yeah, he's probably guilty. So they don't look for the evidence. They don't just go by guilty by being charged. Oh, you have baseball today. A sport so boring, even female football seems interesting.
Oh, baseball's not boring.
It takes 45 hours, and no one knows what's it on about. Hey, MG, how
We
are you
only
doing?
have 750 million games in one season. It's fine.
Yeah. At least they're all on roids. Oh, that's nice.
The worst.
Lefty said I worked in the red light district. Yes, but that's my side job. Oh, is United behind again? Hate it. Yeah, let's call in all the waterfowls from that river.
The waterfowls. They probably will. And then Doofus McGee won't know how to question them.
Talking about Doofist McGee. Hey, Ferell.
Hey, Ferell. She's not a Doofus McGee.
Banana ball. Cool. He. Oh, golf. Oh, I never. Well, I'm sorry to the people who play golf, but I that's boring. Golf and darts is becoming really big in Europe. I don't know if it is in the US, but they televise dart games. I play dart when I'm so hammered I can't see the board, and it's a sport.
Darts in a bar are fun.
Yeah, I was thrown out of a bar after I hit the lamp over the dart board. I think 5 times in a row. He threw me out, said I had too much to drink. And I just think that's
You
wrong.
think?
I didn't have my glasses on. It was poor coordination.
Oh, yeah.
I can't keep track of how many we have called so far. But if they're going for 44, I might break a leg to have Jamie give me a day off.
You're going to have to do more than break a leg.
Hmm.
Because you can still sit, sir.
Sorry, ma'am. Do you think they have a use of force expert? I think they have a specialist in water movement on the Tubing River.
They have a river specialist.
Yeah. Oh, but this is one of those Wisconsin rivers who were initially started during the Jurassic period. Then there was some earthquake that changed it around. But funny story about Wisconsin rivers, as they normally flow to the sea. So does Wisconsin rivers too. Isn't that fascinating? No.
We are back in session. I am outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Mew. I understand the attorneys would like to speak.
Yes, Judge. During Mitchell. Yes, Judge. During Mitchell Sheppy's testimony, he was shown a screenshot and it was published to the jury. We just had it printed out. Figured I could have that marked. Then it's probably exhibit 112, I think we're next at, for the record to know what it is we put up on the screen.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was something interesting.
Yep.
Can't the defense stand up and say,
Something important.
"We're sorry"?
I think it was important.
No, I used the wrong words. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Something much more monumental.
Titillating.
Let's move on. It's late in the day. I'm getting tired.
Let's move on.
We lost 50 viewers during this guy's testimony. Everyone go on Discord and go on next and say he's gone, people. We're gonna go on to the next one.
What do we got now? It can't be another.
This is a
police
guy
officer, right?
who flew the drone to tell you how the wind was on the day.
Oh, jeez. Please no.
Defense team makes more money. Yeah, after the last ice age, that was the. Oh, I just took geology. The Weissel ice age, I believe.
Please be seated. We are back with the jury, ready to continue. Lieutenant Coleman's on the witness stand. Mr. Nelson.
Sure, I believe I was
Mr.
asking you
Nelson.
questions
Oh,
about the
still
water
him.
depth when we last spoke.
Oh,
Oh God.
During your testimony, I think you'd said near attack location and you said approximate. Can you tell the jury precisely where it was measured on the river, the depth?
Yes, there's a direct shot location placed in that point of the river.
Okay. Did you just measure it in that one spot?
Yes,
Did you just take a sample, like a foot here, 2 feet here, 3 feet over there? Did you do any kind of sampling in that general area?
yes.
Do you have those numbers?
I have a log of them, I do.
For whatever reason, you chose this number.
That was the number Investigator Schultz told, or the location Investigator Schultz told me to take the shot.
I understand. And so this is the river, right? You measured it from this spot, correct?
Correct,
You measured it from this spot because that man told you to, correct?
correct.
What I'm asking is, did you take a measurement over here, or over here, or over here, any place else around that area, just as a sampling of the area where Investigator Schultz told you to?
Yes,
Do you have those measurements?
there's a log measurement of the of the depths in those general areas.
And fair to say that it varies depending upon where you measure, correct?
Correct,
The location that Investigator Schultz chose, that's a human choice, correct?
correct,
That's not like you've done accident reconstruction, correct?
correct,
And you've done accident reconstruction on terra firma, on ground, correct?
correct,
And when you're on the ground, not on the water, it's easier to have a particular landmark, correct?
yes,
That's part of the difficulty about a river is it's fluid in every sense of that word, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for you to establish the landmarks that you mentioned, you were again using land, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any river marks or water marks, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Investigator Schultz, how he made that human decision to say that's the spot?
He did not explain to me why he chose that spot.
And when he chose that spot to you, were you out on the river with him?
Yes.
And he was like, this is it right here.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever take that spot that he pointed to and compare it to the video?
Yes.
And what we know is, so we have that spot based upon the human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, right?
Correct.
Then you also have what I think you called initial contact, correct?
Correct.
And was that based upon a human choice that Investigator Schultz told you or something else?
Human choice.
So he told you, here's where the initial contact was.
Yes, sir.
And then that was compared using landmarks to see whether the perspective is accurate. Is that what
Correct.
You're basically telling us?
Correct.
Okay. And what we know is from the initial contact to that yellow dot that you call attack location, that's like 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from that, can we deduce that Nikolai Mew walked 62 feet in that direction?
He was around the generalized initial contact location and the attack location, so an approximate distance of 62 feet.
He got there by walking, correct?
Correct.
That's actually the first good thing we have had from this guy. He walked 62 feet away from the initial contact before the second confrontation started.
Right.
Yep.
And had that initial location, had that group of teenagers stayed there, he's walking away.
Yeah.
I'm walking away.
I mean, if he's standing at the yellow dot and the teenagers stay at the white dot, the teenagers are 62 feet away from Nikolai Mew if they stay there, correct? Do we draw it out?
Yes.
Did he say, do you need me to draw it out?
Swore I wasn't gonna do this on TV. Okay. This is upstream. This is downstream. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
You had a mark that you called initial contact, and I think it was white. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I just use pink for this?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a mark that was more of a yellow. Is that fair to say? Or an orange?
Yellow, but you can use orange.
Defense dementia.
You called this one up here attack, right? Correct.
Correct.
My
What am I,
understanding is
Ralphie?
that-
Chopped liver?
Again, this isn't in perspective, right? But the distance from there to there is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
So Nikolai Mew, I'm making this, he is initially here, correct?
No.
All right.
What?
Nikolai Nikolai Mew is not at the initial contact?
He is not in that location.
What?
So when you said initial contact, who's contacting whom?
When two groups converge upon each other and they are in physical contact with each other, whether by tubes or persons.
Who are there's
What?
Nikolai Mew, agreed?
Correct?
There's,
The initial contact isn't with Nikolai Mew. What?
Go back.
What?
Did the tubes make contact first?
I'm really interested in what this, because now he's getting tested because it's the defense asking him question. And if he's saying, well, he was on the other side or something, then he's just an idiot.
the teenager group, agreed?
Yes,
And there's the Carlson group, agreed?
agreed,
And then there's the Mew group, agreed?
agreed,
On this part, we don't have the Mew group, correct?
correct,
And on this part, we don't have the Carlson group, correct?
correct,
Fair to say that the initial contact is between Mr. Mew and the 6 teenagers, agreed?
agreed.
So Mr. Mew is, I didn't put it in here, but he's in this general area at the initial contact, correct?
Where you put the X is not the correct spot.
Shut up, idiot.
I don't mean to be semantics, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, you do, because you're an idiot.
Where?
Initial contact, because you're upstream about up here. Mr. Mew made contact at a diagonal, and he was above upstream from the tuber group.
So my mistake was on this part of it, right?
It's because he had the wrong direction of the river. And Jesus Christ.
Now that's correct.
Other than I don't have the X showing towards the shoreline, but. in
It
the
doesn't
general
matter,
area, yes.
idiot.
What do you mean by that? Where would Mr. Mew be here?
Mr. Mew approached from this angle, so I'd put him here at the top upstream of the tuber group.
Well, now he's further away then.
And when you say he approached from this angle, you don't know that, correct?
Looking at the video, he came from upstream.
What video were you looking at? Is there a video of Mr. Mew walking from his group over to there?
He was upstream at an angle going towards the tuber group.
Okay. This is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
The video that you watched, you're saying he walked more than 62 feet?
I don't know where he walked from. I just know he was upstream of the tuber group when he had initial contact with them.
Okay, so we've got two different, I want to make sure I'm not confused here, okay? Have you seen the videos from Joanne Cockfield's phone?
Yes,
There's a video that's been admitted that's 9 seconds long in which Mr. Cockfield yells out the word raper. Are you familiar with that video?
no,
There's a video that's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long.
What he's talking about, and he's just an idiot, is when Mr. Mew first, the 9 seconds video, he would have been somewhere like this and then run over to them. We seen this. Yes, he is coming in from that direction. But now he's claiming he didn't see the 9-second video, so he couldn't have seen the initial contact. He's such an idiot. He just want to be right.
That involves the incident that we're here to, the jury's here to determine. Are you familiar with that video?
yes,
Any other video that you're talking about?
no,
And the video
No, that
you're talking about.
9 seconds first.
3 minutes and 20 seconds.
3 minutes second.
Correct?
correct,
In that video, Mr. Mew is walking towards the teenagers, correct?
correct,
He eventually, I think, jogs for like 3 or 4 steps, agreed?
correct,
And that's what you're talking about is when he reaches his hands out and puts his hands on the tube, that's the initial contact, correct?
correct,
All right. So now that we got that down, from that initial contact point until where whomever attacked whomever, that's 62 feet away, correct?
correct,
So for Mr. Mew to get from here to there, he had to walk 62 feet downstream, correct?
correct,
had the teenage group stayed where they were, he'd have been 62 feet away. Agreed?
Correct.
The only way that they got there is they followed him, correct?
I just know they ended up at the same location. I don't know who
Oh,
followed.
he
them.
doesn't want to say it. Like, just be real.
You watched the video,
How
right?
did they get
did.
there?
And at some point, do you see Mr. Mew then walk towards the Carlson group?
Yes.
Do you know how far Mr. Mew walks from the place where he walked away from the teenagers to walk over to the Carlson group?
No.
Do you know how far the teenagers walked to follow him over there?
No.
Fair to say that in determining the locations, you determined the Mew group based upon the sandbar, correct?
Correct.
That's a landmark, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're very confident in that determination of that position, correct?
Yes.
Because that's not dependent upon a human saying it was here. It's a landmark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you've done accident reconstruction on roadways, correct?
Yes, sir.
On roadways, you're often asked to determine where the lanes of the road are, correct?
Correct.
Who's in which lane, correct?
Correct.
A river is completely different, right?
It is.
Because there's no designated lanes, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, as a law enforcement officer, there's no place that a person can or can't be on the river, correct?
Correct.
I barely heard you.
Can we approach if we're gonna have
Yes.
speaking objections?
No, it was upstairs, downstairs. It was about servants in a mansion. I think that was from the 80s. This little gnome, oh, he liked that. I'm not going to argue semantics. Well, you did.
Just so I want to be clear, his answer stands, I'm moving on.
Fair enough.
Yes, everyone, and that's the funny part. In Denmark, the accused is allowed to lie in court. We will rejoice, Zach.
At some point, you showed on there also the width of the river, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the distances were ranging in that general area, anywhere from 147 feet wide to 155 feet wide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plenty of room for a group to go around one man.
Yes.
You talked about, again, on the drawing legend, we have, I think it's pretty obvious, initial contact. We've talked about what that is, right?
Correct.
And then the Carlson group and the Mew group. We talked about the Mew group is on the sandbar and that never changes, correct?
Correct.
The Carlson group is based upon one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
That may have changed throughout that 3 minutes and 20-second video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in that 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for lack of a better phrase, Mr. Investigator Schultz picked a space and said, let's put them here.
Yes.
And then the last location we talked about there,
No.
the term used was attack location.
Yes, Brandon, this angry little gnome got all up in a hissy fit because he put upstream and downstream on the wrong end of the map, and he put an X just to indicate which group it was, not to imply that this was the right location, but he was very angry because he watched the video. I think he got a lot of, he got his head dunked in the toilet a lot in school.
correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer. You've been in this position here testifying in front of a jury, correct?
I have.
Right. You're here to give facts, right?
Correct.
You're not here to make determinations, right?
Yes.
You're not saying who attacked who, correct?
Correct.
It's just, that's where this event happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not meaning to imply one particular person attacked another or somebody attacked somebody else. You could have used the word event location, correct?
I could have.
Incident location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some direction by the district attorney's office to use that term?
No.
So that's a term you chose on your own.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, it's meant to be neutral. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, the 32
You
feet.
talked about we had some slides up there about viewpoint. Is that right?
Yes.
And the viewpoint that we showed in the slide, there was no there's no human beings in between like the Carlson group and the location that you were looking at the view. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same thing for the Mew group,
Hey,
correct?
trucker.
Correct.
You're obviously aware that sometimes if there's a human being in between the person who's looking and what they're trying to look at, that might obstruct the view, correct?
Correct.
Showing you, if I could get the screen. So this is exhibit number 104, which witnesses have testified is the approximate location of people at about 149, okay?
Yes, sir.
You would agree, depending upon where somebody is at G2, there may or may not be people obstructing their view to Mr. Mew, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat, sir?
Sure. If you were trying to, you at some point,
Jacked on relevance and speculate. I mean, speculation, we've been testimony.
No speaking objections.
It does.
at least one of your slides was the viewpoint from G2 essentially over towards, what you called the attack location where Mr. Mew was standing, correct?
Correct.
My pen would, again, generally speaking, that viewpoint, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that depending upon where a person is in relation to this G2, their view of Riley Madison, Madison Cone, Dante Carlson, Nick Mew, it may be obstructed by other human beings, correct?
Correct.
It all depends upon where they're standing and who's in their way, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to do any modeling by the district attorney's office about a view if there were people in these positions?
No.
Oh.
In the view that you had in your presentation, that was what we would perceive of a 6-foot model, correct?
Correct.
How tall was the person looking? Were they also 6 feet? Where on the?
From their head level, yes, 6 foot tall perspective looking across.
So it was a 6-foot person looking at another 6-foot person.
Yes.
Obviously, that would change again depending upon their height.
Correct.
And depending upon their height in comparison to the humans that they may or may not need to look around or through or over or under.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Attorney Dawson asked you 150 feet is enough room for a group to go around one man, and you said yes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is it enough room for one man to walk around a group?
Yes.
Yeah, he did. He moved
walked
himself.
away.
And Attorney Dawson asked above this drawing that
We had an hour left of this interesting stuff.
the initial contact was here, 62 feet later is the attack location. if the group would have stayed there, Nikolai would have been up here and they would have been 60 feet apart. Do you recall that?
I do.
The beginning of the videos were the boys in their tubes.
Yes.
Not all of
Nikolai
them.
was walking,
Yes.
and the boys would have been floating in this direction.
Yes.
They didn't have to. They were out of their tubes.
Yeah. Okay, Carissa, 49 minutes. Maybe we're lucky to get an early day.
This is exhibit 104. Click the screen. Do you know if this is where people were at some point at minute 49 in the video?
We're
I
trying
don't
to
know.
rehabilitate him.
Do you know if this is even close to scale, the size of the circles for a person versus the distance between the groups?
There's no scale.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
In your determination on yours, you relied upon a human being telling you, here's where it was, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there on July 30th, 2022 at 1:49 into that video, which would have been about 3:45 in the afternoon, were you?
I was not.
Do you agree it's reasonable to rely on the people that were there?
Yes.
If the people that were there say that that accurately reflects where the human beings were in relation to each other, that's the same as you're relying upon Investigator Schultz, correct?
Could be.
Right?
Could be.
In fact,
Yeah,
they were there.
It is.
Mr. Schultz, Investigator Schultz wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
So if you have no information, are you going to rely upon eyewitness information about people's placement or just speculation?
And to take all information into account.
And certainly one of the things you take into account is the people that are there that say, this accurately reflects where everybody else was and I saw that.
It'll be taken into account, yes.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Coleman. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
Detective De La Cruz.
God. What is this idiot gonna tell us?
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward.
That's the guy who knows where the Dunkin' Donuts is.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Stop it.
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name's Carlos De La Cruz. I'm a detective with the city of New Richmond, and you spell my last name 3 words, lowercase de, space lowercase la, space capital Cruz.
And Detective De La Cruz, were you asked to assist in doing some interviews in this case?
Yes,
And why were you asked to assist?
I'm often requested to assist with Spanish-speaking witnesses or victims or suspects to help with interviews.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Did you grow up bilingual?
I did. I was born in Mexico. I spoke Spanish as a primary first language.
So he was monolingual
in the U.S. for roughly 46 years. So I went through school here and learned English and grew up speaking both.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Shut up, Zach.
I never got the no mustache, go teeth thing.
It doesn't look very good. It's not
No.
very attractive.
I know it's to hide, just like mine, that I have a little double chin, but
Do you recognize some of the folks in this photo? Maybe hard to tell. They probably weren't wearing the same thing when you interviewed them.
Yes, I can identify a few of them that I spoke with.
Okay. Did you interview with Sergio,
Yes,
Tatiana,
yes.
Alba?
Rosie or Alba, yes.
Did she introduce herself as Rosie with you?
Yes, Rosie.
And then how about the two on the far left, Ariel and Gilma?
Yes,
So you interviewed 5 of the people from this group?
yes.
And what language were those interviews done in?
Mostly Spanish. They did interject some English from time to time. I think they understood a little bit, but they were more comfortable in Spanish.
Okay. I'm handing you, it's been marked as Exhibit 44. Were those interviews recorded on body camera?
Yes, whatever investigator was with me, whether he Dusty, investigator Geisness or
Well,
investigator Sheppy.
Spanish-speaking witnesses will be here tomorrow.
And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to look at the contents?
So I don't know why he is testifying on their behalf. Wouldn't it be hearsay?
Footage from those 5 interviews on Exhibit 44?
I don't know what
Yes.
he's gonna say.
Judge, I move to Exhibit 44 for foundation for some transcripts only.
Any objection?
Can we approach just so I can make sure I understand?
Yes.
Yeah, he does look like Chumley, just a little bit older. Mew, shut up. The Mew group was a mixed group. Yeah, but he can't really bring in anything they said, can he?
I mean, I don't really know.
Because they are there tomorrow to testify. So if he's today saying, well, Angel said, yeah, he came running out of the woods dressed in his camo gear with his Rambo knife and his painkiller from Predator, and just went crazy. And tomorrow Angel says, no, he didn't do nothing. Then, yeah. Thomas Kane Confiulis.
This time I will reserve on Exhibit, is it 44?
Correct.
Reserve on 44.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? No, thank you. All right, thank you,
Why?
Detective.
Jamie, this is the last show we ever do.
Who's next?
No, it's not.
Sally Nichols?
I interviewed the Spanish. Well, la-di-da. That was 10 minutes of my life I never get
So
back.
stupid. Oh my gosh.
That poor guy, he had to go to court, sit outside all day, go in and said, bonjour, je parle pour la España, no, España.
What was that whistle? Ouch.
Je parle pas, je parle
Take
pour
a short recess, Judge.
How much time do you need?
I think
Oh my
probably
God,
about
you're
5
funny.
minutes.
Oh, we're good. She's here?
Yes.
Come on, Sarah, someone, Nichols. She is not nickel and diming it.
You're such a-
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
That's
You've
amazing.
lost it.
Can someone help Ms.
You've
Nichols
lost
with her
it.
jacket?
Bum, bum, bum.
All right, please come forward.
It's so
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
I want someone to say, nah, I'm going to lie.
I've been wishing for that since we started watching trials.
Can you please state your first and last
want
name and
one
spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Sally Nichols,
Sally?
SALLYNICHOLS. I apologize. I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for the sound of my voice right now.
Okay. And Ms. Nichols, what do you do for work?
I'm a certified court interpreter, so I do that pretty much full time.
And are you certified in both Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yes.
So now,
and
now we
also
had
the
an
US District
interpreter.
Court.
Okay. And
Are they
as
gonna do
part
the
of your
people today?
translator
No, right?
duties, do you often
Tomorrow.
create transcripts translating from Spanish to English?
That is correct. I've transcribed and translated many transcripts in different cases.
Permission to approach? Were you asked to, by the sheriff's office, to translate some recordings in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was some of those 911 calls?
Yes, there were some 911 calls.
Oh, so it's the chattering in the background on the 911 call.
Ah.
Can you identify what that is?
Technical question, MD. If she is to testify that she transcribed a 911 call, what went on in the background, wouldn't it be proper to ask the person who did the 911 call and have that interpreted while she's on the stand so she can talk about it? Instead of having people who heard the trans... And I got all the bacon.
You're gonna have to make Dave
Yes,
come on
this
when
is
he's
a
not doing
transcript
anything.
that I prepared. It's a transcript of one of the 911
Explain.
calls.
Yeah. Dave can do this show from now on.
Oh,
David,
yeah.
is he
This
here?
was the short one. and
Yeah,
then
he's in
there's-
chat. Sometimes you
there's
should
the
watch
other-
your show.
There's
It's
another
pretty
one
good sometimes.
right behind it, which is slightly longer. That's correct.
Give me a break. I have 7 minutes of work and I'll be done.
Transcriptions included in Exhibit 46.
That's correct.
Judge, I moved to admit 46. I imagine it's the same. Just as the Your Honor was really on our previous discussion.
Okay, 46 is reserved.
And then, Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the sheriff's office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up. How are you fluent in Spanish?
Oh, I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was raised there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously, we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools and eventually a bilingual school.
Okay. I'm going to have you exhibit 45. What is that?
Transcript of a body camera for an interview on August 3rd, 2022.
And do you include the file name on the top? You don't need to read it, just do you include the file names on tops of the transcript?
I don't have the file name on top, but I do see the name of the person who was interviewed.
And then do you see a no?
Jamie, what did you want to know?
What do I need?
David?
Hey, how are you
Nothing.
guys?
I was just.
This
I'm-
is
just wanted to make-
really in case, and
I just tricked you to come hang out.
I'm extremely disappointed that I'm not like watching this case more between my work and the Zachariah Anderson stuff that I'm doing, because I feel I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this whole case from the beginning. It's really interesting, and I don't know.
Just don't watch day 4. I can't recommend that.
And really good lawyering. I think the defense lawyers are doing so good, and I like Sheriff Easy. I know I'm biased. I love the Sheriff Easy.
I don't know who the Sheriff VC is, but is that the defense attorney that was on Rittenhouse?
Yeah, the bald guy.
Yeah, he's really good. I liked his cross-examination of like all the kids that I watched. I've been in and out a little bit. I haven't been watching it, but every time I'm listening to him cross, he's really good. He's really on point. He asks questions the way I imagine I would ask questions if I was as skilled as him.
Yeah.
You know, he just points out the obvious. Like, I just remember the one time the kid kept saying, I don't know. And he's like, well, what do you know? What do you
I know
remember?
that's really good. He does that, but he does it in such a way that it's not rude.
It's not like an
I don't
asshole.
know, like he does it.
Yeah, he's not rude about it. No, it's really good.
But
I just
Yeah,
come on
he's
the
very
Baker
good at
stream and
doing
start swearing. I'm sorry, Baker.
This lady, she can't testify to anything she interpreted, right? Because they're gonna, I don't know, it's probably to impeach people tomorrow, like the other guy who just, yeah, I speak Spanish, hasta la mañana, and then he walked off again because they can't testify what they talk to people about in the interviews. They
So-
have to interview the witnesses themselves, right?
Well, let me ask you this. So this is a court reporter, right?
No, this is an
Am I-
interpreter
no.
who translated a 911 call because there was some Spanish-speaking woman yapping while she was waiting for the 911 call. Something about kids being stabbed. Iris already translated it. So they can't put that in. They have to get the lady who called 911 and said, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise it's hearsay unless they're offering it for other than the truth of the matter asserted. If they want to offer the Spanish speaking woman's background conversation in a 911 phone call to say that kids were being stabbed, if that's the truth that they're trying to establish, then it's hearsay. Now, there are exceptions like we talked about yesterday. There's a ton of exceptions. Now, there's two categories of exceptions too. There's categories where the declarant is available and you could call and have them testify, but there's also a category where the declarant is unavailable. And if the declarant is unavailable because you can't locate them or they're dead or whatever, then there's a little bit different analysis. But the question is it, does it have a tendency to be truthful? So if she's just like carrying on, you could get it in through a present sense impression, and you don't necessarily need to make her available because she's, you could argue that she's seeing this in real time and she just, or excited utterance, or, one of those sort of things. Maybe you could argue that it could get in that way. And so if she's unavailable, then using a court reporter or a translator to listen to it and translate it could be possible, since it's not in English and the jury presumably can't understand it.
Yep, but she can just be there to certify the transcript is accurate, and they want to introduce the transcript as evidence. Yep, they can use the transcript as evidence if they tomorrow can provide chain of custody, not chain of custody, but they have to. That's why they had the 911 guy today to say, yes, we got this call. We have this call on our record. He's the record keeper of the 911. But they're going to interview the lady who called tomorrow, so she can testify to what is said in this video. Her transcript is just her transcript.
So we're just certifying the transcript so that in the event we might want to impeach this future witness, we have it available. I don't understand that. Usually this would be like a rebuttal sort of witness.
Yeah, and normally you will just say you placed a call to 911. We have a transcript of that. You don't have a translator come on and say, yes, I translated it. I habla español. The last two witnesses are people who can translate, but let's see what she says, and then I'll take a bio.
It says 20-23-36.
Okay. Is that a transcript you prepared from one of the
That
cameras?
that is correct. Yes.
Okay, here I'm handing you exhibit 58. Is that also a transcript that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
It sounds like
Yes, it
pre-foundational
says transcript
evidence.
of body camera 8/21/10 main camera.
Exhibit 69.
Yes, that's also a transcript that I prepared, and it says transcript of body camera 21/11/31 main camera.
Okay. Exhibit 70.
Is this defense or the
Yes,
state
I
asking these
recognize
questions?
this one too.
State.
This is transcript of body camera 190112, main camera.
71.
And this one also, transcript of body camera 18-10-01, main camera.
Did you transcribe these as accurately as possible, as close as you can get to a direct translation?
Yes, I did. What I do is I transcribe it first, just so I listen to it many, many times and decipher as much as I can hear. There are always a few words you can't completely hear, so I just write unintelligible when that happens. But yes, I transcribe it first, and then I go through and translate it into English.
Okay. I imagine with the same reservation, I moved to exhibits 71, 70, 69, 58, 45.
At this time, I'll reserve on those exhibits.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson? No questions.
Yes, if he's claiming
Thank you.
self-defense,
Step
he
down.
needs to testify.
You're welcome.
There's no way around it. Unless
So
you
we'll
get
see
like
the
a
witness coordinator
dozen
in the
people
back,
that
and
are
she'll tell you what that
uninterested in him, saying this guy was definitely scared to death. But even then, you don't necessarily want to rely on that.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, we've actually exhausted the witnesses we were able to get in for today.
Oh,
Thank
so
God.
an hour early.
There's nothing left to do.
I think we have something to address outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. Members of the jury, as I mentioned this morning, the attorneys have been working very hard to stay on task and to
Hey,
keep the case
Indigo.
moving.
Hey, everyone in chat.
They're doing such a good job that we ran out of witnesses for the day. So
We're doing
while we're
such a
not going
good
to be able to
job.
advance the trial further today, be rest assured that we are ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Please follow the same protocol coming into the
Judge needs to fix his robe.
But did she have
His gown.
anything? To,
No, she just
did she have anything to proffer other than?
she just verified all
No,
of the
I just-
transcripts she did or whatever.
Yep, she just said I did the transcripts, I listened to the recordings, I listened to them over and over and wrote down what I heard.
Yep.
Which is what a court reporter does. I've had audio recorded or transcribed before, and that's what they testify to. I'm imagining the state might have a witness to challenge the transcriptions, and that's why they're going through a lot of this effort.
The defense.
Did I say the state? I mean the defense, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to get out ahead of stuff, and that's a weird thing to want to get out ahead of. Like I said, it was like sort of preemptory rebut witness
All right, that's all. We
testimony.
are
It
in
doesn't make
recess.
any
Thank you,
sense
everyone.
unless they know the state's going to, or the God, I keep getting everyone mixed up. Unless they know the defense is going to be trying to challenge her. Her maybe the defense has a translator that's going to say no. What she said in Spanish was they were stabbing him. You know, who knows?
Yeah, or they had knives, or we
Yeah,
saw
something
because
like
his self-defense claim is strong when you watch the video. The problem is he tells the police he saw 2 knives at the scene. So that's a big hurdle to overcome when he's testifying. But again, the entire
did the police dredge the river? Sorry. I feel like I'm on a delay.
Yeah, you look like your camera is a little behind too.
I hear you just
Let
fine.
me come
but
back.
I don't know what.
Let me come back.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, today kind of seems like we're just gonna spend a day. So, unconstitutional ban on free speech, 200 feet perimeter imposed around the courthouse. Violators will be subject to arrest. Well, then everyone is 250 away. Well, the first 3 days actually made some kind of sense, but today it's just been technical evidence that really isn't technical. I because I didn't do the recap for yesterday because I was in court. I'm going to do it for tomorrow. At least the first 2 witnesses were kind of something you could use for something, but the rest has just been Yeah, I was at the scene. I have some camera. Yeah, I have some camera. I have some camera. That's all we have heard today.
Yeah.
So not a total waste of time, but because you need the technical stuff in as well and all the record keepers and stuff like that. But it's just a lot of nonsense today, in my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't find anything too.
No,
I
there's
mean, other
nothing.
than that video that everybody thinks that is not good for him. Other than that,
Yeah.
nothing they really brought in today.
Ooh, I
Yeah,
feel
but-
better already.
Yeah, you look like you're not using MG's dial-up modem today.
You know what it is? I've been editing a lot of videos, and whenever I run my video editor, even if I shut it down before I jump on stream, everything is laggy, and I need to restart the whole system.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. What was the question where we left off? Because I was having a hard time.
You asked if they dredged the river for a second.
Oh,
Knife
yeah, yeah,
fight.
yeah. So if he claims that there were knives, and if he claims that when he's talking to police, that the police dredged the river or look for knives, and if they didn't, you know, I don't think his statement is that bad. But even then, you know, you could be mistaken. You don't know what's going on. It's in the heat of the moment. Your adrenaline's going. You got a bunch of kids around. You could see the nervousness in his face. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen that face. I've made that face, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and again, he was smirking. No, he was standing there. To me,
yeah,
he was
he was trying to
clearly.
play it cool.
Yeah,
Waving to his family or whoever he was with.
yeah. So yeah,
What do you think about the fact that they showed the videos that he said, I heard there was somebody got stabbed. What did he say exactly?
heard someone got stabbed, and I fit the description.
And they just said, yeah. I don't think that's
Wait.
all that damning. Because what if he's just in shock and he's trying to like get information? Because he
When
knows
was
he's
that
probably
video
obviously
made? Was
going to
that
have
on
to
body
have
cam?
That was
a
after he
lawyer?
was arrested and put into the cruiser.
Yep. It was the question he asked the cop.
I didn't see the video. It's a dumb question to ask.
Yeah.
Period.
Because they had already told him that he was being arrested.
Yeah, but they didn't Miranda
Was he
rice.
talking to somebody else?
Mirandize him. They didn't
Was he like,
Mirandize him.
was he yelling out the window to like his wife or something? I mean, what's the
No.
context of him making that statement?
An officer comes up and says, "Hey, how are you in there? Is everything good? Temperature good?" And he said, "Yeah." And I think he asked him, "Do you know what's going on?" He said, "Yeah, someone got stabbed, and I fit the description."
Mhm.
Or he said, "What's going on?" or something like that. And again, the most
But-
stupid thing is when he is talking to the cops. They tell him he could get a lawyer. And he says, "Yeah, I might want to talk to a lawyer at some point." And then he starts talking.
Okay, so he says two stupid things.
But we haven't seen any of that yet, though.
No. I just read. We read it
this
when
is
we did the
just-
pre-show.
Yeah.
So the video where
We'll see.
he's telling the cop or asking the cop, I guess, you know, apparently somebody got stabbed and I fit the description, would seem to indicate he's trying to not fess up to the act, right? And now he's claiming self-defense. So that kind of works against him. This is why you don't say anything to anyone ever.
Yeah. Never talk to
If he
cops.
was like yelling out the window to his wife, again, you can make the argument like where he was just sort of waving to his wife, like I'm just trying to play things cool. But if he's telling it to a cop, I don't know.
No.
Just don't say anything to anyone ever.
Yeah. Yeah, because it could be for me, it could be that could be just a very innocent statement of like, I'm just trying to like get my ducks in a row in my head because clearly I was attacked, but I'm gonna get, you know, I gotta see what's going on. And maybe he makes that stupid statement and he doesn't mean it like that. And now here it is being used against him, you know?
You know, this reminds me of the bar fight case you covered. And we talk a lot about different cases and like, oh my God, I can't even believe this case is being charged, like Karen Reed or Zachariah Anderson or stuff like that. But this case, and much like the bar fight case, I believe these are appropriate cases for trial. And I haven't been watching the prosecution and if they're pulling any shenanigans, but the idea would be is, hey, listen, we've got somebody who's been killed. They're claiming, the defense is claiming self-defense. We're going to you, the people, the citizenry, 12 of you, to decide whether or not this guy is guilty. And if you present it that way and they decide he's guilty, that's how a case should be brought. So this is an appropriate case for a trial at the end of the day, I think, regardless of how you feel personally about the little douchebags that, in my opinion, started the altercation.
I think it was, my opinion of it all is he walked away from them. They were still being little douchebags. But once River Karen came over, he walked up to her and she was screaming in his face. And then the kids came back up to him. So he had left the situation.
Who was River Karen? I saw that and I didn't know if she was like a parent of the kids or if she was with his party.
She was like a 19-year-old girl. They were all like
the bigger woman that walked up from the side.
Yeah,
You
the
have-
one is that. Yeah, go ahead.
You have the initial conflict down here. These are the 6 boys and him. He's looking for a phone. They call him a PDF file. He walks off 65 feet, I think, up here. Another group is trooping up the river this way, where Q, a bar owner who had to tell his family not to drink too much because they had been in trouble on other rivers. All of them 2 drinks maximum, but all of them had a BB blood alcohol of
BAC
1 point BAC on 1.19. No, 0.119.
0.199. Yeah.
Yeah, and all of them
Oh
had
my God,
1
that's
drink.
so much alcohol.
Yeah,
That's
and
like-
one of them said, "Oh, you only asked about beers, but I had some shots too." And all of them were smoking weed. He says that he heard these poor boys, and I wrote it down because three of the 6 kids, one of them can't be questioned. All 5 of those kids said, "My memory is kind of the same today as it was 2 years ago." All of them said it when they were asked, and all of them claimed something with he talked about, because that's what middle-aged men says. Yeah, I'm looking for small girls. And 4 of them said, I was so scared when he came walking up. To me, that's untrustworthy, but that's my opinion. When this group, I call this group 2, when they come up, they say, we could hear them yelling for help. We watched the video. No one is yelling for help. Q, who is the old guy, says, I sent my sons over. That's Dante and AJ.
Like 20-year-old guys.
Yeah, 19, 20-year-old guys, because I own a bar, so I sent them to de-escalate. Funny enough, 2 girls are in front of them. That's Madison and Riley. Madison and Riley both put their hands on him first. Then these guys come over, keep yelling PDF file. 11 people from group 2 ends up, 7 people from group 2 ends up over here too. So there are 13 people standing around Mr. Mew. Both the ladies put their hands on him. The camera pans away. Then they claim, while the camera is panned away, he hits Madison. There's a photo of it. They took it. It was so clear, but they just forgot to save it and give it to the police. Dante slaps him in the face, knocks him to the ground. AJ comes over, pushes him in the back. Dante slaps him 2 more times. He comes up. He already had his knife out at that point, kept it by his side, comes out, and just anyone who comes near him gets a stab. AJ looks like he tries to make a chokehold on him, gets sliced from the groin to his sternum. Those pictures aren't too nice to look at. All of that lasts 23 seconds. But he is clearly walking away, trying to de-escalate, and River Karens come from a group that has nothing to do with the initial contact. And they both put their hands on him.
She immediately comes up pointing her finger and telling him
I
to
saw,
get
I
out
saw
of
that
here.
in the video. Did you stream or anyone the 19 or the 24-year-old woman that was stabbed in the side, her hospital bed video? Did you
Yeah,
watch that at
we
all?
watched that yesterday.
Okay, because they're like 19 seconds in, she's like, I'm just going to talk about my perspective. I'm not going to mention any names because I was really drunk. And
Yeah.
that's all you got to say about this is everyone was really drunk. There was just dealing with DUI stuff. That 1.99 is, I'd be dead, just the level of alcohol that I consume at that level. There's no way I could function or stand up, let alone get into a fight with somebody. It's amazing, this whole situation.
Yeah, it is. And I
But
feel
okay, so let's
terrible for this
assume
guy.
he punched someone. They said that he punched this woman, this girl, whatever, once, right?
Medicine.
Mhm,
Yeah.
in the
Medicine.
face, yeah.
Okay.
He punched her so hard in her face, she's still keeping her hand on her beer and her phone and her vape. Even when she runs up to the cops later, she still have a beer in her hand. But she's punched so hard in the face that she's cradling the side of her face with his hand. Then he said, well, she was carrying a beer. Yeah, she cradled it with the outside of the hand.
Okay, let's assume all of that is true, right? There's no defense of others claim for them because she's not currently being attacked, right? She was hit once,
yeah,
and she's not currently being attacked. So there's no defense of others. So they're not justified in attacking him. So even if, let's assume for the sake of argument, he did punch her, there's still no justification for pushing him down, trying to push him down into the water and punching him the way they were on the video. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Well, and my 2
Oh,
cents
point
too
one
is
one
I
nine,
don't.
but still, that's
Yeah.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's because in Denmark we use, instead of using, you use a percentage, we use the one lower.
You use commas for some reason.
Yeah, that's not but it's just because we instead of using, like you use a tenth, we use 100th. So it'll be a 1.19 in Denmark is what we would call it.
So just for context, people, in most states, 0.08 is a DUI. 0.017 is a high BAC. That's a super drunk. And these people are at 0.119. So they're over the super drunk standard. And this is the level where people shouldn't be able to function. That's why it's at that level. And the idea is that if you can still functionally drive a vehicle down the road with any sort of ability at 0.17, then you have a substance abuse problem because your body is built up so much tolerant to it. So if these people are interacting in any way, shape, or form at a 0.119, then they have built up such a tolerance to alcohol that they have probably a substance abuse problem. That's the idea behind it, anyways. Just to get context about the alcohol levels.
And again, it's not at the scene; it's later.
Oh, and it's well after the event too. Of course it is. Yeah. So yeah. This is why sometimes it's advised you don't do a breathalyzer on the side of the road. You want some time for them to get a warrant. Not saying this is legal advice because sometimes your BAC can go down, but I've actually seen it where their BAC has gone up. So, it depends on how soon you consume the alcohol.
I think they did you can test the liver, and he had a 0.2 something.
I'm getting confused. All right. So it was 0.11 essentially, or 0.12. It wasn't
0.12. Yeah.
0.19. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So,
but still, it's over 0.08.
Yeah. The guy who isn't here anymore was more than 3 times over the legal limit.
Okay.
So that's yeah, and my biggest problem is Karens inserted themselves into it, and we all agree that no matter how hard a woman can do something, when I put my hands on you unwanted, that's assault.
Yep.
Both ladies puts their hands on him while screaming in his face, while 6 guys are heckling like hyenas around him, circling him. And the state says, well, he should just have turned around and walked away. But it's the no gun is good enough, no bullet is good enough theory.
Well, I saw the first little jab. At least I think it was the first one. And the defendant, I forget his name. He's pushed and shoved. He might have even been hit. And then he's shoved down in the water to a level that could have drowned him. You know, you could hold his head under the water at that point. Then he gets up, and the kid in the yellow shorts is approaching him, and he's just standing there. Then the kid pushes him, and as soon as he lays hands on him, he does the little jab.
That's what I'm saying.
And
I don't think they would have stopped until they were continuing to put hands on him, and then once he got the knife out, then they stopped because they seen what was happening. But who's to say that they were even going to, stop assaulting him?
I still agree that this is a good case for a trial. If they decided to bring charges, because it's not necessarily clear cut. Yeah, there's video. I don't believe any of the kids that are testifying. They were drunk out of their mind. They don't know what the hell happened. And to the extent that they testified to anything, it seems to be contradicted by the video evidence.
Yeah.
So take that into consideration. But I
have a
good
problem
case for trial.
I have a problem with all of the, and again, I've done this so much, so I notice things. If you don't do jury duty as much as I do, you probably won't. As I have these 6 statements, because when I heard them the second time, I started writing them down, because to me, when you use exactly the same paraphrasing, you have talked to someone about it. But if you're not used to doing jury duty, not used to watching trials, you don't think about it, because
go to their Snapchat accounts. I'm sure all the same phrasing is used when they're talking with each other.
Yeah, I just love that we had a guy who saw it on his Snapchat video. He was filming because his girlfriend had an attitude.
Yeah. Did you see that guy?
No,
that guy was hilarious, David.
He's stalking his girlfriend on Snapchat because she had an attitude.
He was
videoing her.
He was doing this, and she was sitting in the tube because she had an attitude. And then he saw, oh my God, something happening. Turned around and took a video of the guy walking around with his.
But you know what? He told the cops. My favorite thing was he videoed the whole thing. He saw the whole thing, but he told the cops that this man jumped out of the bushes. Came out of the bushes, fully clothed. And
See, this is the thing about eyewitness testimony. It's so much shit because people just make up shit in their head. Oh, I saw this guy jump out of the bushes fully clothed and attack these kids with a knife.
Yeah. But it's your mind pulling in the gaps, saying what the hell happened before this? Because I was standing here laughing at my girlfriend who was yammering about something again, and something must have. Yeah, he just jumped off the bank, started stabulating.
Well, didn't he say he made that comment to the cops like a month before this? So it was very recent.
Yeah. He remembered everything a month ago, but can't remember it today.
Yeah.
Because a month ago, his memory was just as clear as it was 2 years ago, but he can't remember what he said a month ago now.
See, I don't think this guy should be convicted because those kids were acting like complete dickheads. But that doesn't mean he's not going to get convicted. And
no. I'm thinking so far he's going to be convicted because he's here and the other guy isn't.
Yeah, right.
I have faith in this one. I think what we've seen so far is crap.
I take all of this stuff from my own practice and my own clients and this stuff, and I tell my kids about it because I'm like, this is why you don't get into situations. And I use it all as a learning experience so that hopefully they don't F around and find out.
That's why I always tell my kids the first self-defense is run away.
It is. It really is. I'm like, get the hell out of there.
Because
or
everyone
don't go
is
in the first place.
Yeah, everyone. These goddamn river Karens.
These goddamn
I'm
river
gonna
Karens.
go over there and make sure everything is okay because I weigh 110 pounds and I can stop everyone, and I have the right because I am Vaman. All of a sudden,
and Jimmy wants me to go tubing with her in August. Yeah, right. This ain't happening anymore.
I tried to plan a tubing trip with David and some peeps, and they were being buttheads about it.
Well, not after this trial.
I've never been stabulated on a
Not
tubing
getting
trip. I'm
stabbed on
still
a
here.
river.
I've never even come close.
Jamie is the one stabbing people.
What,
I'm gonna have
I'm
to
just
check with
having
the
fun.
DNR and see what the population of the river Karens are. What month they kind of settle down and go away, and then I'll go tubing.
I've never seen any river Karens like that either. There's no river. Usually everybody I go with and people I see are really having a good time. That was just like, why are you so mad? You're on the river floating around. Why is everybody so mad?
They're not mad. They were drunk and they were stupid.
Well, yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I find it funny that that these two ladies, of course, started all the crap. What happened in the other self-defense case? 3 little girls coming up saying, "Oh, this guy's hitting on us. Can you do something?" And then the low T guys started punching a big guy.
The low T guys, yeah.
I love that.
Well, they have to seem useful somehow.
Yeah, but I love that 2 of the guys they interviewed, one of them is a defensive end and the other one is a safety. They were so afraid of a 54-year-old fat guy.
Yeah.
Both of them are playing
They
ball.
said they felt better once the other people came over. They call them like grown-ups. I'm like, they were like 2 years older than you. They were not grown-ups.
If anyone had called me a kid when I was 17, I'd been an apprentice for 2 years at that time. But no,
I feel like
but,
was I smarter as a kid than these kids? I don't. I mean, because the kids my age were still getting into trouble, but I don't know.
I got in enough fights, but we actually talked about it. I was in court today, and we talked about it. Back then, when someone was down, they were out. Today, you go over and tap dance on their skull when they're down.
Yeah.
We didn't do that back then.
I remember this going. So we had a couple of spots, right, where if there was a beef, we all met up at this certain spot. I'm not going to give names or locations, and we had a fight. And in fact, there may
Where
or may
was
not
it?
be a photo of me standing on, victoriously on top of an individual from that same spot. But there was one fight that took place, and it was evenly matched. And then one guy started winning. The guy who was winning then took out a knife, and there was like 20, 30 kids standing around watching this fight, because that's what we did. And the second the kid that took out the knife, everyone jumped on him, because you didn't do that. You had a little fisticuffs brawl, and you guys settled it, and that was it. You played by the rules. And once you pulled out that knife, everyone kicked his ass. I mean, he got everyone dogpiled on him, because that's not what you do.
We had the exact same rules, but then it kind of around, I would say, around 2000, we had a guy in our town. He started doing the American History X when he won a fight, and then the temperature just went up. Then a couple of years later, we had two brothers who always got in. Their dad was an a-hole when my dad was young too, and one of them was he wasn't in a van down by the river. He was in front of a van driving up a road after a fight. So everything really turned to and the amount of violent simple violent cases I have is crazy. That's my they paid for these big cover-ups, all of the cases I did. So, but Jamie, I'm turning in my resignation. We're not doing this anymore.
No.
But you're going to yell at me, so we're going to be back tomorrow at 8. Dave, do you have anything you want to plug before I end it?
We have Barely Interesting. Solomon Anderson and myself are streaming tonight. We've been streaming every night at 10 p.m. Eastern, talking about the Zach Anderson case. It's a nice, short, fun little stream. It's at 10 p.m. Check it out on mine or Solomon Says, which is Saul's channel. So check that out.
And Jamie,
oh,
do you have
Lego
anything?
on Saturday. Sorry, I got a Valhalla says Lego on Saturday. Yes, we have Lego on Saturday. Rob from Lawn Lumber is joining us.
Oh, cool.
And Jamie?
For the culture.
For the culture.
For the culture.
John, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Want you to see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.